A dangerous day with a tornado outbreak expected across the southeast. We've got 9 on our Torcon. It only goes up to 10.
Yeah, so this doesn't happen often at all that we even get a 9. But we've had a 9 twice now in the last 8 days. That's a very high number and a very, very significant threat that we have to talk about today.
Yeah, in several places. We go from Florence, Alabama to Hamilton, to Columbus, all the way down into Louisville, even into Tupelo, Mississippi. And we'll check in with Tevin Wooten in a little bit. He is live there for us throughout the morning.
So of note, Huntsville, you were a 7. Now you're a 9.
Yeah,
so that's been one of the tweaks from the latest storm predictions. Let's go to the 7. So if you see your city name here, you're in that Torcon number. So we're at 7 now, and places like Nashville, Birmingham, Greenwood, Mississippi.
The pink,
all in
the
this.
pink, that's where you see it. How about 5? Where does 5 take us to? And you'll see that the 5 is the red shading on the map. So we're stretching now all the way, Jim, really up into the Ohio River Valley practically, down into south and central Mississippi and Alabama.
Yeah, and look at even northwest Georgia. We haven't talked a lot about that today, but there is absolutely a threat there all the way into northwest Georgia. Thanks for joining us here on AMHQ on this very active Thursday. This is the morning edition. We have everything you need to know to keep you and your family safe.
And one place that we are going to be watching very closely for severe weather is Tupelo, Mississippi. That's where we find meteorologist Tevin Wooten.
A major severe weather outbreak forecast for portions of the Twin States. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. I'm in Tupelo, Mississippi, where points east of I-55 should be on alert for violent storms and long-lived or long-track tornadoes on the ground, perhaps some of those being EF3 and EF4 in strength. That would come through and bring major damage to an area like such here in downtown Tupelo. What we're seeing right now, light rain and frequent lightning as we've gone throughout the course of the morning. As you can tell behind me, we've actually got decent cloud coverage coming in, and that's really good news because that will keep our temperatures at bay. But what we're forecasting later on today, a break in the clouds, sunshine starting to build in, and that adds instability, or what's known as potential energy, into the atmosphere that can make a dangerous situation even worse. So 2 o'clock all the way to about 7 p.m. you should be on alert for these tornadoes and severe thunderstorms, bringing damaging winds beyond 70 miles per hour and hail perhaps 1 to 2.5 inches or so in diameter. And coming along with these two threats, also the threat of flash flooding. Very heavy rainfall can produce localized flash flooding. At the very least, though, some ponding on the roadways. So you need to have a plan of action now for what's to come in the future, and also multiple ways to get warnings, by the way. Cell phones are great, social media is great, and of course, right here on the Weather Channel is great too. That's the latest here in Tupelo. Let's send it back to you.
Tevin, we appreciate that. And here's the thing, is the weather you're seeing this morning is not the big show. We have had a couple severe thunderstorm warnings pop up. We have one right now in Alabama, but this is really just the start of what's going to happen, and it really fires off this afternoon. So here we go down into that severe thunderstorm warning. Jim was just saying how these things are moving already 50, 55 miles an hour. And that's something else you have to keep in mind, is these storms this afternoon are going to be cruising along because they all get pushed along with the winds, and the winds are going to be very, very fast. So this is the area where we're going to see yet another round fire up. You could see multiple rounds. So don't go to sleep on this thinking, oh, okay, well, we already had one round of storms come on through. Watch at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's when we're going to see all these cells starting to fire up, because all the different layers of the atmosphere are going to be coming together to produce severe weather. From the surface all the way up. The stronger winds come in. They continue as we head into that 6 o'clock hour, and then eventually getting through Atlanta, North Carolina, South Carolina into the overnight, when we lose some of that real forcing and energy in the atmosphere. Now, it's not just tornadoes. Some of these thunderstorms are going to produce winds that will cause damage. We saw it yesterday in Mississippi. And if you get a wind 60, 70 miles an hour, you could have problems. And by the way, we're even concerned about some squall lines coming through here up into Ohio. And it's not just thunderstorm wind we're going to be dealing with. It's also what we call synoptic scale wind. Just from the overall big system is really windy. Then we have to worry about these cells coming in as well, Jen.
And coming up this morning also on AMHQ, how one ranch is using sustainability to help feed their drought-stricken bottom line. Our own Dave Malkoff has that story. And we're also timing out the severe weather for you to help you stay safe today. Be ready for multiple rounds of storms. Severe potential. Nashville has a 7 on the Torcon. It's a 7 out of 10. So Nashville, we're in the rain right now. And the rain this morning is not the problem. The problem is we get a little clearing lunchtime and just after. That is going to mean severe weather beyond that, as we see the instability stability rise in the atmosphere. All of these storms between about 1 o'clock and 7, 8 o'clock tonight, 9 o'clock even, when that final line comes through, have the potential to rotate with tornadoes, with severe winds, and also with the threat for hail. And flash flooding is another risk. Stay with the Weather Channel and download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel 24/7. Got a lot of travel issues today, and the rain that we're going to have is going to be a big part of it. Obviously, severe weather is a huge risk today. We're going to keep you focused on that. But just the fact that we've got more rain coming along I-40, where it's already raining the entire stretch across Tennessee right now. Very concerned about flooding and flash flooding. There is a flash flood watch across this area. And look what's lifting north. More rain, thunderstorms actually, that will bring even heavier rain potential. We can handle about 1 to 2.5 inches of rain across pockets of these areas in an hour. And so if we get more than that, and this kind of rain will bring that potential, then we'll run into the risk of flash flooding. So that's going to be one hazard. Travel today, if you're traveling up towards Knoxville, Bristol, 81 is going to be a very tough ride with the rain moving up there too. But then, of course, the thunderstorm risk will affect all of us on I-40, I-65, I-75, no matter what route you're traveling. Make sure you know what you would do if you get under a tornado warning, right? You need to get to a sturdy structure. Being in your car, being out of your car is not a safe place to be. You want to be inside a sturdy structure. Steph.
Well, Colorado's recent snowfall is a welcome sight in the drought-stricken state, but it's barely making a dent in the overall problem. This week, the Weather Channel and our Pattern Climate Unit, we are examining the making of a mega drought. And joining us to talk more about that is our Chief Environmental Correspondent, Dave Malkoff, to talk about the economic fallout from the expanding dry conditions. And farmers are really struggling in some places with this.
Good morning, Stephanie. We traveled the entire length of the Colorado River and ended up in Steamboat Springs, where I spoke to a couple who are looking to the future with sustainable ranching technology and helping their business. Less than 5 months ago, the largest wildfire in Colorado state history was burning right through these snow-packed hillsides. The trees and brush were just that dry.
We also have a statewide drought, hotter, drier climate, and unfortunately 2020 was not an anomaly. It was in fact a harbinger of the future.
Colorado Governor Jared Polis has since issued a drought emergency in the state, but the real cowboy boots on the ground effort to hold back the dryness is happening here, just 60 miles from that fire line.
You know, the lack of water, doesn't help things grow very well.
Mandy and Matt Gordon ranch this land outside of Steamboat Springs in a new high-tech way.
And then you just walk along and put it in there and place the wire just as you go.
Now here's how ranching normally works. You buy or lease a large chunk of land, you let your cattle graze and wander everywhere, you feed them, and the herd grows healthy and strong. But the soil often suffers, especially in these dry times.
More and more people are finding that by switching to grazing management, they're able to have a little bit more success.
Grazing management means the Gordons use this solar-charged electric fence to box off small areas of the field. The cattle don't graze everywhere at once.
And then we would move them like 2 days later to a next one that was like an acre or two. We say, come on, boys, and they come through the gate. We don't have to do any pushing or anything because they know what's coming is fresh grass, and then their heads are down eating all the grass.
The idea here is to keep grass growing and water flowing under those hooves.
That allows the photosynthesis process to occur, which sequesters carbon.
The boom in microbreweries nationwide is helping ranchers as well. This feed is actually leftover mash from the beer making process, and grazing animals love it. So do the Gordons' customers.
It turned out to be really, really good beef. Folks on the other end who, don't really eat a whole lot of meat, they would try it and say, this is really good.
This kind of sustainable ranching was originally developed in Africa and is now growing in popularity on the dry lands around the Colorado River.
It'll help our land be more productive, even no matter what the precipitation event is.
Still being able to be productive through times of drought.
Just as Colorado ranchers are adapting to a changing climate here in the Rockies, some cattle themselves are getting used to new earth under their feet every single day.
Now, cattle ranchers are being forced to find more sustainable ways in order to adjust. And you mentioned microbrewery. How is that come into play with all this?
Yeah, it's really funny. There's this byproduct that comes out of microbreweries that's non-alcoholic, but it's full of sugar, and it's that mash that they normally throw out at the side of the brewery, but the cows love it. It's got a lot of protein in it. It's got a lot of sugar. It actually creates a lot of heat in the winter.
We all love sugar, don't we, on that? And it's not just the ranchers that are making the adjustments, animals also having to adapt, not just the cows either.
Yeah, everybody who lives along the Colorado River. There's 40 million humans who live there in the United States, but there's all these animals. We even spoke to a rancher down in southern Nevada who had this camel farm that's usually an attraction that's down there, but he's had a lot of problems. He has actually had to sell his shuttle buses that go down to Vegas to pick up people to buy hay because he can't grow it anymore.
That's really unfortunate. Yeah. All right, Dave Malkoff, we appreciate and look forward to more of this. Jim, not looking forward to what's going to be happening this afternoon.
Not at all. We already have storms this morning that are firing across parts of Alabama. As a matter of fact, we had a severe thunderstorm warning out for Marshall County here. Takeaway, guys, again, the motion of this already over 55 miles per hour. Storms are going to move easily. So easy to talk about the tornado threat because it's high, in some cases even ridiculously off the charts today for Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. But there are other hazards like damaging wind and hail we have to add in through here too, because really all hazards are possible. We've got such a strong low-level jet here, potentially 75 miles per hour. That's hurricane force here coming in out of the south to help feed this. The jet stream aloft is over 100 knots. So all of this transported down in these intense rotating thunderstorms today. We kind of look in Nashville, you're in this. Franklin, Tennessee, you're in this. And this is even if you don't get or in addition to the tornado threat that exists today. Okay, so don't forget about that too. Birmingham, Starksville, Mississippi, Tupelo, Memphis, down toward Jackson, Greenville, all these areas. Look at this mid-level jet cutting right across the warm sector. That is classic. That is classic for bringing those rotating thunderstorm profiles of the atmosphere right over the area of moisture-rich air. All right, let's take a look at some of the wind gust damage, because remember, just because you go from 50 to 100 miles an hour, that doesn't mean you have twice the damage. As a matter of fact, it's more like 4 or 5 times the damage because it's an exponential relationship here. 45, 57, trees bend, cosmetic damage really to homes, if any at all. You get up to, what is going to be warned on, 58 to 74 miles per hour, large limbs, shallow-rooted trees push over, semi-trucks overturned, and certainly power outages possible. We keep on going on the scale. Now you're into the tornado scale, EF1, EF0, widespread tree damage, roof damage to homes, weak structures may sustain significant damage, like sheds could be completely pushed over. That's what we'll look at today. Again, expecting initiation sometime around noon. These will all be tornado watches today when they come out. Look at the area that we're watching, even looking at some of the small scale details on this high-resolution radar model. You can see these are going to be supercells. They're going to be hook echoes. And this all moves up into middle Tennessee as we go in through the afternoon, continues to push across Mississippi and Alabama right through tonight. A dangerous and potentially deadly day, guys. These storms are going to move very fast, Stephanie. 60, maybe 70 miles an hour.
Exactly. They're going to be pushed by those winds, right, that are just above them there. So let's talk about where this whole system is going to. And we could see strong winds for a different reason in places like the Ohio Valley. Rainy conditions as well. Chicago, Philadelphia. Look how foggy it is this morning in Philly. But focusing on Chicago, we do have lakeshore flood advisory in effect with those 50 to 60 mile an hour winds coming off the lake. Meanwhile, in the Northeast, it's going to be wet and windy. It's just going to be rough. It's going to be warm, though. Look at Philly already at 56. We're talking warmth today and record highs potentially into our Friday. So as we look at this low pressure, the fronts that are associated with it, this is called a synoptic scale system. So when it's big and large and expansive like that, it's a synoptic scale system. There's global, which is bigger, and then you could go meso and micro, which are going to be a lot smaller. The reason I'm bringing this up is because in the Midwest and the Northeast, actually tomorrow, we're going to have to deal with synoptic scale winds associated with this, and then also potentially some thunderstorm winds, which are on a much smaller scale. Let's show you how this all plays out. As we head into the evening hours, this goes into the Midwest and starts going into the Northeast. Tomorrow morning, it is going to be very wet for us here from Michigan all the way to the I-95 corridor. And again, you see these white lines. The closer they are together, the windier it is. And that is going to be a wind pushing that water right into Indiana and also into Illinois. That is going to bring us some synoptic scale windy conditions. And there they are for you. That's why they're so big. The smaller scale winds are going to be your thunderstorm winds, and we could actually see both of these, and that could certainly take out power. But a lot of us could have power issues here, guys, in the Midwest with these winds.
Places in Maine could go from severe thunderstorms to snow.
I know. It's wild, this whole system. All right, so we need a moment of zen, don't we?
Oh, my gosh. Everyone could use this today. Spectacular sunrise in Miami here. Look at all the water. It just looks like glass here.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, I bet this is air that's giving you a hug right here. Like I love. Right. And thanks for joining us on AMHQ this morning. Before we go, bringing you information on weather products and how you can save money.
All right, guys, be safe today. It's going to be a dangerous day. We'll be back.
Jog, yoga, maybe do a little gardening. And the weather's always changing. It would really be nice if our gear would adapt and change with us, right? So this is my gator, right? Here's my gator right here. I never go anywhere now, especially now, without my gator. This is made by a really cool company called Mission, and it's backed by super athletic megastars Dwayne Wade, you've heard of him, Serena Williams, yes, we know her. They would not get behind a product like this, which they are. They wouldn't get behind it unless it was really amazing, but more importantly, that it worked. It definitely works. I know. I use it myself. So here's the thing about this. This material is something called heat release technology. That's built right into that. What does that mean? That means when we get moisture and heat right around our mouth, this material somehow pushes that moisture away. That makes us cooler in the summer. It makes me warmer in the winter. That's perfect. I love it. It's UPF 50. It's machine washable. I own about 12 of these, a dozen of them. I come home, I throw them right in the washing machine. They also say that you can wear them in 12 different styles. I just use mine like this. Right? It's got a little drawstring right here, too, because we all have different shaped noggins. It's true. Here's the deal. They make really great gifts, but here is the deal. It's 50% off for you and me. So that's half. And what's really cool is we get a 2-pack. Pretty good, right? Go to weatherdeals.com to pick up your gator. It's a 2-pack.
A tornado outbreak appears likely across parts of the southeast today, just a week after nearly 50 twisters roared across the region. Today, we have torcons of 9, and that means strong, long-track tornadoes are a real possibility in parts of Mississippi, Tennessee, getting into Alabama as well. That threat extends into parts of the lower Ohio Valley. 31 million people under the threat for dangerous and potentially deadly weather today. And welcome on into Weather Center Live. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace.
And I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs. We'll get to storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel in the lab in just a few minutes. But now's the time to start thinking about your severe weather plans because millions are going to have to act quickly today. Scary skies over Texas Wednesday. Check this out. A possible tornado was spotted in the town of Hamilton just outside of Waco. Yesterday's severe storms also brought heavy rain, gusty winds, and hail. Speaking of hail, Central Texas getting absolutely rocked yesterday. Hail the size of golf balls falling hard and fast in Mills County. The hail coming down in the middle of a tornado warning as well. Now, while the majority of Texas is out of the severe weather threat, today these same storms are now moving into Mississippi and to Alabama. So let's talk about some of that hail that we saw yesterday, because we saw some really large possibility of damaging hail from some of these storm reports that we saw yesterday across Texas. What piques your eye, probably Junction hail size 2 inches, 2.75 inches. That's about the size of a baseball, a little bigger than a golf ball in Saginaw and Austin, with hail the size at 2 inches. Now, that same disturbance that helped to stir up the weather across Texas is ejecting off across the Northeast, across the Mississippi Valley, and we have the messy weather to go along with it. At the surface, we have a low pressure system, a warm front lifting north, bringing abundant moisture along with it as it lifts north. We've had quite a stormy morning across portions of Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee already this morning. And not just the storms that we're dealing with, but we've seen quite a bit of rain falling in just a short period of time. You can see here across southern portions of Mississippi, 3 to 5 inches in some places. Certainly the possibility of some flash flooding will be ongoing from Nashville through Knoxville down through Chattanooga. Dalton getting in on this as well. We have a flash flood watch through this evening, because not only are we going to continue with this rain falling, but at times it's going to be heavy with some of these storms that we see. Chattanooga, if you were trying to head out right now, I would wait, because you are stuck in a line of strong thunderstorms that's going to keep feeding through. 65 is an absolute mess south of Huntsville, and these very strong storms. Look at all this lightning. You can't even kind of pick up where you're seeing the rain because of all the lightning. Does look like maybe we have a severe thunderstorm warning there too, as well, so maybe some gusty winds starting with that. Nashville, you're stuck in the rain this morning. A closer look at this now. You can see Albertville, you're in that, the county of Marshall. That's until 9:30 local time. Some damaging wind gusts are possible with that. So we want to hone in on the bullseye for today's severe weather threat. Jackson, Mississippi, Huntsville, and Birmingham, Alabama, all under that extreme risk for severe weather. Right now, some rain and wind ahead of the severe threat, which is expected to fire up later today. According to the National Weather Service office in Huntsville, there hasn't been a high-risk day in northern Alabama since April 28th, 2014. And, you know, Dr. Postel, we're talking about how long it's been since this high-risk day, but in all reality, a lot of the same places that saw the terrible weather last week are going to be impacted, or at least have the risk again today. So we want to break it down for everyone so they know how to be prepared.
Yeah, it's one of those days that doesn't come around very often where, we're dealing with the highest level of assessment from the Storm Prediction Center. That's called a high risk. We were issued one last week. We're doing it again for the possibility, if not indeed probability, of tornadoes, damaging thunderstorm winds, and large hail over a large area in the southeast and Tennessee Valley. You can see on the satellite pictures, it's a very dynamic system. It is bringing together literally all of the ingredients that you look for when you seek out the possibility of tornadoes in particular. We've got strong wind shear in place. We're going to have the instability. Pretty much everything you can think of. You check every box in there, and we've got it today. Talking about the instability, we were showing you some thunderstorms already in progress over parts of northern Alabama and Georgia. They're running away from the greatest instability now, which is across parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. That air and that instability will only be growing in scope later on in the morning and in the afternoon hours, and it will be of a sufficient level to support severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. But the other factor, we know we've got the instability, but what really caught my eye with this particular event is the wind shear. What do I mean by that? Well, if you look at the surface winds out of the south and southeast across much of the region, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, that's the surface wind flow right now. But a little bit off the deck, just a couple thousand feet, the winds aloft do something really different. They're out of the southwest and a lot stronger. And if you connect the dots between the two, if you sort of fill in all those gaps and look at the wind and how it's changing with height, you carve out what are called looping hodographs. This is precisely the kind of wind shear that supports discrete supercells and tornadoes, much more so than a long line of thunderstorms. And those types of storms, those discrete supercells, are really good at producing tornadoes. So that is something to watch very carefully as we have that optimal wind shear in place. Hence, the torcons right in that zone are at a very high level, 9 on a scale that goes to 10, which is matching precisely and exactly what the Storm Prediction Center has outlined for us today. So if you time it out during the afternoon hours, you can see, well, late morning and afternoon, my attention will be drawn to Mississippi first. Then the severe weather, we do believe that will be severe, moves out of Mississippi, northward into Tennessee, and eastward into Alabama by the evening hours. Any one of these storms could be tornadic, no doubt about that. And also, we're going to continue with the threat into Georgia and eastern Tennessee. And Alex, this is only the southern part of the severe weather threat I'm going to talk about. In a few minutes, I'm going to show you what we might be dealing with farther north in Tennessee, Kentucky, and the Ohio Valley in general.
Yeah, Dr. So a lot of areas that we are no doubt keeping a very, very close eye on. All right, let's talk about some of these spots and these torcon values and where we could be dealing with it, along with some of the timing with some of these bigger storms may be impacting us. And we'll start off here in and across northern parts of Mississippi. Tupelo, right in the middle there, dealing with a torcon value of 9. Again, this is about as high as you can get with the scale going only up to 10 here for us. So we're on that very high end of the scale. It's a dangerous day of severe weather, which includes, of course, damaging wind and hail. But yes, a tornado is a high likelihood of dealing with that. Numerous tornadoes, and they could be powerful ones as well, that last very long and stay on the ground for a long period of time. So now's the time to be thinking about where you're going to go if those warnings are issued. You don't want to be thinking about that in the moment. Now, before the storms, that's the best time to be doing that. All right, so let's work our way through the day. We're already dealing with the storms here this morning. Now, most of these staying below severe limits, but we do think that will be changing as we head on through the afternoon. Several kind of waves of storms moving on through the region. As we get to about the 5 or 6 o'clock hour, may get a bit of a break before we see another round try to sneak on in as we get in towards our evening. We should see things much quieter, though, once we get to about 10 or 11 o'clock there. Moving over towards Memphis, so now we're moving north and westbound. Memphis, you've got a torcon value of a 7. Heading into Arkansas, that number drops to 5, but again, still significant numbers in these areas. Some early morning showers as well as storms, a bit of a break, and then we'll start to see things get a little bit more active as we get in towards our afternoon. So heads up there. Again, Memphis, another location that we'll be watching the skies very, very closely. Felicia?
Thanks, Alex. Let's head now to Vicksburg. You guys have a torcon of 5. Dangerous weather is expected today. In addition to the risk for tornadoes, though, storms are capable of producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and large hail. Now, today's COVID-19 vaccine appointments at the drive-through location in Warren County have been rescheduled due to the threat of severe weather. You want to make sure that you have your plan in place ahead of time. You don't want to wait until you know that you are under a tornado warning and until you're trying to figure out where you want to go to get safe. So let's talk about our torcons through tonight. You can see getting progressively higher in number as we look from the southwest to the northeast. You know, a torcon of 2 is still not anything that you want to ignore in Lake Charles or in Alexandria, but especially as you look up toward Vicksburg and Jackson with those torcons of 5 to 7, you're talking about a dangerous situation. So let's time it out here for you in Alexandria. The main point of the day with the risk for those strong storms across Alexandria into Vicksburg going to be the earlier part of today. You can see 11 a.m., 12 o'clock, we've got some of those storms moving through Vicksburg early afternoon into the mid-afternoon, and then this all continues to push eastward as we head into 5, 6 o'clock. So your highest alert that you want to be on right now in Alexandria is going to be through the early part of your day. Now let's take a closer look from Vicksburg up to Jackson, Yazoo City, all included in those higher torcon amounts where you see a 7. That is a likely chance of seeing a dangerous, strong, possibly long-track tornado for some of these cities. So I can't stress it enough. You're going to have rounds of rain here and there, but any one of these kind of lines of storms that begin to move through as we head through the afternoon, you can see here's 2 o'clock in Vicksburg, where you're seeing some of those dark reds represented by the future radar, some of these discrete kind of cells that you see here. That is the radar, the future radar forecasting or picking up on the possibility for some of those strong cells as we move through the afternoon and evening. Now, a closer look from Montgomery up through Prattville. You can see Montgomery, you have that torcon of 3, Selma, a torcon of 5 for you guys as well as Alexander City. When you have a torcon of 5, we are expecting that dangerous weather. A tornado watch is very likely, and you could have some stronger tornadoes. EF2 or more are possible. So, you know, we have torcons today going up all the way to 9. Dr. Postel, that is a big deal. And, you know, it's not only across the south, it's not just Mississippi and Alabama that we have to keep an eye on, but as all this warm, moist air lifts north, we've got other places we have to watch, too.
That's an excellent point, Felicia, and we need to keep our attention also in areas farther north in the Ohio Valley, as you mentioned. Cookeville, Tennessee, no stranger to severe storms. It's been a little over a year since an EF4 tornado tore through the tight-knit community. Unfortunately, Middle Tennessee and Kentucky are in the path for more dangerous weather today, and we'll have to watch that very carefully. There's a couple of live shots here. Cookeville, Tennessee, 61. Scottsville, Kentucky, 58. Now, I want you to look at those tower cams, right? It's cloudy, it's overcast, it's cool right now. It doesn't really seem that ominous, but that is going to change later on today. Everything is going to change in this part of the country. We have significant torcons out. The Storm Prediction Center has indeed exactly said the same, where we have that tornado threat that extends through Tennessee, northward into Kentucky, and even into parts of southern Ohio and Indiana as well. So this is not just a southern event. This is going to be moving northward, but not yet. Right now, we've got a lot of rain in the region. As you saw those tower cams from Cookeville, Tennessee, and other areas nearby in southern Kentucky, a lot of cloud, a lot of rain, relatively cool. Not exactly the severe weather sort of thinking that you would have, right? But that's going to change, as I mentioned. Right now, that instability is really not there in place. You can kind of see it in the last couple of hours slowly moving northward. But it's going to take a while. It's going to take at least several hours, and probably not till later on this afternoon. That instability will be pulled northward by a strengthening area of low pressure. What's going to get the instability, all the ingredients from south to north, is a very powerful area of low pressure that's going to be moving like this. Watch these lines pop up, right? These are the areas of sea level pressure. They pop up, they spring up out of nowhere. The powerful area of low pressure is going to all by itself essentially bring all this stuff northward, and that So let me show you future radar. Right now, cloudy, rainy, no significant severe likely in the next couple of hours. But by about, say, 6, 7, 8 o'clock this evening, watch out in central Tennessee, in parts of Kentucky. This zone right out in here needs to not sleep on the risk, because I think even after dark, with such a powerful area of low pressure, we are going to be able to get those ingredients into Kentucky, Tennessee, southern Ohio, and southern Indiana long after dark. So this could be a nighttime event for many of us in the sort of central and northern part of the Tennessee Valley. Alex.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. As we work our way on into Nashville, gray and wet here for you already, and can roll out the chance for some tornadoes here as well. Large hail, flash flooding as we work through our afternoon, and that's just round one. Another line of storms sweeping in overnight, carrying the potential for damaging winds, hail, and yes, even more tornadoes. So very active and busy day. It is on tap here for us across central parts of Tennessee. You can see what you've got in terms of the torcon value. It's a number 7, not the highest we've got for the day, but still a very high value. So a day to definitely pay attention to the weather situation. Ongoing wet weather now. We'll get a bit of a break in that activity through the afternoons. That'll allow things to really reorganize a bit. And then those bigger storms start to move on in later this afternoon and through our evening. So again, we got one batch of rain now, then the stronger storms start to move on in later on today and through tonight. So a heads up there. Then we head over towards Lexington, Louisville area. Again, ongoing rain here for this late morning and through the afternoon, lunch hour as well. Very wet scenario. Then a bit of a break before we see some of the bigger storms start to move on in later this evening. Dinner time and beyond, that's going to be your timing there for some of those bigger storms. And finally, looks like by the time we get in towards the midnight hour, things should quiet down for us from Louisville, again, back over towards Lexington. Torcon values around Paducah. So as we head to the western parts of the state of Kentucky, our values in that 5 range. So again, still a significant risk for tornadoes here as well. We got the rain here this morning. We'll work our way on through the late morning, early afternoon, and you see a little bit of a break in the activity here for us. As we progress on into your 2, 3, 4 o'clock hour, you start to see more storms bubbling up. And there they go. Dinner hour, we'll be dealing with that, blasting on off towards the north and the east there. And Knoxville, that's another spot. Felicia will be watching closely. Wet for us to start, then we get a break before more stronger storms come in later on this evening.
Thanks so much, Alex. Well, coming up, parts of the South and Ohio Valley bracing for a severe weather outbreak today with all modes of hazards on the table. Strong, long-lived tornadoes, large hail, and destructive winds. More on this dangerous day ahead and how to make sure you know how to get your warnings. And as severe storms threaten tonight, stay with the Weather Channel and download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alerts, forecasts, and coverage.
It was just living in the moment of disbelief. We really were caught off guard.
We couldn't leave. We were stuck there.
There was going to be nothing we could do except try to make it through safely.
That is the most scared that I have felt in my life.
Oh my God!
It's surreal.
Holy!
The thud of hail battering this home and that car in Myrtle Springs, Texas. I bet the owner wished they'd moved their car under shelter before half-dollar-sized hail rained down from the sky. A tornado watch in the area was lifted earlier this morning as the storms pushed east into Mississippi and Alabama. But just take a look at that. Can you imagine if you were trying to drive in that? Look at all the debris falling from the trees as well. That is not what you want to deal with, and that's what a lot of us are going to be dealing with today, and that's why you want to plan accordingly. Not just eventually dealing with. Some of us are dealing with that this morning. It's already a pretty messy morning out there. We've got rain and storms stretching across Mississippi and Alabama into Tennessee. Not just your run-of-the-mill rain and storms, but we also have some severe warnings here. Chattanooga, you've got this line of strong storms moving through, but we have a severe thunderstorm warning here. It is in place for cities like Albertville, Grant, and Gunnersville until 9:30 local time. We're talking about 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Same thing for that severe storm warning for the cities of Fort Payne and Rainsville. That's until 10:15. And a quick look at all that lightning as well. Now, you don't need lightning to be one of your severe parameters, but it is something that we're dealing with. So, Alex, we've also got some flooding issues that are already beginning to bubble up, and this is just the beginning of it. A flash flood warning there across portions of Coleman County, and it is going to be one of those types of days.
It really is just already quite active out there, and we haven't even really gotten to the main show. That's coming in a little bit later today. So yeah, we're going to be following it with you all through the day, including as we've got here across some of these zones where the skies are kind of gray. We've got some wet weather kind of lurking around out there for you. That's what it looks like here in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Not the brightest of days here for you at this moment. You may want to get out now and maybe get those errands done, because in a few hours, it's going to look a lot different. Severe thunderstorms, all possible with heavy rain and strong winds. You're going to have a high wind warning and flash flood watch in effect until tomorrow. So, yeah, this is another area that will also be experiencing some nasty weather. All right, let's take a look at what we've seen. And, boy, the rain has really gotten a chance to add up over the last week or so, particularly down close towards the Gulf Coast, particularly there into Louisiana and parts of Mississippi. Pretty widespread. Those areas where you see that orange, that's at least 5 inches of rain that we've seen, and even a few spots that have gotten over 8 inches in that time span. Now, over the last day or so, we've still seen some rain there in southern Mississippi, but also we've gotten some rain going there into parts of Texas, streaking over across the Mississippi. And, of course, now we're continuing to see all these storms with a lot of downpours and then lightning. Felicia talked about even the severe thunderstorm warnings that we're finding in northeast parts of Alabama. So looking at a large shield of rain right now, stretching from parts of the Carolinas all the way back into portions of the Mid-South. And again, with these storms comes some pretty heavy downpours. And so now we're talking about the likelihood of flash flooding. This is going through tomorrow, particularly in that yellow zone, northern Alabama, far northern Georgia, and a bit of Tennessee. You're in there as well. Once we get into tomorrow now, the severe threat may come down a bit, but there is still going to be a severe threat. Back across the Memphis metro, down towards Tupelo, and then Carolinas, at least the central parts of the Carolinas, down through Georgia, central Georgia, dealing with that risk for more strong and potentially severe storms. Rainfall amounts to come. This goes through tomorrow. It's a good 1 to 2, I'd say, will be the most widespread here for us across parts of Tennessee, Alabama, but a few pockets, Felicia, where we could see some higher numbers. And of course, as you head north, that rain will head that way as well.
It certainly will. It's going to be pretty rainy and windy on the northern side of the system. Thanks, Alex. We're taking a live look at Cleveland and Washington, D.C., both cities in for a windy end to the week. Cleveland, you have a high wind warning going into effect at 11 a.m. local time, with winds expected to gust up to 60 miles per hour. D.C., your wind threat won't start cranking until Friday, but those gusts will be around 40 miles per hour. So let's talk about it. The moisture being pulled north with this system going to bring us quite a bit of rain, but also very gusty winds. The combination of all these things coming together could cause some power outages, so keep that in mind. The gusty winds developing especially around that center of low pressure, that I-70 corridor, Columbus to Indianapolis, is going to be gusty. So right now you've got the clouds building in. Initially, all of this rain, the rain shield's going to continue lifting across the southern Ohio Valley, filling into the Great Lakes region as we head through the later afternoon, filling in across the northeast tonight and into early Friday morning, and those gusty winds certainly coming along with it. We're talking about that rain and that wind on and off Thursday all the way through Friday. 1 to 2 inches possible across portions of the Midwest, and then of course higher amounts farther south where we'll see more of the rain. Where you see the darker purple, Indianapolis, Columbus, up into Cleveland, we're talking about high wind warning there. Alex.
All right, well, in today's Weatherproofing Your Wallet, some good news for folks there in Texas as the residents facing astronomical electrical bills after winter storms socked the Lone Star State last month. Well, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton said Gritty Energy will forgive more than $29 million customers owe in unpaid bills.
The South bracing for another significant severe weather outbreak, the second in just over a week. We have torcons of 9 in parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. Now, remember, the greater the number, the greater the threat. The Storm Prediction Center not mincing words, saying a tornado outbreak is expected. It's 29 past the hour. This is the second high-risk tornado threat we've had in just over a week. Our last outbreak saw 4 dozen tornadoes spin up across the South. And Dr. Postel, you know, I think as we head through this season, we do expect the severe weather to ramp up. But this is a lot of risk in just a short amount of time. I'm sure people are storm weary at this point, but you have to be prepared.
You got to be prepared, Felicia. That's exactly right. And I think we need to know what to do if indeed a warning is issued, how to react and have your severe weather plan in place. You know, the protection from the bad weather, the violent weather outside, is to obviously find shelter inside and as many walls between you and the exterior as possible, of course, away from windows. But also make sure that you have your weather radio or some way to get the warnings if indeed they're issued, and react quickly, because I think the storm motions today will be fairly fast. In other words, the storms, when they're warned, will be moving from one place to the next very quickly with the strong wind shear in place. And looking at the surface analysis, this is indeed quite an ominous setup, because all this region right in here, south of that warm front, only hour by hour from now is going to get more unstable, and stronger winds aloft will be moving over this very region. So we'll be watching it for future development. Now, we do have some pretty big storms in northern Alabama, but they're kind of running away from where the greatest instability is. They're kind of going this way. And while they may themselves contain some gusty winds and some hail, I think the tornado risk for now in these particular storms is not high, certainly not nearly as high as what we're going to see later on today in other areas. Let me show you by what I mean. We're going to start with the forecast kind of on the southern part of this forecast region, let's consider it, that's sort of outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. And what I'm watching for is by, let's say, 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, this area right in here in Mississippi and Alabama. This is a very warm region where there's plenty of instability and sufficient shear for discrete supercells and tornadoes. We will have, trust me, we will have tornado watches out not far from now, likely over Mississippi and in Alabama, precisely for this kind of development by mid and late afternoon. We may even have tornado watches. I think we will in northwest Georgia and, of course, in Tennessee as well. That will continue on through the night. But I want to show you one more area that is concerning for me as well, that has been for the last couple days, and that's in this area farther to the north. Now, right now, it's cloudy and cool and stable, but by late in the afternoon, as this parent cyclone, the overall weather system that's driving all this, Felicia, will likely bring severe weather to Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio. Do expect tornado watches out later on today in this very same region for the same reasons.
Yeah, Dr. Postel. So we want to take a closer look at that. Thanks so much. Parts of the southeast are in the bullseye. Dangerous, severe weather. That's what we're expecting. Violent tornadoes could tear across parts of Mississippi and Alabama. Supercells are capable of triggering widespread, damaging straight-line winds and large hail. So you want to make sure that if you have the option, the car is in the garage away from any tree branches, and you have some sort of plan in place. Guys, when we're talking about torcons, so maybe that's not exactly a term that you think about a lot, but that is a scale of 1 to 10, the tornado condition index. So when we're talking about a torcon of 9 for cities like Tupelo, cities like Muscle Shoals, Hamilton, we're talking to you as well. We are talking about nearly the highest risk that you could have on that torcon, the tornado condition index. We are seeing the possibility that is very likely of a tornado outbreak for these areas. So let's time it out for you as we head through the afternoon. Pockets of rain are going to continue to lift north as that warm front draws that moisture north with it. And we are going to have that possibility for some stronger storms throughout the afternoon as well. Not just the severe limits like the damaging wind gusts and the large hail, but lots of lightning associated with this. Flooding could become an issue in some places that see the rounds of rain over and over again. And that's going to be for a good chunk of our day. Now let's take a look at Memphis down to Holly Springs, torcons of 7 in that area. Oxford, you're included in that as well as Jackson. To time it out for you here, you'll notice you've had already a little bit of wet weather to kick off your Thursday, but really as we head through the afternoon and into the evening, we see that storm possibility continuing. Here's 6 o'clock. If you are one of the people who still commute to work, you could be dealing with this as you're getting off of work around Memphis, so you want to be careful. Of course, we're already starting to see those severe warnings, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, we've got one. The first tornado warning of the day. This is in east central Mississippi. This is a tornado warning that goes for about another 25 minutes. This storm is moving northeastward very quickly. It is a radar-indicated tornado. This is, again, a storm moving very quickly out of Mississippi into parts of Alabama with the possibility of bringing a tornado with it. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Weather Center Live. We have a tornado warning already this morning in eastern Mississippi, right there to give you some context to the bigger view. Let's zoom in on this storm because it is in an environment that is definitely supportive of supercells and tornadoes. And we have sort of a mini line of storms moving out of Mississippi into western Alabama. This is just to the east of Macon, Mississippi, where we indeed do have a tornado warning that goes until 10 o'clock local time, which is about another 20 minutes. This storm is racing toward the northeastward very quickly. If you live in Aliceville, Alabama, take shelter now. In other areas, this is, for now, a radar-indicated tornado. But if you look at some of the radar data coming in, there's a fairly strong circulation aloft right in there. No confirmation of a tornado in progress. We're looking at some of the data. It's not indicated yet, but we will be watching this. Again, this is an environment that is very favorable for the production of tornadoes, and we have to watch it very carefully. Aliceville, Carrollton, Alabama, take shelter now. This storm is moving very quickly in your direction. Alex.
Absolutely. All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Meanwhile, we head up a bit farther north to central Tennessee, Nashville to be exact. Skies are gray. We've been dealing with the wet weather. It really started early this morning with the rain, and we've been in it. So that's around here for us. And then as we work through the afternoon, the severe threat starts to ramp up. You're under a torcon of 7 for the day as the severe threat really starts to take shape. Several school districts in central Tennessee going to be sending students home early today because of that risk of severe weather. So already planning and getting folks in place to be safe here as we head on through this afternoon. There are those values. Again, it's a 7 across the region here. Nashville, you're in there, back down towards Franklin. Really, again, all across central Tennessee, the value is a 7 here on our torcon scale. Of course, that scale goes up to 10, so that's pretty high value here for you. This is the activity that we're seeing essentially now, this late morning, the rain around, then we get a bit of a break, and that's just going to allow for the atmosphere to kind of reload a bit. And so as those next storms start to approach and come on in later this afternoon, those are the ones that we're going to have to really pay attention to here as we head on in towards that rush hour. And continues even beyond that towards the dinner time. We'll see more of these storms around. And then once we get to about 9 or 10 o'clock, it looks like that's when we'll see the main sort of batch of storms finally push on through, and we should see things coming to an end there, at least across central Tennessee. Farther east, Knoxville, another spot in the rain. You'll be dealing with that here through the afternoon. Some of the downpours, we'll have to watch out for that. Some heavy rain at times. Then getting into later today, dinner time hour, here come some of those storms. These are the ones that could be the most severe that we track, continuing through the 9 o'clock hour. So we're basically in this for a good part of our day until we get into the overnight hours. Finally, it looks like as we get into that, let's say beyond 2, 3 o'clock time, Eastern Tennessee, you'll see things quieting down there. How about as we get into western parts of Kentucky, southern sections of Illinois, you're in there as well. You got Torcon values in the 5 range, including Paducah. So it's not the highest, it's also not the lowest, right? Kind of that mid-zone here for us. Still a very significant threat for storms that could produce tornadoes. And again, even if you don't get tornadoes, a severe thunderstorm could bring us some damaging winds as well as large hail. So all risks we are facing today. And you see how this times out. We've got the ongoing rain now, then we get a bit of a break. Through the afternoon, though, things start to get a bit more active, and you start to see by about 5 o'clock off to the north and the west, more storms, and then building in from the south. You see how this activity moves on by, tracking north and eastbound. Some big storms to deal with there. And another location that we'll be tracking is here around the Louisville area, over towards Lexington. Some earlier day rains, some steady rains to deal with there, and then we'll watch the severe risk start to climb later today. Some of those individual storm cells coming through and continuing through tonight. All right, so yeah, Felicia, just a number of spots that we're going to have to watch very closely throughout the day.
Yeah, we are, Alex. We already have several severe warnings firing. We want to make sure you're prepared to get any and all weather alerts as they're issued. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow walks us through the steps of turning our mobile alerts on.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
All right, we want to get to some of those warnings that we have right now. You can see very active radar. We do have our tornado warning ongoing right now in eastern Mississippi. This is central Noxubee County. We have that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was near Prairie Point, 15 miles southwest of Pickensville, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. And as we turn on the velocity here, that is something we use to pick up rotation. We are seeing some indication of rotation there within this storm. A radar indicated tornado warning here, so something we're going to continue to watch, but there is a pretty good signal of some rotation within this storm as it's moving off to the northeast. So if you are in any of those areas that we just named, you want to make sure that you are finding somewhere safe away from windows and in the interior of your home. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings. The cities of Fort Payne and Rainville until 10:15 could see 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and another severe warning across northwestern portions of Georgia. Want to keep you updated on this ongoing weather situation that we have going on right now. Already So several severe warnings, including this tornado warning that's fired up in eastern Mississippi and Noxubee County. This is until 10 a.m. It is a radar indicated tornado warning. So the National Weather Service in that area is picking up on some indication of rotation. Although I will say, as I'm looking at this, it does look as though the main area of rotation is actually exiting out of the warning polygon toward the city of Memphis there in Alabama, but also behind the current polygon, we might have another kind of area of rotation. It's going to be one of those days, guys, where we have multiple kind of vortices within these lines of storms that could be creating the risk for tornado warnings, the risk for tornadoes. So Dr. Postel, of course, all modes of severe weather possible and likely today.
Hear that sound? That's hail hammering backyard in Forney, Texas. This is about 20 miles east of Dallas. Stones the size of baseballs were reported in part of the Lone Star State. Same system. That unleashed this hail is moving into parts of the southeast and the Tennessee Valley and will produce a lot more than just hail across the region today. All modes of severe weather in play. Large hail, damaging straight line winds, and tornadoes are probable across the region. The Storm Prediction Center issued a high risk, which is the highest level of threat across the region. We've talked about that a lot today. And we are watching this dynamic system unfold with already some substantial thunderstorms ongoing in the warm sector and right near this warm front where a severe thunderstorm warning is in place across parts of northern Georgia. That storm in North Georgia will be running away from the greatest instability and probably weakening over the next couple of hours. But we're going to want to focus our attention in that zone late in the morning and even in the early afternoon hours with lots of new thunderstorms developing with a significant tornado threat. Let's start with 10 o'clock this morning. Showing you that an eruption by mid-afternoon will very likely occur again in that zone. So if you've gotten one round of storms, unlike last week where that first
Alabama into Louisiana, I mean, we're talking a pretty widespread zone of 5+ inches. Some areas getting up over 8 inches of rain. Now, over the last day, still in southern Mississippi, at least 3 inches, 3 to 5 there in a zone, a little bit of a stripe showing up there. But we've seen some other areas getting involved in the rain, and now we're seeing the ongoing active weather that Dr. Postel and Felicia have been talking about here this morning. A lot of lightning with these storms, but also a lot of heavy downpour action, and that could lead to some flash flooding. You see the likelihood of that in the yellow stripe from northeast portions of Alabama into Georgia and a bit of Tennessee in there as well. So a lot of areas we'll be watching for that flood threat. And then tomorrow, we'll carry over a severe risk a bit farther to the east. So, Felicia, active times ahead.
Certainly, Alex. Thank you. Well, another hour of Weather Center Live is coming up. But first, we're bringing you information on weather products and how you can save money. Check out today's weather deals.
The seasons are changing and we're spending more and more time indoors. I found this really stylish indoor-outdoor personal fireplace, and I just had to catch up with the creators and find out how they came up with this. That would be Travis and Haley.
I lived in Seattle for about 9 years, and I was actually a high-rise window cleaner. And I went home every day kind of missing my childhood fireplace. And I thought, this can't be that hard. And at that point, the R&D started.
Working together has definitely had challenges. I think initially we thought it would be really easy because he's the creative, I'm the business side. But I think getting deeper into business and business becoming your baby when you're newlyweds definitely makes it really challenging at times.
A lot of times buying a truckload of cement was taking the credit card up in the bank accounts close to zero. And we had gotten a call for this TV spot. It aired, so many orders were coming in. We were flabbergasted, honestly. And I would say that was the first moment to say, wow, this might actually work. She deserves so much of the credit for making this company happen. And I couldn't be a more proud husband to have her with me on this journey.
Oh, thank you so much for being here, guys. We are getting 30% off. Just go to weatherdeals.com. I know you're going to love it.
A tornado outbreak appears likely across parts of the southeast today, just a week after nearly 50 twisters roared across the region. Today, we have torcons up to 9. That means strong, long-track tornadoes are all a real possibility. Parts of Mississippi, getting into Alabama, Tennessee in there as well, and the threat extends into parts of the lower Ohio Valley. 31 million people under the threat for dangerous and potentially deadly weather today. And welcome here into Weather Center Live. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace.
I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs. We'll get to storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel in the lab in just a few minutes. But now's the time to start thinking about your severe weather plans because millions are going to have to act quickly today. Let's get to Texas now, where we had scary skies Wednesday. Check this out. A possible tornado was spotted in the town of Hamilton, just outside of Waco. Now, yesterday's severe storms also brought heavy rain, gusty winds, and hail. And speaking of hail, Central Texas getting absolutely rocked yesterday. Hail the size of golf balls falling hard and fast in Mills County. The hail coming down in the middle of a tornado warning. Now, while the majority of Texas is out of the severe threat today, these storms are now moving into Mississippi and to Alabama. And, you know, seeing the video of that is just kind of mind-blowing, just looking out over the backyard. Imagine trying to drive in that. And that's why we want to make sure you are informed ahead of time, also informed ahead of time. So for a place like, say, Junction, where yesterday you saw baseball-size hail, maybe you can put the car in the garage so you don't have to worry about that denting the car, breaking the windshield. We've got our disturbance. It's going to continue kind of ejecting off to the east northeast, bringing that disturbed weather with it, helping disturb the atmosphere and get these storms going. At the surface, a low pressure system developing. You can see that center of low pressure there moving, and tons of heavy rain and lightning. It's like a solid wall of lightning right now between Chattanooga and Birmingham. We've got severe thunderstorms popping up, severe thunderstorm warnings popping up for lots of places. Fort Payne, Rainsville included in that. We're talking about wind gusts 60 miles per hour or more, quarter-size hail possible. Chattanooga, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning until lunchtime, local time. Middle Valley, you're included in that as well. Look at all this lightning that's rocking Birmingham. That is just solid lightning currently. Severe thunderstorm warning ongoing for those wind gusts of 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. This all moving off to the east, crossing that 59 corridor right now. The moral of the story is it is messy. It is dangerous out there. You do not want to be in this. We've got the risk for damaging winds as well. You can see very likely from Nashville south into central Mississippi, large hail as well possible through tonight. And then, of course, that risk for tornadoes. So we want to hone in on the bullseye for today's severe weather threat. Jackson, Mississippi, Huntsville, and Birmingham, Alabama, all under that extreme risk for severe weather. Right now, some rain and wind ahead of the severe threat, which is expected to fire up later today. Now, according to the National Weather Service office in Huntsville, there hasn't been a high-risk day in northern Alabama since April 28th, 2014. Now, Dr. Postel, we use some, pretty, I'd say, narrow descriptions when we're talking about the difference between moderate or high risk. But we know a lot of this area suffered from severe weather last week, and we also know that the difference between, say, a torcon of 7 or a torcon of 9, the 9 is higher, but the 7's still dangerous.
It's a dangerous day, right, Felicia, no matter how you slice it. And we've got severe weather ongoing. And maybe to some, that's a surprise. I mean, there's really no cap in the atmosphere to prevent things from happening now. And we're starting to see already severe weather break out across parts of Alabama and also North Georgia in the vicinity of that warm front. Now, I don't think this development here taking place now is going to interrupt by much what will happen later on today. There's plenty of instability developing, and this is such a dynamic system that the atmosphere, I think, will sufficiently recover in the wake of some of the cloud and storm that is ongoing now in the region. So sometimes you can think of early development limiting the chances later on. I'm not so sure that's the case today. This is such a dynamic system that will be able to overcome a lot of those otherwise limitations. So look at North Georgia. I mean, we've already got some severe weather moving into North Georgia. Atlanta Metro, watch out. Severe weather is probably going to be coming later on this morning or early afternoon. Maybe not of the tornadic variety necessarily. Can't rule it out. But it does appear that some early stuff is moving into the region, but even more later on as this area of instability only grows in scope. This is one of the hallmarks of this system, where it is going to draw a lot of instability that's right now hugging the Gulf Coast and moving northward into Mississippi and Louisiana. All this stuff is going to be moving northward. So even in places where it's raining and cool, that'll all change today, all in the presence of some very strong wind shear. Let me explain the wind shear and why that is really mattering today in terms of that tornado threat. If you look at the surface winds across the southeast, and you can do this in the evening hours farther to the north. But let's just look at this. South-southeast surface winds are replaced very quickly once you get off the deck, a couple thousand feet up, by some south-southwest winds that are a lot stronger. And if you sort of fill in the gaps between the low-level wind and the upper-level wind and carve out what's called a hodograph, you get these loops, which are precisely the kind of wind shear that supports discrete supercells and tornadoes, especially when the atmosphere gets more unstable. So this is something to watch very carefully today. It's one of the reasons why we have that high risk in place from the Storm Prediction Center with the very high chance of tornadic supercells today, precisely in this very same region. So very, very volatile atmosphere and the kind that needs to be watched later on today, even now, but also later on today for the renewed development of big storms right in that zone where tornadic supercells are probable, moving out of Mississippi into Alabama and Tennessee and North Georgia for probably round 2 by the overnight hours. Watch out. We could see some severe weather in the northern suburbs of Atlanta overnight tonight, including a threat for tornadoes. And of course, Alex, we also talk about much farther to the north in the Ohio Valley, a tornado threat. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Meanwhile, of course, we're dealing with some wet weather and, of course, more storms and timing it out here for you as I want you to know when the worst of the conditions is going to be impacting you. So we'll get you into a spot like Tupelo there in Mississippi, basically northern Mississippi into Alabama, where you see the sort of pink shading. That's the 9 value on our Torcon scale. Again, this is about as high as you can get with the scale going up to 10. So this is a zone here where we're very, very concerned because a dangerous day of severe weather is ahead here for us. Numerous tornadoes. Some of those could be powerful. Some of those could certainly be on the ground for some time. So now's the time to plan what you're going to do. If those warnings are issued, know where you're going to head to now. Low floor of a sturdy structure and away from the windows. Basement, if you have it, a good location to be as well. Know where you're going to go before the storms hit. All right, so let's time it out. Tupelo, there you go in Mississippi. As we head through our afternoon, a lot of the stormy weather off to your south. But then some of that tries to sneak in. 2, 3 o'clock now. We're starting to get into the bigger storms here, and that'll be with us for a few hours, continuing towards the sort of rush hour time, continuing past that dinner hour. We still see another little light round of storms try to sneak on through by about 8 or 9 o'clock. Then we should see things quieting down. Torcon value reaching a 7 as you get now into northwest parts of Mississippi into Tennessee. Basically right along that 40 corridor, Jackson over towards Memphis. Again, it's not a 9 value, but a 7 is still very, very high. If we took away all the 9 values and just say it's a Torcon of a 7 out there, it would still be a very concerning day. So take these storms seriously. We'll watch the activity bubbling up here later on this afternoon. We'll look towards that 4 or 5 o'clock time frame. That's where we think we'll see the better chance for some of those storms to really start to erupt. Coming on through for a couple of hours and impacting you there. And then over towards Chattanooga, you also have a risk for some of those stronger storms. Value of a 7 here on a Torcon scale. There's the 9 back over towards Huntsville, so northern Alabama into Tennessee, parts of northwest Georgia. Ongoing storms now. Then we'll see some of the more bigger storms start to impact us a little bit later on today. So it's really a day filled with storms, not really getting a whole lot of a break in the activity until later on tonight. All right, so these are some of the areas of Felicia where we have some of the higher Torcon values, but we don't want to forget some of those spots where the values may be lower, but still serious weather coming through.
You know, if someone told me I had any chance of a tornado on any given day, I'd be paying attention to the weather, and that's what we want you to do. Thanks, Alex. Let's head now to Vicksburg, Mississippi, where you have a Torcon of 5. In addition to the risk for strong tornadoes, you've got storms capable of producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and large hail. Now, guys, today's COVID-19 vaccine appointments, they've been rescheduled due to the severe weather. So let's talk about it, where we have those Torcons that are lower than 7 or 9, but still there. I can't stress enough that anytime you have a Torcon at all, it's something that you have to pay attention to. You want to be weather aware. So Alexandria, Natchez, where we have Torcons of 3 down into Baton Rouge as well. Vicksburg, you can see it progressively getting higher. Of course, the higher the number, the higher the risk. So a Torcon of 7 around Jackson, Vicksburg there with a Torcon of 5. So let's time it out for you now. You'll You'll have some rounds of rain on and off through Alexandria early on. The peak for your risk is going to be the earlier part of the day. Watch how this bubbles up and moves through places like Vicksburg and Jackson as we head through the early to mid-afternoon as well. Now, Alexandria, you're mostly going to be seeing this clearing out as we get through this first round. But places like, say, Jackson, you're going to have a couple different rounds of showers and storms. Here's what we're looking at with that Torcon of 5 from Vicksburg across that 55 corridor into Maggie, Jackson, Yazoo City, that Torcon of 7 for portions of that I-20 corridor. I can't stress enough today, if you're traveling, you want to make sure that you have some way to get those alerts on your phone and know what you should do if for some reason you encounter tornado warning while you're on one of these interstates. This is what's going to happen as we move through your lunch hour. That pack of storms blasting through Vicksburg, early afternoon traveling through Yazoo City. Jackson, that's moving through as we head into the mid-afternoon following that 20 corridor, and then eventually beginning to clear out as we head into the overnight. But the point is, on and off throughout the day today, even if you're not in that main bullseye, you have that risk for some strong storms. And Dr. Postel, it's going to be not just across the south. We also have those storms that are going to continue lifting north as well.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about areas farther to the north, including Tennessee, Ohio, and areas maybe in southern Indiana as well. This is a look at Tower Cam, live shot, Cookeville, Tennessee, 61 degrees, Scottsville, Kentucky, 59 degrees. So you get the sense, if you're in the region now, that, well, it's kind of cool, it's kind of stable, it's not really looking like severe weather. But things are going to change, I can promise you that, with that severe weather risk, even as far north as southern Ohio, increasing later on today and tonight. Yeah, overnight tonight. Let's look at our Torcon maps showing you the idea is coming into place, where we've got increasing values of this tornado condition index, obviously from north to south, but very substantial numbers in Kentucky and areas in the Ohio Valley as well. With the rain around and all the clouds, it is tempting to think that we're not going to get much now. And that is true for now. There's a lot of cloud out and rain, which is cooling things down at the surface and limiting the instability for now. If you look at actually the areas where the air mass is somewhat supportive of big thunderstorms, you have to go as far south as Tennessee and, of course, Alabama, Mississippi, and northern Georgia. But if you live in Louisville, if you live in Cincinnati, or everywhere in between, Bowling Green, Kentucky, there are going to be significant changes in the atmosphere later on. Instability will be pulled north by powerful low pressure that's only going to get stronger and move in during the afternoon and evening hours. Watch how this goes. Watch how those shades of orange and yellow move northward as you see more and more circles move northward. The circles are the area of low pressure that moves north and strengthens and moves in that direction. And as it does, the southerly flow out ahead of it brings that instability sufficient to support severe weather as far north as Indiana and Ohio, which is why we've got those Torcons out precisely for this region. So this is something to watch very carefully. Now, as I mentioned again, we have rain and thunderstorms now in some cases. That will probably, I guess, wind down a little bit, maybe move away, get a bit of a break, and then we start new development to watch very carefully. Tennessee, Kentucky, southern Indiana, some of these storms could be supercells. I would guarantee you that we will have tornado watches in this region later on this evening and tonight. So don't sleep on the weather that we've got now. It's going to get much more severe and intense later on in the afternoon and evening. Alex.
Yeah, absolutely, indeed. And you mentioned one of those spots there, Tennessee, Central Tennessee, Nashville, a location where, yeah, we've got a lot of gray skies. The rain has been around here for us for a good portion of this morning. But don't let that fool you. This is not a situation where this is going to be like this all day. We'll get a break in the activity, and we may even see some peaks of sunshine. Not out of the question before that next round really starts to work its way into our neck of the woods. So be mindful of that. Some of these storms could produce damaging wind, hail, and yes, tornadoes a big risk as well. We've got Torcon values here in Nashville reaching a 7. So yeah, not the highest we've got for the day, but a 7 is still very, very high. A dangerous day is ahead here for us when it comes to the stormy weather. All right, so here's what we've got timing it out here for us. Late morning, early afternoon. That's the ongoing wet weather that we're seeing now. There's the breaking the action, so no rain through the afternoon. That's that time where we may get a chance to see the sun break on through, heat us up a little bit more, add to the instability, and then those bigger storms start to erupt as we head to about the 4 or 5 o'clock hour, and that'll be with us for a few hours. It looks like by the time we get to about that, I'd say 8, 9 o'clock time frame, the last sort of gasp of rain and storms moves through, and we should quiet down heading into later tonight there. Lexington to Louisville, another location and another couple of spots that'll be dealing with storms. In fact, it's a bit on the wet side already this early part of the day, but there's the break in the activity. And then as we get in towards later this evening, we see that batch of storms coming on through. And again, some of those storms could be dangerous. We'll have to watch that. 11, 12 o'clock now, the main line moves on by. And that once we get behind that last line of storms, that's when we see things settling down. Moving across the lower Ohio Valley, Paducah, another location that'll be talking about that threat for tornadoes. Felicia, that value is in that 5 range.
Yeah, a lot of people need to be on alert today. Thanks, Alex. Well, coming up, parts of the South into Ohio Valley bracing for a severe weather outbreak today with all modes of hazards on the table. Strong-lived tornadoes, large hail, and destructive winds. More on this dangerous day ahead and how to make sure you know how to get your warnings. As severe storms threaten tonight, stay with the Weather Channel and download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alerts, forecasts, local radar, and live coverage. Let's head to Gordo, Alabama now, where we can see cloudy skies and rainy conditions.
Need a change of scenery? Kayak searches hundreds of travel sites for flights with no change fees, so you can book a great deal now and always change later. Kayak. Search one and done.
The Bissell Crosswave Cordless Max lets you vacuum and wash your floors at the same time. Dry messes, wet messes. It even freshens area rugs.
And when you buy Bissell, you help save homeless pets.
To learn more, go to BissellCrosswave.com.
Attention anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits, including free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free home prescription delivery, and free...
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong. The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it. It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Heavy rain pouring down over northern Alabama. New video into the Weather Channel showing off the storms rolling through Huntsville out ahead of today's severe threat. That heavy rain also triggering concerns of flash flooding. A torcon of 9 for Huntsville. Damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes all possible throughout the day. Meteorologist Mike Seidel is there on the ground. He'll be live beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern. So some very heavy rain ongoing out there, lightning, some strong storms as well. We've already had some severe thunderstorm warnings. So let's take a closer look at what is going on out there right now. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for the cities of Beverly Hills, Boynton, and Fort Oglethorpe there in northwestern Georgia. We've got wind gusts at 60 miles per hour. Possible. Very, very heavy rain, lots of lightning also associated with these. This is going to make travel dangerous. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in Hamilton County. until noon local time for those wind gusts 60 miles per hour or more. That is just outside of Chattanooga. It is such a messy ride on that 59 corridor, basically a wall of lightning stretching from Birmingham to Chattanooga at this point. And it doesn't stop there. It is going to be a stormy day across the south with that risk for the severe threat continuing to bubble up. We've got some storms bubbling up across southeastern portions of Louisiana at this point as well. Memphis, you're caught in the storms. Nashville, it's going to be a stormy day for you guys. So we do have these issues that we're already starting to see this morning. And the Alabama Governor Ivey, has issued a state of emergency for 28 counties due to the severe weather. So we are seeing this threat continuing to ramp up, Alex, and that is going to be the case. People have to stay vigilant today. When you're talking about torcons of any number, but especially of a 9, you've got to be prepared for tornadoes in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you said it earlier, any threat for tornadoes, ears and eyes need to perk up. You start talking those values that we're seeing today and really got to take it seriously and pay attention, no doubt about it. All right, well, let's get you to parts of Tennessee where we're finding some gray skies around. That includes Gatlinburg. Getting out now might be your best bet, even though they're starting to see a few showers coming down on the lens. Things will look a lot more rockier later today. The severe thunderstorm threat ramps up. Heavy rain, strong winds. In fact, we have a high wind warning and flash flood watch in effect until tomorrow. So, yeah, this is another zone where the weather situation is expected to go downhill. Now, rain is also one of the things that we'll be following. Some of those downpours getting a chance to add up. And it's been a pretty wet one for us across parts of the northern Gulf Coast. So you can see some of the rain over the last 7 days, last week or so. Southeastern Louisiana into Mississippi. Anywhere in that orange, that's at least 5 inches of rain. So it has really come down in bunches. And here over the last 24 hours, radar estimates showing some more steady rains there in southern Mississippi. And then you can see some of the other areas where we've seen some rain, maybe an inch or so in a few spots from Texas and working over towards the Mississippi River Valley. There's the white rain that we're seeing right now. A lot of stormy weather with the lightning flashes showing up northern parts of Alabama, getting into northwest Georgia now, where we now see a severe thunderstorm warning popping up just south of Chattanooga. Watch out for some of those damaging wind gusts. That's going to be the main risk with those storms now, along with, of course, lightning and some of those downpours. Watch for the flash flood risk. Likely, in fact, to see flash flooding through tomorrow morning. Anywhere you see that yellow from northern Alabama into far north Georgia, south portions of Tennessee, that's the likely zone for flash flooding. It's really a situation, if you see water on the roads, to please turn around and go another route. It's just not worth trying to go through it. Now, tomorrow, the severe risk certainly comes down from where it is today, but it's not going to be 0. So we still have the chance for some strong storms. Memphis, you're in there again, and then over into parts of the Carolinas, central portions of Georgia in there, and of course there will be rain to add up. A couple of inches, parts of Tennessee, Alabama, and into North Georgia. All right, more rain surging northbound. At least you've got a bit more on what we can expect there.
That's right, Alex. Not just rainy across the south, but rainy and windy on the northern side of the system. Take a live look at Cleveland and D.C., both cities in for a windy end to the week. Cleveland, you have a high wind warning going into effect at 11 a.m. local time with winds gusting up to 60 miles an hour. D.C., your wind threat won't start cranking until Friday. Gusts as high as 40 miles per hour there. So the rain and wind going to continue to lift in around this low pressure system, pulling all of that moisture up from the Gulf of Mexico, wrapping around and associated with this warm front lifting north as well. We're going to have that rain chance, that storm chance, and plenty of moisture to work with. But also around the center of low pressure, very gusty winds, particularly near that center of low pressure. But even as you get closer to the coast, the winds are going to pick up. So right now, the cloud cover is already building in. The rain shield will continue lifting north across the Ohio Valley, across portions of the central and northern Appalachians as well, filling in overnight tonight for places like New York City and into Boston throughout the day on Friday. It's going to be blustery. It's going to be gusty and windy. We could see 1 to 2 inches from St. Louis stretching up through Detroit, generally about up to an inch though. But with the ground becoming pretty saturated with these rounds of rain, we could see some power outages as well, especially along that 70 corridor, Indianapolis to Columbus. Some of those high-profile vehicles could have some issues with these gusty winds. Look at some of those gusts, upwards of 60 miles per hour. We've got more on this in the severe threat coming up.
Start with all.
The South bracing for another significant severe weather outbreak, the second in just over a week. We have torcons of 9 in parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. And remember, the greater the number, the greater the threat. The Storm Prediction Center not mincing words, saying a tornado outbreak is expected. Well, 29 past the hour. This is the second high-risk tornado threat we've had in over a week. Our last outbreak saw 4 dozen tornadoes spin up across the south. So we want to get straight over to storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel. This is a real threat, Dr. Postel. We've already had severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, flooding issues. It's going to be a really dangerous and messy day across the south.
And things are getting more dangerous by the minute. We have just gotten this alert from the Storm Prediction Center called a mesoscale discussion. In other words, a region that is outlined for particularly dangerous weather coming soon, where we think a tornado watch will be issued very shortly for ongoing storms. Now, this might seem early in the whole process, but the atmosphere is already supportive of dangerous weather, supercells with tornadoes right in this zone, in the vicinity of that warm front and in that free warm sector as well. And those storms over Alabama are going to be monitored very carefully. We've already seen a warning, tornado warning earlier with them that has since expired, but severe weather, likely a growing risk with that area of storms moving through parts of Alabama that will likely get into northwestern Georgia in a matter of a few hours. We've already seen a severe thunderstorm warning in northwest Georgia and southeastern Tennessee. And that is only one phase of this whole system, because if you look back to the west over parts of, let's say, Mississippi, southeastern Arkansas, and Louisiana, the sun is out. And this area of storms that's ongoing now that is going to be warned, or excuse me, a watch is going to be put out for those storms. We will see new storm development here and more tornado watches coming later on today. I guarantee you that, probably from Mississippi and areas farther to the north. Let me show you on the timing of this, and you can see that the models are all in agreement that renewed development will take place in Mississippi and again in Alabama after this initial burst moves through. Let's talk 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon in an environment that is nearly perfectly suited for discrete supercells and tornadoes. So we have to watch very carefully for the development of these storms in this environment, because they could produce long track and violent tornadoes through the evening and even into the overnight hours. And that tornado risk does go into northwest Georgia, northwestern suburbs of Atlanta. Make sure you have a way to get your warnings, let's say after dark or even after you go to bed, that you can be woken up and know where to go and have that plan enacted in the middle of the night, because we may see that kind of tornado risk here as well. Now, farther to the north, I don't want to diminish this risk, because it's cool and cloudy in parts of Tennessee and Kentucky and areas in the southern Ohio Valley now. But that is going to change. A very powerful area of low pressure. This is such a dynamic system that is going to be wrapping up and exploding in intensity over parts of the Ohio Valley, is going to bring that tornado risk northward in the evening hours and after dark, long after dark, overnight. We will see that tornado risk in Kentucky, parts of Indiana and southern Illinois and Ohio as well. So we have to watch, my goodness, all day and all night, Felicia. Don't dismiss the risk farther to the north, even though right now it seems relatively quiescent.
Yeah, still something that you don't want to have to deal with, so you got to keep an eye on it. Now, parts of the southeast are in the bullseye for dangerous and severe weather. Violent tornadoes could tear across parts of Mississippi and Alabama. Supercells are capable of triggering widespread damaging straight-line winds and large hail. So let's break it down, some of the city timing here. I want to start you off with our Torcon, where we have a Torcon of 9. Now, our Torcon is on a scale of 10, so when you're talking about a Torcon of 9 for cities like Tupelo, up into Muscle Shoals, even Corinth, you're in that, as well as Hamilton. You're talking about almost as high on that tornado condition index scale as you could get. Tornadoes are likely. So let's time it out for you. You'll get some waves of showery activity initially, some heavy rain through Hamilton as we head through the early afternoon. But watch what happens. We continue to see these rounds of storms lifting through the mid-afternoon as we continue to have that destabilization of the atmosphere. Hamilton, Muscle Shoals, you guys are really stuck in it for quite some time. And then we're still not even done as we head into 6, 7, 8 o'clock. You're going to have another few storms blasting through. So you want to have some way to get those alerts, because we're going to have several rounds of storms. For a place like Memphis into South Haven, over into Holly Springs, Jackson and Oxford, you guys have that Torcon of 7. Same thing in Chattanooga. We've got that Torcon of in Huntsville of a 9, and then 5 as you look closer to 75. So today is going to be one of those messy days, and we have live coverage all evening of that tornado threat. Up next when parts of Tennessee and Kentucky could see storms blasting through. Plus, Alabama could be in for more destructive weather after last week's tornado outbreak did this. We'll talk to officials about how they're preparing for today's danger.
Start with all the non-sports dads. Narrow it to the ones whose kids can catch almost everything, especially a cold.
Welcome back into Weather Center Live as we take you live now into Nashville, Tennessee, where we are under a torcon of 7 for the day. The severe threat going to ramp up and take shape here for us. Several school districts in central Tennessee going to be sending students home early today because of that risk for severe weather. And you look at that shot there. We've been socked in with the clouds and rain for most of this morning, but now we're getting a bit of a break. And we thought that would happen, a break in the rain, and you're seeing some blue skies and sun poking through. So that's just only going to help us out in terms of giving us a better chance for these stronger storms to develop as we destabilize the atmosphere even more. Sunshine, not our friend when it comes to severe weather before that really starts to get going. So there's the value of a 7 there. A good chunk of central Tennessee dealing with that. Well, again, watch for that break in the activity here as we put the radar into future mode. There's not going to be a whole lot of shower and thunderstorm activity over the next couple of hours. But then as we start to move towards the 4 or 5 o'clock time frame, now we're talking those big storms rumbling on by. And these are the storms they'll be capable of producing the damaging wind, the hail, and yes, there is that tornado risk as well, which is on the higher end of our scale. Finally, by the time we get to about 9 or 10 o'clock, we'll see our final line of storms push through, and then we can breathe a sigh of relief. Knoxville, another location that'll be in the rain and storms. In fact, we've been dealing with that for a good portion of the early part of this day. Continuing for the next few hours, maybe getting a bit of a break, but then we see by this evening more storms coming through. So we're in this. We're in the long haul of dealing with these big storms here in and across eastern parts of Tennessee. As we get into about the midnight hour, there's that final line of storms pushing through. And so overnight into Friday, now we're talking a much quieter time for you. We head westbound and check in on parts of western Kentucky, southern Illinois in there as well. Torcon values here. We've got the numbers in the 3 range as you get up to about the 64 quarter, but as you head south to Paducah, now you've got the Torcon value reaching a 5, and not too far south and east, the value reaches a 7. So these, again, are some significant values when it comes to the tornado risk. Heed the warnings. Know what you're going to do now before those warnings come out, because when the warnings come out, that's not time to be thinking about where to be going. You get flustered in that type of situation. So knowing and preparing now where you want to go is what you want to be doing. Basement if you have it. If not, lowest floor of a sturdy structure and away from those windows. So you'll see how this progresses here throughout the afternoon. We also get a bit of a break, but then 5, 6 o'clock, you start to see those storms bubbling up, and it's those storms, those are the ones that we're going to be most concerned with there. And another location, Louisville over towards Lexington, will be in the rain here for our afternoon as well. There's the break for a couple of hours before we see our big storms come in by about 7 or 8, and continuing here as we work our way through the 9 and 10 o'clock hour. There's the main sort of last final line of storms by about 11 or 12 o'clock. And then finally, we can see things settling down there. So I tell you, Felicia, there's a number of areas getting prepared for these storms, including there in the state of Alabama.
Yeah, Alex, thanks. And that's where cleanup is still ongoing a week after tornadoes and severe thunderstorms tore through Alabama. Now residents are on alert once again today. Governor Kay Ivey has issued a state of emergency for 28 counties due to the severe weather. We want to bring in the Director for Alabama Emergency Management, Brian Hastings. Brian, thanks so much for joining us this morning. I want to start with what advice you have for people still feeling the effects of last week's severe weather who are now preparing once again.
Well, thank you for having us and helping us get the message out today. And we appreciate Governor Ivey getting the message out to our citizens that today is going to be a very serious event and we need to prepare for this. For those folks that were hit last week, they need to maybe think about where their safe place is now that their homes have been damaged or their place where they're going to go has changed. The thing that we really want to emphasize today is that last week was a nighttime event, which is twice as deadly and comes with its own challenges with alerting people while they're sleeping. But today, people are out and about. So it's still very important and going to be very critical to have multiple ways to get alerts, have a plan, have an emergency kit, know where you are, know where your loved ones are, know where your shelter is when you get a warning, whether it's a T-storm warning or a tornado warning, and how you're going to get there. Because the other thing you need to be careful of in these storms is that your environment has changed. There are roads that are already closed and flooded. So you really need to think about where you are right now and where you're going to go and how much time you'll have to act to keep your family safe.
And Brian, we know some people prepared last week and maybe they missed out on the worst of the severe weather last week. So maybe they're not taking today's threat as seriously. What would you say to those people?
Well, I hope they are taking it seriously. And the forecast for today is a little bit different than last week. So we have a smaller area, but the threat for longer, more violent track tornadoes is greater. So for those people, I just want to remind them, in 2011, the storms that killed over 250 people only impacted about 2% of our landmass. And so that's the nature and the unusual just unpredictability of tornadoes, is that on any given day, if a tornado strikes, luck favors the prepared. So we're just asking people to, not be emotional about this or sensational, but just do those things that all Alabamians should do in preparing for a disaster.
Yeah, so much better to be prepared than to be scared. Brian, thanks so much for speaking with us this morning. Brian Hastings, Director of Alabama Emergency Management. Valuable information there as we head into what's going to be a dangerous day. Just 1 week after our first severe weather outbreak in the South, the threat returns today, where the highest risk for tornadoes, damaging wind, and hail is, and the simple thing you can turn on to keep your family safe. A dangerous day of severe weather expected across the South. Torcons as high as 9 issued for parts of Mississippi and Alabama. So you want to make sure you're prepared to get any and all weather alerts as they're issued. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow walks us through the steps of turning our mobile alerts on.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you're in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
Always. Go ahead, Felicia.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dr. Postel, not just the risk of possible severe weather, but likely severe weather today.
Right. Likely severe weather and all modes. Felicia, you mentioned that really accurately before. It's not just tornado threat. It's also the threat for big hail and damaging straight line winds from non-tornadic storms. Look, for example, at the risk of hail today, which is likely in this area to see hail 1 inch or greater with the strongest of all the storms. And that goes through the nighttime hours. So big hail, and that can do damage. We know that. Also, straight line winds can do damage as well from any non-tornadic storms that roll through the region. Very strong wind shears in place. And so all modes, as you mentioned, Felicia, are on display today, we think, with hail, damaging straight line wind potential, and of course the tornado threat. Right now we've got this developing area of low pressure. It is only going to get stronger with the daytime and nighttime hours tonight, moving northeastward. Now the fact that it's strengthening is really worrisome because it's going to organize the ingredients more effectively than otherwise. And we have some ongoing storms here in Alabama that bear monitoring because there will be a tornado watch issued for this part of Alabama because of those ongoing storms that are potentially dangerous. But behind them, sometimes we see the atmosphere become contaminated or corrupted and therefore unable to subsequently produce severe weather in the wake of these storms. That will not happen today. The atmosphere will recover if it is indeed not happening already, with clear skies, lots of instability over Mississippi as one of the places to watch for renewed development later on today with the potential for violent long-track tornadoes. Alex.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Well, some of this rain is really coming down here. Heavy rain causing problems in Alabama. Some new video here into the Weather Channel showing you some of the flooding around the town of Coleman. Between 3 and 5 inches of rain has fallen in the last 12 hours, and a flash flood warning that's in effect at this time. Officials warning that small streams and low-lying areas, they're likely to flood. Of course, remembering if you encounter a flooded road, you got to turn around and find another route. It's just not worth trying to go through it. In fact, some of the emergency management are reporting here that several roads on Sand Mountain are reportedly closed at this point. So yeah, these storms not just bringing us the lightning, and occasionally we're dealing with some of those severe warnings, but also with the heavy rain, the flash flood risk is there as well. You can see the area that's outlined in that green. That's where we have the flash flood warning until 12:15. Heading off towards the east of it now, this is in northwest portions of Georgia, the far northwest corner of Catoosa, Walker, as well as Whitfield counties. You've got a flash flood warning until 5:45. So several hours here. We're still seeing some pretty heavy rains moving right on through that general area. Now, over the last 24 hours, there's the rainfall amounts, and most of that has fallen here in the last few hours. 3+ inches there, right around Coleman. So that's why we're dealing with the flash flood issues there. We zoom out a bit more. We've seen some heavier rain over the last 24 hours in southeastern portions of Mississippi. Some rain there into Texas. And you can see the overall big scope of the rain shield and the opportunity for more flash flooding to take place for the rest of the day and into tomorrow morning. Across northern parts of Alabama, northern portions of Georgia into Tennessee, that's a likely zone to deal with the flash flooding. And as we get into tomorrow, we're not done with our storm threat. Now, the severe risk may come down a bit, but we still have a couple of areas, Felicia, where we have that risk for severe weather.
And Alex, all of this moves north. The rain and the wind, plenty of moisture swirling around this system. It's going to move across the mid-Atlantic and the northeast as we move through tomorrow, around especially the center of circulation of this low pressure system. Very gusty winds, but even close to the coast, we're talking about wind gusts as well. We've got the cloud cover already moving into places like Cincinnati and the rain shield knocking on your door. Dry in New York City today, but as we see this filling in from the south to the north, Pittsburgh, your rain will be moving in as we head through the evening. Overnight tonight, filling into NYC. Burlington getting in on that as we move through Friday as well. Not just the rain, though, but also some very gusty winds. We'll talk more about this coming up.
Tornado outbreak appears likely across parts of the southeast today, just a week after nearly 50 twisters roared across the region. Now today we've got torcons of 9. That means strong, long-track tornadoes are possible in parts of Mississippi, Alabama, up into Tennessee. And that threat extends into parts of the lower Ohio Valley. 31 million people under the threat for dangerous and potentially deadly weather today. Well, welcome into Weather Center Live. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace.
And I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs. We're getting storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel in the lab in just a few minutes. But now is the time to start thinking about your severe weather plan, because millions are going to have to act quickly today. Scary skies over Texas Wednesday. Now check this out. A possible tornado was spotted in the town of Hamilton, just outside of Waco. Yesterday's severe storms also brought heavy rain, gusty winds, and hail. Speaking of hail, Central Texas getting absolutely rocked yesterday. Hail the size of golf balls falling hard and fast in Mills County. The hail coming down in the middle of a tornado warning. Now, while the majority of Texas is out of the severe threat today, these same storms are moving into Mississippi and Alabama. Already had severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warning, flood warnings, all of that. So far today. So you want to plan accordingly around this weather that we're expecting. Some of the storm reports from yesterday, baseball size hail there in Junction, Texas. That is hail that will break your car window coming down. So you want to make sure if you're in one of the areas where we're expecting that large hail today, that you move the car inside the garage and away from any of those tree limbs, because you don't want to have to deal with that. Here's our system ejecting off northeast across the Mississippi Valley. This is going to be bringing us the messy weather from Missouri all the way through up into the mid-Atlantic. Right now, showers across Kentucky, but as you look farther south through Tennessee into Mississippi, Alabama, northwest Georgia, we've got a steady line of very strong storms, lots of lightning that just moved through Chattanooga. This is going to move through Huntsville and then once again impact Chattanooga with some of those heftier storms as well. We've already gotten some storm reports out of Watson here just north of Birmingham. A large pine tree down on some power lines, so the wires are down. The road is impassable there. We're going to be dealing with the possibility for some power outages as well. In Coleman, we've got water overflowing Interstate 65 at the 308 intersection, so we're starting to see some of those impacts from the flooding issues on top of the possibility for those winds and that tornado risk as well later on. That flash flood warning that you're seeing here for the cities of Beverly Hills, that is going to last for a little while longer. And then we've got that flash flood warning as well for places like Fort Payne, so you want to be very careful. We want to hone in on the bullseye for today's severe weather threat. Jackson, Mississippi, Huntsville, and Birmingham, Alabama, all under that extreme risk for severe weather. Right now, some rain and wind ahead of the severe threat, which is expected to fire up later today. According to the National Weather Service office in Huntsville, there hasn't been a high-risk day in northern Alabama since April 28th, 2014. And you know what, Dr. Postel, we throw out stats like that, but I think it's worth pointing out that, you know, whether it is a high-risk day or we're talking about a moderate risk day, all it takes is one tornado going through a populated area, people not being prepared, and you have a serious problem. And that's why we want everyone to be prepared where we have that severe risk.
Yeah, I mean, everywhere from the south to the Tennessee Valley and even into parts of the Ohio Valley. There's a very large area, Felicia, that's exactly right, that will be at risk for seeing severe weather today. This is essentially the surface analysis. You could wiggle those fronts around a little bit differently if you'd like. But the idea is that we've got some ongoing storms moving along that warm front into western Georgia. We got to watch those. As they continue to move on, I do believe they'll run away from some of the instability. But they may contain some gusty winds and some small hail, at least for now. And then there's another batch here in the warm sector that we've got to watch out very carefully, because we do believe the Storm Prediction Center, as they said, will be issuing a tornado watch, likely 95% chance of that happening for the development that's ongoing now. But there's going to be more development even back here over Mississippi. You can kind of see that already beginning to take place in southern Mississippi, where the air is very unstable and overall the risk is only growing. This is what's coming into North Georgia. Again, watch out for maybe some gusty winds and some hail. We'll monitor these very carefully, because while the instability is not particularly high, the wind shear is exceptional, even in Georgia now, to produce at least some kind of rotation in the updraft. So we'll be watching that in case anything changes. Overall, we've got a very busy day. The skies are clearing out across parts of Mississippi. That's not a good sign. The atmosphere is recovering and has recovered, or even unaffected by what's going on in Alabama. So what's going on now isn't going to contaminate the potential for later on development, and that will be quite significant. The instability is growing and expanding in that region. It's going this way and it's going that way. And so we have to watch not only where it's unstable now, but where that instability will go. And I'll talk about that in a few minutes, meaning areas in the Tennessee and Ohio valleys tonight. But look at these winds. This is the Storm Prediction Center came out with their discussion, and they were talking about this being sort of a setup where we're in the high regime of parameter space, meaning if you went through the checkbox of all the severe weather ingredients, they would pretty much all be on the very high end of the scale. Let's talk about one of those, the surface winds. The surface winds across the region are out of the south and southeast for the most part. Some movement, some way or another in various places. But just off the deck, and not very far off, at a few thousand feet up, the winds aloft radically change in speed and direction and go to the southwest like that. And if you were to sort of carve out or draw out individually with a sort of more continuous space here, what that looks like, you carve out these loops. These are looping photographs. That's exactly the kind of wind shear that is supportive of discrete supercells and tornadoes. Oftentimes you can have wind moving in direction with height, and you're not really preferring supercells. Today is not the case. We are preferring supercells with the potential for violent and long-track tornadoes, Mississippi, Alabama being many of those locations. So right now, Tupelo, Mississippi, which is squarely in the Torcon of 9 today, that's where we find meteorologist Tevin Wooten. And Tevin, I got to ask you, how seriously are the people taking today's severe threat in that area?
Well, Dr. Postel, if you consider where we are in northern portions of Mississippi and across the Delta here, they already take severe weather and tornadoes seriously. You couple that with what we saw last week, and now they have a heightened sense of alert here across portions of Tupelo all the way into Huntsville, Alabama. I've been seeing people and speaking with many of the residents here, or even some that are traveling through. For those that are traveling through, they're now trying to get out of harm's way. But for those that live here, They've cleaned out those shelters. They prepared those go bags just in case they had to get to a safer place or to a community shelter as well. So it is very much top of mind for a lot of the people here because we do have a major severe weather outbreak and a tornado outbreak on the table today and in the deck of cards. As for the Torcon today across northern Mississippi, we are at a 9 from Tupelo all the way to Red Bay, Muscle Shoals in Alabama, and along portions of I-22. What does that mean? That means a dangerous day of weather is ahead. Not everyone in this Torcon of a 9 will see a tornado, but for those that do, these could be long tracked, meaning on the ground for about 25 miles, if not longer than that, and also violent. So with winds over 166 miles per hour. This is a scenario where if you have a safe place, you need to be within steps of that safe place. When perhaps may you need to head there? I would say over the next 2 to 3 hours in time, we'll notice the atmosphere starting to moisten up a bit more, which has already really been ongoing throughout the course of the morning here. We've had dew points between 60 degrees. Now they're at 64. Earlier today, our temperatures were at 64 degrees. Now they're at about 70 degrees. We're forecasting highs near 76. So that will add instability into the equation. So everything starts to align here. And as Dr. Postel just mentioned, the upper echelon for severe weather events potentially panning out today. You can see when some of those cells do start to pop, those individual storms. And it's a discrete line of storms that you really have to be careful for. The ones that get ahead of the main line, they'll likely take on the most rotation and contain the most energy. As for you, let's see, portions of northern Alabama, again, Hamilton all the way down to Armory, Mississippi, and along Highway 278. We're still looking at this onslaught till about 5 o'clock. Now, the good news is once this passes, that's the end of the story for us, at least in terms of the active weather, unlike what we saw earlier this morning where we had several rounds of rain moving through just before 7 a.m. As for the Torcon in western portions of Tennessee here, northwestern Mississippi and northeastern Arkansas, right along the Arkansas-Mississippi state line, we do have a Torcon of a 7. So less than just a little bit, but you are still in a Torcon of a 7. This is on a 10-point scale. So your threat has not been removed. It's just in a different category, if you will. But if someone told you, you had a 70% chance at winning the lottery, you'd probably play it right. Well, this in the lottery we want to play with. We don't want to leave anything to chance, Felicia. So if you do have a safe place, be prepared to get there immediately, especially in the early afternoon hours. Felicia.
Thanks, Evan. And of course, where you are there in Tupelo, as you mentioned, one of the highest levels of the risk. But we can't ignore the places that, say, have a Torcon of 5 either, because that's still bringing us a possibility of dangerous weather. This is Vicksburg, Mississippi. You guys have, in addition to the risk for strong tornadoes, also that possibility of storms capable of producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and large hail. Today's COVID-19 vaccine appointments at the drive-through location in Warren County have been rescheduled due to the threat of severe weather. So let's break it down for you. Let's take a look at some of those Torcon numbers and time it out, because, there will be a lot of focus on those areas that have Torcons of 7 and 9 today, but you cannot ignore the areas like, say, Alexandria, Louisiana, Macomb, Mississippi, where we have that Torcon of 3, Vicksburg, where we have that Torcon of 5, because there is still that possibility of tornadoes. So Alexandria, through lunchtime, we've got that line of showers and storms kind of moving through. We see some of those stronger storms along that I-20 corridor as you look north toward Vicksburg. We're not going to count Baton Rouge out for the possibility of some strong storms either. Now, the good news is for a place like Alexandria, after that first run, you're pretty much done. But for a place like Vicksburg down into Maggie, Jackson up to Yazoo City, you can see we're starting to see those Torcons, those numbers getting progressively higher. That means your threat is getting progressively higher. So timing it out for you here as we move through your early afternoon, several rounds of rain and storms. So this isn't just going to be that one kind of defined line of storms moving through. Now, will we have some of that? Yes, we will. You can see that lining up along the 55 corridor. But this isn't the only time that we'll have those storms blasting through eastward along that I-20 corridor. You're still going to have that chance for different pockets of rain and storms to bubble up as we head through the evening. Now, in terms of the Torcons, as you look toward Montgomery, we've got a Torcon of 3, but as you look farther northwest, Selma, Prattville, along that 65 corridor there, we've got Torcons of 5 through tonight. A Torcon of 5 means that we are expecting tornadoes. Tornado watches are likely, and some strong tornadoes are possible. When we say strong tornadoes, we're talking about EF2, that enhanced Fujita scale, or higher possible. So you're going to have to monitor the forecast, make sure you have some way to get those alerts. And as Tevin was mentioning, you want to be close to the the area that you need to be in to get into your safe place if you're under that tornado warning. A quick timing for this on you here. Montgomery, you'll notice even as we head into the overnight, your severe risk is not over. So Dr. Postel, of course, a lot of talk about this storm chance across the south, but it doesn't just stop there. This system is going to continue lifting north.
Yes, it is. And that risk for all modes of severe weather, including tornadoes, Felicia, as you know, will also shift north through Tennessee, Kentucky, and parts of the Ohio Valley later on today and tonight. Right now, we're not there yet. The risk is not really palpable, but that will change. We've got plenty of rain and some relatively stable conditions across the region for now. But with time, the skies will clear out as they're trying to do here, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's getting much more unstable. We are going to see that instability flow northward with the developing storm system, especially during the evening, and believe it or not, overnight hours. We're going to get relatively unstable, certainly enough to support severe weather after dark. So this is where the instability lies, those areas in yellow. And for the most part, the biggest stuff where the capes are well over 1,000 joules per kilogram, that's a fancy word for lots of buoyancy for big updrafts and big storms. Most of that is in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of that is in Tennessee, and a little bit less the farther north you go. Well, that's going to change because as the developing storm system moves northward, that instability will get pulled north. Watch how we go over the next 12 hours from now into the evening and overnight hours. Look at the plume of orange and yellow moving northward. That is the instability that is being drawn northward by this area of low pressure that is strengthening. All those circles that are popping up, meaning the pressure of this thing is getting lower, it is getting more dynamic, and will bring that tornado threat precisely into this region over the Ohio Valley and parts of the northern Tennessee Valley. We have significantly high torcons throughout the region. So timing it out, the stuff we've got now will move out of the way, and new development of thunderstorms, and those storms could be severe with all modes potentially. That goes through Tennessee, Kentucky, also Indiana, and parts of southern Ohio. We are going to be dealing with this severe weather risk, Alex, not just during the afternoon and evening, but well into the overnight hours, especially farther north.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Postel. Busy day ahead, no doubt about it. And one of those spots we'll be watching closely, that is Nashville, Tennessee, where you can see some breakage in the cloud cover here, some sun trying to poke its way on through. So one of those zones we're going to watch very, very closely. The rain earlier, now a break in the action before the main batch of bigger and potentially more severe storms comes in later on today. And those will carry the risk for damaging winds, hail, and yes, tornadoes. Torcon Valley shear force in central Tennessee, right in that 7 range. There again, Nashville right in the middle of that. So not the highest value you have for the day, but certainly one of the highest, and a high enough value that you got to take these storms seriously. So for the next couple of hours, generally going to be on the drier side, but look what starts to take shape 4 or 5 o'clock. Now we're seeing those big storms coming through, some of those discrete supercell storms driving on by. Those are some of the most dangerous storms that we may have to face. And then continuing through the evening. Now, once we get to about 9 or 10 o'clock, now we're going to be talking about that last line of storms coming through, and then we'll quiet down. Louisville to Lexington, a couple of locations that'll be seeing the storms. Then we get a break for a couple of hours. Then by about dinner time, that's when we see the big storms rumbling on by. 9, 10 o'clock, the line of storms comes through. That's the line, the last line, and we see things quieting down there for, again, Louisville as well as Lexington. Heads up back off towards the west, western parts of Kentucky, also dealing and facing that threat for tornadoes.
Late.
It was just living in the moment of disbelief. We really were caught off guard.
We couldn't leave. We were stuck there.
There was going to be nothing we could do except try to make it through safely.
That is the most scared that I have felt in my life.
Oh my God! It's surreal. Holy!
Breaking right now, Alabama Governor Kay Ivey expanding the state of emergency to 46 counties due to the threat of severe weather. And this is the reason why we're already seeing severe storms in northern Alabama. New video showing off the flashes of lightning and hail bouncing off this backyard in Fort Payne. Guys, this is just the beginning of what's sure to be a dangerous day in the South. Especially if you have to be out and about, if you're one of those people who still have to commute to or from work, especially later this afternoon when you're getting out of work, we could have that risk for some of those stronger storms. Let's take a closer look at this. We are seeing the possibility of tornado watches being issued at any moment by the Storm Prediction Center in those red shaded areas. We've already had severe thunderstorms here just north of Birmingham. The severe thunderstorm warning for Center Point, Moody, and Trussville until 12:15 local time. Wind gusts of 60 miles per hour are possible. Flash flooding becoming a problem as well. Albertville, Fort Payne, Scottsboro until 1:30 local time there, as we've had rounds of rain and we're starting to see some flooding issues now to Beverly Hills, Boynton, and the Chattanooga Valley. You have that flash flood warning ongoing. We have a pretty hefty severe thunderstorm moving right now to the east. Cities like Piedmont, you need to be on alert for that. Could have some very gusty winds and some hail associated with that storm as well. And this is going to be the story as we move through the day. You can see lightning is not a severe element or a severe limit that you reach, but these storms are packing a punch with lightning as well. Very heavy rain. You do not want to be out and about in this, Alex. So it would be a good day, if you can, to plan around the weather, anything that you need to do.
Yeah, absolutely. No question about it. Really a long day ahead for a number of folks here across parts of the deep South. Let's focus in on this rain, though, because it's really got a chance to come down and add up in a number of locations. Here we are looking in from the fire department here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Already hard at work this afternoon. The firefighters, they were actually called out to rescue a driver who got stuck trying to cross a flooded roadway. Yeah, you heard me right. They tried to cross a flooded roadway and got stuck. Yeah, no surprise here for us again. This is why we say you can't drive through these waters. You just don't know how deep it is, and now you've got to get rescued, and that's exactly what happened here. This is after an inch or two falling here in just the last 6 hours. So, yeah, one of those reminders to please turn around, go another way. All right, let's take a look at the last 7 days because it has been pretty wet, particularly as you head down towards the Gulf Coast, parts of Louisiana, particularly the southeastern part of the state. In the orange areas, at least 5 inches of rainfall in those spots. Past 24 hours, we've seen the rain adding up in southern Mississippi, and then you see some of the other areas across parts of the Tennessee Valley back into Texas that have also seen some of that rain. There's that closer view on some of the rain across eastern parts of Tennessee. Chattanooga, we talked about that rescue taking place there. One batch of heavy rain has gone through. Another batch of heavy rain just to your west that's going to move on through. So that's just not going to help matters at all with these rounds of rain coming on through the area. A lot of lightning associated with some of these storms as well, along with a few warnings. All right, so there's the area that we're going to be watching closest for that threat for the flash flooding through tomorrow morning. And it's actually expanded a little bit more now across northern parts of Alabama into Georgia, just to the northwest of the city of Atlanta, southeast parts of Tennessee, you're in there as well. And as we head on into our Friday, the severe risk does come down a bit, but there is still a risk for severe storms tomorrow, including Memphis towards Tupelo again, and then over into parts of the Carolinas, central Georgia, a bit of Alabama, you're in there as well. Of course, there'll be some heavy rain north of Birmingham, 3 to 5 inches in that yellow striped zone. Now, Felicia, some of this rain and stormy weather is going to be pushing north. Wet conditions and windy weather on the way.
That's right. Rainy, windy, all of that on the northern side of the system. You're taking a live look at Cleveland and Washington, D.C., both cities in for a windy end to the week. Cleveland, you have a high wind warning going into effect at 11 a.m. local time with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. D.C., your wind threat won't start cranking up until Friday. Gusts as high as 40 miles per hour. So let's break it down for you. What is going on with this system? We've got a low pressure system, and the associated frontal boundary is going to continue lifting off northeast. The circulation around this between the Gulf and the Atlantic, that is going to pull in plenty of moisture around this system. And because we've got a pretty nice system setting itself up, we are going to have very gusty winds as well. So the cloud cover already building in across the Ohio Valley, across the mid-Atlantic, and the rain will follow suit. It's going to continue lifting northward. We're going to see that coming into places like Charleston and Pittsburgh as we head into this evening, overnight tonight. Detroit, Buffalo, NYC getting in on that. And then through Friday, the Northeast is dealing with that rainy, windy weather as well. And it is going to be gusty at times. Generally, we're looking at about up to an inch of rain, but 1 to 2 inches of rain possible from Detroit back into St. Louis. And then we're going to throw in the wind as well. We've got a high wind warning from Cleveland down through Columbus. Take I-70 to Indianapolis, and you're talking about the possibility of those high profile vehicles having some issues. Wind advisory in place for Lexington as well. We're talking about this evening through tomorrow, the possibility for wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour. We'll talk more about this and that severe weather risk. It's coming up.
Start with all the non-sports.
Think of a place to picture it in the mind and not to picture its weather. Seattle, Washington. London, England. Los Angeles, California. See what I mean? Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. We were just issued a tornado watch, a PDS, or particularly dangerous situation that includes the possibility of long track and violent tornadoes. That does include parts of Mississippi, lots of Alabama, and even parts of northern Georgia, including the northwestern suburbs of Atlanta. That goes until 8 o'clock. Anywhere in that zone, be on the lookout for rapidly changing weather conditions today, with severe weather moving through, with the possibility, if not indeed likelihood, of some tornadoes with the strongest of all the storms that move through. We've got to be very careful. That does include Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, Birmingham, Huntsville, every small town in between, Tupelo, Mississippi, including areas not far from Atlanta on the northwestern side. One of the reasons why we've got that tornado watch issued is because of what's ongoing now that is actually particularly concerning to me, where we are watching some severe weather now evolve over parts of Alabama and move into Georgia. I do believe these severe thunderstorms will continue eastward and move on the northern suburbs of Atlanta, Georgia within the next hour or so. So be on the lookout for the severe thunderstorm warnings to continue and maybe even be replaced by a tornado warning. We have to watch out carefully. Also, new development is now beginning to take place over Mississippi and Alabama, which is one of the reasons why that tornado watch was issued. The skies are clearing, the instability is growing, and the ingredients are very favorable for supercells with tornadoes. Let me show you, just generally speaking, the timing of it all. We'll be dealing with that severe weather risk in North Georgia early this afternoon. Then it will likely the storms will likely lift off to the north as that new batch develops out to the west over Mississippi and Alabama and Tennessee. Then that also moves into perhaps the northern parts of Georgia and nearby areas of Tennessee as well. And then more storms up here as the powerful parent cyclone, the big area of low pressure, is strengthening very quickly and moving into the Ohio Valley. That will also carry the ingredients for those severe weather conditions to move into Kentucky and parts of southern Indiana and Ohio. I'll show you that in a little bit, but the idea is that we're going to be dealing with severe weather for many hours yet to come, and some areas will receive multiple rounds of severe weather as well. We want to check back in with meteorologist Tevin Wooten, who is live in Tupelo, Mississippi. And Tevin, what are you doing to stay safe during today's severe weather threat?
Dr. Postel, that's a very good question. First of all, and of the utmost importance, we have safety top of mind. So my crew is safe. I am safe. We have a shelter ready to go should we need it. I've also got my helmet. I've got several ways to get alerts, as should you. You should be feet or steps away from your shelter, because once these warnings are issued, you will not have much time to get there. Let's go over the forecast. We do know there is a TORCON of a 9 today for places like Huntsville, Alabama, and in Rocket City, USA. Keep in mind, with this TORCON of a 9, this is where we start to see that potential for life-threatening weather and dangerously severe storms to come through. What does that mean? Violent long-track tornadoes. Violent being tornadoes with perhaps winds exceeding 160 miles per hour. Long-lived or long-track tornadoes with those storms perhaps being on the ground for 25 miles or longer in terms of its footprint and coverage. So this is a very rare day. I know that we had a high risk last week, but this is a high risk of a different breed, if you will. The particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that the National Weather Service just issued does cover portions of northern Alabama. The Storm Prediction Center just issued it does cover portions of northern Alabama, eastern portions of Mississippi, southern Tennessee, and North Georgia. Keep in mind, this is only about, the PDS watches only account for about 3% of the watches issued by the Storm Prediction Center. You're seeing some of the timing as these storms roll through. This will be an evening event for a lot of us. This is not something that I think if you're in northern Alabama or northern Mississippi you're seeing right now, or at least in northern Mississippi. Now, northern Alabama, we had some of that convection come through. How does the atmosphere recover after that first wave of storms move through? I think that's a very important question, and that is a key component to this forecast, because periodically here, even though we've already seen lightning and thunderstorms earlier this morning, we've also had breaks in some of the precip. Yes, we've had overcast skies, but those have broken up periodically as well. So what we start to see now is perhaps sunshine coming through. You feel that heat beaming in. You don't want that on a day like today. That's going to add more instability into an already dangerous situation, potentially making it even worse for a lot of us. It's not just here in northern Mississippi, also portions of northeastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, from Memphis down to Brookhaven. You've got a TORCON today between a 5 and a 7. Along portions of I-55. So, of course, we here at the Weather Channel, we have this covered for you. Make us your #1 source for this breaking news across the South. We'll be right back.
Breaking now, we have another tornado warning that we want to get to. A very active radar right now. We've had several strong storms. Taking a look at this tornado warning in west central Alabama. This is for central Greene County and northern Hale County. Until 12:30 local time, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Bologee. It's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. They're embedded within that very heavy rain. Tons of lightning associated in this area as well, right along that I-20 corridor. Terrible situation there along such a major interstate. We are picking up on some indication of rotation where you see that dark red meeting that bright green. Again, this is moving off to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is for northern Hale County and central Greene County and west central Alabama. That is until 12:30 local time. So please be careful if you're heading out. This is just the beginning. We also have a tornado watch that has been issued, and the Storm Prediction Center calling this a particularly dangerous situation. That specific type of watch issued for portions of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and Tennessee. That is until 8 p.m. Central Time. Cities included in that include Hattiesburg, Birmingham, Huntsville, Tupelo. With the particularly dangerous situation label, it's used for tornado watches that we could see or likely to see long-lived, so tornadoes that are on the ground for quite some time and are intense. We only see about 3% of this with we only see tornado watches becoming particularly dangerous situations about 3% of the time. So this is a rare situation, a dangerous situation, and we want you all to take this very seriously. Alex.
Absolutely, no question about it. And a spot that is just north of that current tornado watch, that is Nashville, Tennessee, where we're seeing the clouds try to build in here and there. It's been a wet morning. Now we're getting a bit of a break from the activity, but Yeah, don't let our guard down because you have a tour count of 7 for the day. Severe threat is in place. In fact, several school districts in central Tennessee are going to be sending students home early today because of the risk of the severe weather. So, yeah, break now, but things will be looking a lot stormier as we head on through our afternoon. Let's time it out here for you. There's the tour count value reaching a 7 here. And again, that encompasses a good chunk of central Tennessee. You'll notice as we put the radar into future mode, not a whole lot of activity here for the next couple of hours, but then things start to erupt coming in from the south. So where those tornado watches are in place now, those storms first start to get going, and then they start to move off towards the north and east. So Nashville, by about 4 or 5 o'clock, we'll have to contend with those storms. Damaging wind threat will be in place, large hail threat. Bring those cars inside the garages, the carports to protect them. And yes, there will be the risk for tornadoes as well. It looks like by the time we get to about 9 or 10 o'clock or so, the last line of storms, that pushes through, and once that happens, we should be looking much, much quieter. Knoxville, there in eastern Tennessee, another location facing some of the rain, steady range here for this first part of the day. A little bit of a break, and then later this evening, that's when we think the bigger storms start to move through, and we'll be watching those very closely here until we get to about 1 or 2 o'clock. That last line pushes on through, and now we clear out heading into our Friday morning. Moving off into Kentucky, at least the western part of the state here, Paducah, back up towards even southern portions of Indiana, and getting into Illinois. We've got some of those values as far as the tour counts are concerned in the 5 range. So not the highest values you can get, but also not zeros. Certainly a significant threat for tornadoes here as well. We'll watch you closely as we work our way through our afternoon. You'll see how this progresses now. A couple of hours of mostly quiet weather. But as we start to press towards that rush hour, now we're seeing more storms developing and pushing on through the region. And again, that's going to be the dangerous time, right around rush hour to dinner time, the worst of the storms impacting you there. Louisville to Lexington, ongoing rain here for us. We'll see a bit of a break. Once we get in towards our evening, though, here come some of those nastier storms, and that'll be with us through about 9 or 10 o'clock. Finally, by about 11, the main and last line pushes through, and we should settle down there. So just a number of locations facing that threat, including into northern parts of Mississippi. Let's get you back down to Tupelo, where we find our very own meteorologist, Tevin Root.
Yeah, Alex, we are under that high risk and also that particularly dangerous tornado watch for the day today. So one key of getting through the afternoon and the evening is going to be to have your cell phone alerts turned on. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow shares more.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
Speaking of dangerous weather, we have a tornado warning ongoing right now across west central Alabama, right along that I-20 corridor. That tornado warning in effect for Greene and Hale counties, cities of Akron, as well as Moundville. You guys have a radar indicated tornado warning ongoing, and we are showing some very strong rotation along that Highway 11. We'll have more on this after the break.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. We've got a tornado watch that has recently been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. That goes until 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. And this is a particularly dangerous situation. It's one of those tornado watches that's issued by the Storm Prediction Center when conditions are favorable for high-end tornadoes. So that may indeed be the case. We have to watch out for the possibility of violent and long-track tornadoes inside of this zone for the next several hours into the evening. And this is, I guarantee you, this is not going to be the only tornado watch that's issued by the Storm Prediction Center. There will be more. And of course, you're going to want to stay tuned for all the latest updates in the forecast of this very volatile and rapidly developing situation. We've got powerful low pressure that is strengthening now very quickly and on its way toward the north, about like that. And you might think, okay, well, that's moving away. Well, it's not really doing that. It's actually organizing everything very effectively in this zone, exactly where the Storm Prediction Center put out that tornado watch. And the frontal zone here in North Georgia has me a bit concerned because the longer it stays there, the more unstable North Georgia gets, and the possibility of some tornadic potential does exist there as well. But let's get right to a tornado warning that we've got issued now for parts of Alabama, just south of southwest of Tuscaloosa. This is for Greene and Hale counties, and this is a radar indicated circulation. You can see it spinning around with the reds and the greens kind of close together. We're looking aloft. There's definitely a circulation in there, and of course we will let you know if we get confirmation of a tornado in progress. But if you live in Akron, take shelter now, because this storm is moving at about 50 miles per hour toward the east-northeast and will be moving through, carrying with it, if nothing else, damaging straight-line winds and hail. Check this one out. This is a very large thunderstorm just north of Birmingham, Alabama, that looks like it's got a bit of a weak echo region in it, so there's probably some circulation aloft in it. Not right now at an immediate risk for producing a tornado, but it is a severe thunderstorm with high winds and hail likely, and it is in an environment where we could see this thing turn into a tornadic supercell. Here's another one. Same kind of thing in North Georgia on the north side of Atlanta. This is a storm that looks to me more like a hail and wind producer. As it moves rapidly eastward, we'll likely get into the Woodstock and Kennesaw region in the next half an hour or so, with the potential for some pretty strong winds and some small hail. But when you look at the big picture here overall, with the skies relatively clear out here, Alex, in Mississippi, and even behind the storms that we're dealing with now in Alabama and North Georgia, we have a long way to go, because the atmosphere will support tornadic storms in Mississippi and areas much farther to the north in Tennessee, Kentucky, and parts of the Ohio Valley this evening and tonight. Stay tuned.
Absolutely, Dr. Postel, an area to watch very closely. Of course, there's also the threat for the heavy rain, and we've seen that here, causing some problems here in Alabama. Here's some of the flooding around the town of Coleman. Between 3 and 5 inches of rain has fallen in the last 12 hours, and a flash flood warning that's in effect here at this time. Officials warning that small streams and low-lying areas, they're likely to flood. And you got to remember here, if you do encounter any kind of flooding on the road, you got to turn around, find another route to take. Already emergency management reporting some roads that are closed. Looks like Sand Mountain reported closed there, and other roads with water covering them. So turning around is what you want to be doing. There's that flash flood warning that goes until 12:15 local time. Again, the threat is considerable. We're still finding rain coming right on through that area, so we're not getting too much of a break. Over the last 24 hours, the rainfall getting up over 3 inches, and again, most of that falling here within the last couple of hours. We zoom out a bit more, and you see some of the other areas that have seen some of the rain. Tennessee Valley, back into parts of Texas. Dallas saw some rain earlier. Now we're watching that all progressing north and eastbound. So as we work through the rest of the day, yes, there's that severe risk, but watch for the flash flooding. Likely, in fact, to see flash flooding in that yellow zone, basically for northeast parts of Alabama, into Georgia, and a bit of Tennessee in there as well. And then anywhere in the green, the possibility exists, and that extends all the way up even into parts of the Great Lakes. Now, by tomorrow, we will be watching the threat for severe again. Now, the threat will be less than what we see for today, but it's not going to be a zero risk. So once again, watching northern Mississippi into Tennessee, a bit of Arkansas in there as well for the threat for severe storms, and then also into parts of the Carolinas, central Georgia, and a bit of even southeastern Alabama. Rainfall amounts through tomorrow, well, you can see where the heaviest is expected, just north of Alabama, or Birmingham, I should say, where you could be looking at 3 to 5 inches in that yellow area. Otherwise, a general 1 to 2 with some pockets of 2 to 3 that extends all the way up into eastern parts of Tennessee. There's that closer view just north of Birmingham up towards Coleman. We've already seen the heavy rain. And guess what, Felicia? We got more heavy rain on the way. And you've got more updates on some of these big storms.
Yeah, Alex, not just that rain issue, but also tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Let's get you to our latest tornado warning there, right just south of the I-20 corridor in Greene and Hale counties there in Alabama. Radar indicated rotation, but that rotation has remained looking fairly healthy. If you're in Akron right now, I want you to get to your safe area.
I saw them.
All right, this is just a taste of the severe storm zeroing in on the southeast today. Hard-hitting hail battered Myrtle Springs. That's just 55 miles east of Dallas and northeast Texas. And right now, parts of the south are bracing for a second severe weather outbreak in a week's time. We're talking not only hail, but damaging winds, very likely, and those could exceed 80 miles per hour, and strong and violent tornadoes also a large likelihood. Folks, this is a very serious tornado threat. A rare PDS tornado watch has been issued for parts of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and even Tennessee. The PDS stands for a particularly dangerous situation, and today we're seeing a torcon of 9. That's almost as high as it gets in cities like Huntsville, Alabama, as well as Tupelo, Mississippi. Julie.
We have a live team out there in the field for you, several of them in those areas at greatest risk, including meteorologist Tevin Wooten. He's in Tupelo, and we can't ignore parts of the north where that tornado risk pushes into places like Cincinnati, Ohio. But storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel gets us started now with a look at where the storms are happening right now.
Yeah, it's a volatile early afternoon start for many of us with lots of severe weather in progress. We actually have recently been issued a tornado watch for much of the southeast, including Mississippi, Alabama, yeah, and even the northern suburbs of Atlanta. They're in northwest Georgia. This is a particularly dangerous situation with the possibility of long-track tornadoes and violent ones at that. That watch goes until 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern Time, so we will be dealing with this threat for many hours yet to come. Overall, in the surface analysis, it's complicated with an area of low pressure that is rapidly developing and moving in that direction and only organizing the ingredients much more effectively as we go through the afternoon hour by hour. We've got a couple of warnings out here in the warm sector and near that warm front. Let's get to them. The tornado warning here across parts of Alabama. You can see that this storm is all by itself, and it's got that characteristic hook echo right in there. This is a Hale County warning. Includes cities of Akron. Take shelter now. This storm is moving east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. And looking in, it's got a relatively compact rotation in and around the Akron, Alabama area, moving northeastward and east-northeastward very quickly. So if you get that warning, take shelter immediately. Lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. There's another big storm to the northeast of that one. This is a severe thunderstorm warning just for a storm northeast of Birmingham, Alabama. This storm, severe thunderstorm warning, goes until 12:15 local time, Central Time, so about another 15 minutes. But again, this is a storm that has properties of rotation aloft, and it is in an environment that is very favorable for the production of tornadoes. So we'll be watching that one in case a tornado warning is issued for it. Moving to the northeast across parts of North Georgia, there is a severe thunderstorm warning that does include Bartow, Paulding, and Polk counties in northwestern Georgia. If you live in Woodstock, Marietta, Kennesaw, take shelter. A strong storm is about ready to move through with at least strong winds, perhaps in excess of 50 miles per hour, and some small hail. We'll be watching it in case this warning gets upgraded to a tornado warning. That does not appear likely. That's good news. But just in case, stay tuned. We'll have it all for you. Overall, in the bigger view across the southeast, there is a lot of clearing out here in parts of southern Tennessee, Mississippi, and northern Alabama, even behind the storms that are ongoing right now across parts of Alabama and northwestern Georgia. So just because an area of storms moves through doesn't mean we're done. We've got a long way to go. Renewed development will likely take place later on today as the instability is only growing larger and expanding northward in its coverage. That's the instability, the fuel for the big storms that are ongoing now and that will develop later on today. This is the other part of the story that is very concerning. When we talk about the properties of the atmosphere that are supportive of tornadoes, in particular today being on the high end of the scale, it is the wind shear. Let's show you that. The surface winds across much of the southeast are out of the south and southeast. So above that, not very far above the ground, the winds aloft are howling out of the southwest in a different direction and at a much greater speed. And if you connect the dots between these and carve it out on a piece of paper, you make loops in what are called these photographs. When you have the wind turning direction and increasing in speed in exactly this way, you are optimizing the tornado potential, which is why supercells and tornadoes are likely today across much of this region. The wind shear is on the high end of the scale. Talking about the sort of forecast with the future radar, you can see we are concerning ourselves with new development that's going to be taking place in Mississippi, northern Alabama, and northern Georgia and Tennessee as well through the mid-afternoon hours. We'll be tracking that. Any one of those storms could become severe with big hail, damaging straight-line winds, and tornadoes, even through the evening and nighttime hours across parts of North Georgia and eastern Tennessee. So just because you get one round now of storms doesn't mean it's over. As I mentioned earlier, we've got more development taking place likely later on today. Last set of graphics I want to show you. Areas farther to the north where it's fairly cool and stable now in parts of Kentucky, Tennessee, southern Indiana, and Ohio. Watch how this model suggests that big storms will be moving in this evening and potentially overnight. And some of these could be supercells and potentially carry with them that tornado threat. So just because right now it's not particularly threatening in this part of the country, in the Ohio Valley and Tennessee Valley, I do believe later on today we will see that risk for severe weather go up quickly, and that will include the tornado threat. So I do expect tornado watches later on this afternoon and evening in this zone. Right now, I want to check in with meteorologist Tevin Wooten, who's in Tupelo, Mississippi, right in the heart of the highest torcon we have today, a torcon of 9. Stay safe, Tevin.
Yeah, Dr. Postel, we are at the heart of the high risk, and just as you mentioned, that sunshine starting to filter back in and the clouds clearing out, I'm looking up right now and I am quite literally seeing blue sky exposed right now. I feel the sun beaming down. This is not something we want on a day like today. This is adding fuel to the already dangerous fire that's been ongoing with the first round of storms this morning. This is adding instability and more energy to a situation that it's already dangerous and will likely become a bit more severe and potentially even violent as we go throughout the day. Another ingredient that we have, it's the wind shear, the turning of winds with height, but also the acceleration or the speed of the winds with height and how that accelerates the higher up you get, because 10,000 feet in the atmosphere, well higher than where you and I live and work and play. The winds are right around 60 to 70 miles per hour this afternoon, but closer towards the ground, those winds are on the order of 18 to 20 miles per hour, perhaps some gusts at 25 here or there. So overall, the deviation or change is adding to the threat and the potential development of supercells as we go throughout the afternoon, and that will, of course, support the potential for not only dangerous tornadoes, but violent tornadoes. What does that mean? Well, with that torcon of a 9 today, seeing a violent and long-track tornado, violent means potentially winds on the order of 166 to 200 miles per hour. That's an EF4. You don't want to come across one of those, and if you do, you better be in a safe place and in a sturdy structure and in a shelter. What does long-tracked or long-lived mean, Julie? That is where we see the potential for winds, or excuse me, for tornadoes to be on the ground for about 25 miles, if not longer in duration. So this would be a dangerous day. And of course, just to show everyone how safe we are, I've got my helmet ready to go, and we're also steps away from our shelter. Should we need to get there, you need to be prepared as well. Julie.
Glad to hear that, Tevin. Yeah, stay very safe there. It's going to be a rough afternoon. That's Tevin Wooten for us. And the city of Memphis, you're under a torcon of 7 today. Joining us now, Robert Connect, the director of Memphis Public Works. Thanks so much for joining us.
This morning, which caused some localized flooding. We are also a little bit of a challenge because the Mississippi River is up at a higher elevation. It's not at a significant level, but it's enough where we have had to close some of our floodgate walls. So we're having to pump stormwater, rainwater from inside certain areas out into the river. So that's obviously a little more unique situation, and we obviously we're used to that, and we count for that as part of our normal operations. But that does, represent some somewhat unique operational requirements for us. Otherwise, we're closely monitoring weather. We have to respond to not only flooding, but down trees. So as you've spoken to, wind shear, high winds, potentially causing problems as well. So we're prepared and monitoring for that.
And just given the fact that you've had a lot of rainfall, flooding is going to be a factor, I'm afraid. So, again, talk about that challenge and just moving forward over the next couple of days even.
Yeah, with as much soil saturation as you mentioned earlier, or we talked about a second ago, there's not any opportunity for stormwater to, to percolate or to be absorbed in the ground. So it's all mostly going to run off. If we do see peaking, high levels of intense rainfall, then low-lying areas are at risk for flooding. So we have to monitor. We try to warn the public and make sure they're aware, because we don't want the public driving through any standing water. That's an obviously challenge, that you don't have the public aware. They're not paying attention, then they put themselves at a risk for having to be rescued, or even something more significant or more serious. So we want to make sure that they're they're monitoring, on the lookout for it. We've been affected by significant shear wind events in the past, with straight line winds. Not, tornadoes being another challenge, but pretty significant straight line winds have caused us problems in the past. So you're hoping that doesn't occur, and obviously we're looking to make sure we're staffing overtime after hours, because these things may proceed through the evening into the overnight. So you have to make sure you have staff available to work and respond.
Yeah, Robert, we want to talk just about the most important thing you want residents to know today. I mean, we could see multiple rounds. So I think, of course, one of the messages needs to be, don't let your guard down, even if you get in an initial severe storm.
Yes, and we commonly tell the citizens, you need to also secure your properties and be safe. We're in a southern area, a lot of outdoors equipment, so you need to secure your property against wind, high speed, high winds. Wind gusts are predicted to be above 25 miles an hour to 35, I think I've seen. So obviously that's a risk, and always be monitoring. Yeah, there's severe weather happens very quickly. This is something we all know, and we're under a high risk for even tornadoes or hail. You need to be prepared to respond quickly and take your family safety to the highest level, and be prepared to make sure you're moving to the appropriate area of your house or wherever you are to take appropriate steps to protect yourself.
Robert Connect, Memphis Public Works, thank you so much. Good information there. Now is the time to get that plan together. And we want to talk more now about timing, and for that we go over to Chris.
Hey, Julie, let's talk about it. First, we want to start with torcons of 9. What does that mean to you? We throw these numbers out, but you may not have an exact understanding of what that exactly means. Well, let's walk you through what a 9 on the torcon represents. It means an extremely dangerous day of severe weather. Numerous, not just a few isolated tornadoes, but we're talking numerous and powerful. Numerous, not just a few isolated tornadoes, but we're talking numerous and powerful tornadoes likely. Okay, huge wording right there. And some could be violent along with long tracked. So you need to adjust your plans to be safe. If you are in a mobile home, if you know people who are in mobile homes, I would just go ahead and find a different spot altogether, even before the warnings ever get issued for your location. It gives you plenty of time to prepare and get you out of harm's way, rather than having to, scramble last minute when time is really of the essence. These are fast-moving storms. Some of these storms here in northern Alabama, they're moving at over 70 to 80 miles per hour. So you have very little time to respond when you get those warnings issued. So again, that 9 on the torcon, that includes much of northern Alabama, parts of southern Tennessee. It's starting to edge in near Chattanooga. Chattanooga, your risk for tornadoes continues to creep upwards, and we're really concerned about Chattanooga, northern parts of Georgia from Dalton, say down to Rome, areas here around Mentone, Fort Payne, Huntsville, Decatur, Birmingham. You're also now included in that highest risk of 9, and we'll talk about your timing here shortly. I want to briefly show you what to expect. Again, heavy rounds of thunderstorms, and they'll come in numerous spurts. So we'll get several to push through now. Also, on top of all of this, these are training thunderstorms, kind of moving over the same areas time and time again, and that means flash flooding. And flash flooding is at an all-time high here in northern Alabama. So add that on top of the extreme risk for severe weather, and we've got ourselves a very dangerous day unfolding before our eyes. By tonight, all of this finally exits and pushes out. Birmingham, again, latest advancement, bringing that high risk now into the Birmingham metro area. You're looking at torcons now of 9. Large, violent tornadoes expected and likely. So please take note. Numerous rounds. We've already had a severe thunderstorm warning just to your north. We're tracking that tornado warning to the south of Tuscaloosa. And then there's that whole line that eventually pushes through later tonight and then into the wee morning hours, all of that subsiding. It's a little bit earlier, Julie, here for Memphis, and our torcons aren't quite as high, but either way, 5s and 7s are still nothing to write home about. And these threats for severe weather, they extend well to the north.
Yeah, it's not just a southern event here. We're looking at farther north, that threat extending in through the evening and even into the overnight hours. So we take a look at that situation. Still a 7 on the Torcon once we get into portions of southern Kentucky here. Louisville, you are 5 on our Torcon. And into the Ohio Valley we go with 3s and 2s. Any number on the Torcon means you have a chance of getting hit with a tornado. So we take a look here at our current radar right now. We are seeing some of that rain here, St. Louis over to Cincinnati, possibly down into portions of eastern Tennessee as well, but we haven't really seen the bulk of this yet. We'll time it out here with our future radar, starting things off this afternoon. Again, really messy, and as Chris mentioned, these storms are going to continue to kind of roll over the same areas. Supercell development very likely here, as this environment is just so conducive for that. This is 8 o'clock this evening. Indianapolis, you're going to get hit with some strong storms, as well as Cincinnati. Cleveland, eventually in the overnight hours, when a lot of you are not going to be as aware. So again, have that plan in place, get to your safe space, let your family know where they need to be going as well. We'll have more on the severe threat next.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful. There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it. It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. We have severe weather in progress now across parts of the southeast, including areas in Alabama and also nearby Georgia. Let's have a look at the big view just to give you some context of where we're talking about. Let's zoom in into central Alabama, where we have a very dangerous storm in progress here. You can see that's got that well-defined hook echo that's almost closed itself off. And there's a tornado warning, radar indicated tornado for Hale County that goes until 12:30 p.m. local time, so about another 10 minutes, but that warning has been extended farther to the east and includes places like Duncanville and West Blockton. If you live in those locations, definitely take shelter now. I do believe we have a tornado in progress moving through the region. I checked some of the other data. There is a bit of a drop off in the correlation coefficient, suggesting that there may be even some debris right now being shown up according to the radar. So as this storm continues to move east-northeast, if you live in Duncanville, Brent, or West Blockton, take shelter immediately. This storm is moving very fast and will likely be in some of these cities in a matter of minutes. So this is a rapidly developing situation in central Alabama, and this storm continues to race on eastward, very likely containing a tornado in progress. And areas nearby, last graphic I want to show you is that more thunderstorms are now developing in this very same region where the parameters are extremely suited to support supercells and tornadoes. So this storm northeast of Birmingham, Alabama, not warned for tornado, but big hail and strong damaging straight line winds. Heads up, we'll monitor all of these during the coming hours as a very volatile afternoon continues to unfold. Chris.
All right, Dr. Postel, we've also got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that are impacting us a little off towards the east. And not to rule out the threat for tornadoes later today, look at the ominous clouds that have started to roll in across Atlanta. Now, Atlanta proper, we're not under a severe thunderstorm warning, but the northern suburbs are. And this is a very gnarly storm. It means business. It has hail potential. And you can even see the camera even here being impacted by some of that outflow, strong wind energy. We also have strong southerly winds, which is fueling all of the instability and moisture kind of being pumped up right all across into the southeastern part of the country. So let's talk about this. Remember, we've got torcons here of 5s and 7s, especially here across northwest Georgia, even northern Georgia. I think our severe weather threat and our risk for tornadoes is really going up. We have to watch out, even in the mountains. Don't think the mountains are going to be your protection. Tornadoes can happen in the mountain locations, and they do sometimes, and we certainly have that potential today. Chattanooga, that includes you. So let's talk about this severe thunderstorm warning here just north of Atlanta. It does include northern parts of Cobb County. It's moving right into Woodstock and Roswell, Georgia as we speak. Alpharetta, you're getting clipped. And this is a fast-moving storm. Look at all the lightning that we have with this. So if you live in Bartow, really far parts of southeastern Bartow, northern Cobb, and then Paulding counties, this next storm, though, is pushing off towards the east. So heads up east of Georgia 400. So getting into, say, Johns Creek, and then here along parts of I-985 up towards Gainesville. It'll eventually make it there within the next 20 to 30 minutes. There's also been some hail parameters that are indicating there certainly could be some decent-sized hail with this, meaning destructive hail. So we don't have exact confirmation, but the potential radar estimation saying over 1 inch in diameter size. That can certainly cause damage to your car, to your roof. So if you have the potential, especially if you live here in Gainesville, Lawrenceville, you want to get inside, and if you have the potential to move your car in the garage or have some sort of covering over it, I would go ahead and do that, especially with this storm that's plowing right across the northern suburbs of Atlanta. Timing this whole line out. Now, notice the northern extent of this is not under severe thunderstorm warnings. However, it wouldn't surprise me if some of these were to go severe. So heads up in Dahlonega, you're likely going to see this within the next 10 minutes, maybe a little bit less. Clayton, Georgia, a lot of lightning, ominous skies there in northern part of the state. 1:37 arrival time. That's within the next 10-15 minutes. Eventually, all of this getting into parts of the upstate of South Carolina, including the Uinta and areas there along Interstate 85. So that's that whole line of storms. We're also tracking very heavy rainfall north of there, back up towards Chattanooga. Now, on top of all of the severe weather that we've been contending with, we also have some serious flash flooding. We know parts of I-65 were closed earlier near Coleman, Alabama, and we've got a lot more rain to come. And now we've got a brand new flash flood warning that includes all of Metro Chattanooga there in southern Tennessee. This is for Hamilton, Marion, and Sequatchie counties, including you in East Ridge, the Chattanooga metro area, and also Cleveland, Tennessee. So be mindful, especially in low-lying crossings. There's a lot of river basins and creek crossings here and areas that go under railroad tracks. You know, the usual spots that flood. If you come across a road that is flooded, please turn around. Don't drown. We can't emphasize that enough. This is a pretty extreme flash flood event that we're about to unfold. And then we're also monitoring a tornado warning ongoing here south of Tuscaloosa and south of I-20. Take shelter immediately there in Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties. The general track taking this close to Birmingham.
This program brought to you by Edward Jones, here to support you and navigate this together.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. A very dangerous situation continues to unfold across much of the South. We've got a particularly dangerous situation with the tornado watch that it does include the wording of some long track tornadoes and potentially violent tornadoes where that could be going on with much of the severe weather today through the evening hours. This tornado watch does include Mississippi, Alabama, parts of southern Tennessee, and areas in northwest Georgia along the northwestern suburbs of Atlanta. So severe weather, supercells with the possibility of tornadoes does extend through the afternoon into the evening hours in this very unstable atmosphere right in that zone. We've got a bunch of warnings to deal with. I'll go through some of these, and also a new area of thunderstorms in south central Mississippi that needs to be monitored very carefully because the ingredients are ripe for the development of supercells and tornadoes in the region. Now, we've got a tornado warning for Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties in Alabama. This storm has exhibited extremely strong rotation. It's almost certainly had a tornado with it, at least recently. It is moving east-northeast very quickly at about 50 miles per hour, and the threat for the tornado is considerable as it moves just to the south of Duncanville. And I'm going to move the circulation to give you an idea of where that actually is. And it's right about there where the reds and the greens meet up. That's where the strongest circulation at 3,000 feet in altitude is. We do believe that if there isn't a tornado now, it had one a few minutes ago and may well produce another one very soon as it moves eastward, which is why that tornado warning does include Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties. Again, this includes a considerable threat for the damage potential with any tornadoes that is associated with this storm. Alabaster, just to give you some reference, Birmingham, Alabama, keep an eye to the southwest. The storm is not going to fall apart as it moves to the northeast. It is only likely to strengthen and cycle through these regions of very favorable parameters. So let's go now through areas in eastern Alabama where we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, any one of these storms has the capability of producing a tornado, even the ones in North Georgia. Thankfully, those most recent two are not. But for example, Forsyth, Gwinnett, and Hall counties in North Georgia under a severe thunderstorm warning got some reports in and around the Woodstock area of pea-sized hail. So this is the kind of storm and threat we're dealing with, at least right now in North Georgia. Overall, in the satellite pictures, the air mass across parts of Mississippi, Alabama, even northward into parts of Tennessee is getting unstable. The sun is out, and we will be watching the development and movement of these storms eastward and northward through Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, into Tennessee and Kentucky throughout the evening hours. Right now, I'm going to send it over to Tevin Wooten in Tupelo, Mississippi, where I do hope you are taking care with the threat today because it is substantial.
Yeah, Dr. Postel, this is something that we've got to watch and monitor extremely closely. We're, of course, doing that here live on the ground for you as a part of the Weather Channel. But we want to go to Gary Woodall and bring him in. He's the warning coordinating meteorologist for the National Weather Service Memphis office. Gary, good afternoon to you. Can you sort of take us through some of the latest observations you're seeing right now and perhaps what's most concerning for you in terms of your area?
Yeah, sure, Tevin. Yeah, we of course are kind of in a lull right now between the morning storms and the main threat that we're looking at this afternoon. We're watching the conditions become more potent following those morning thunderstorms, and very closely now watching those storms that are down in central Mississippi. Those will be coming up across our counties of northeast Mississippi, including the Tupelo area, and those are the storms we're going to be watching very closely as they come into our area.
Let's get to the visible satellite. If you've looked at that, I'm sure you have over the last half an hour at the very least. Periodically, I'm looking up and I'm seeing it right now, some sunshine here. Can you talk about what that instability does, not only for us here in Tupelo, but perhaps a little bit closer towards the Memphis area? Maybe we should alert those folks a little bit more and around Memphis and Brookhaven or South Haven.
Yeah, normally, of course, warm sunshine is a welcome thing in the springtime, but not today, because that sun is going to heat up the lower levels of the atmosphere and really make for higher octane fuel for any storms that form to become strong, severe, and then bring all the hazards. And while we are looking at northeast Mississippi for the maybe the most volatile ingredients this afternoon, certainly anywhere across the Mid-South. Yes, back to the potential for damaging winds, very large hail as well.
Gary, I hate to cut you off. We're actually about to take a quick commercial break. We'll try to get back with you in just a bit. That's Gary Woodall with National Weather Service Memphis.
You know.
Welcome back to Weather Channel Live. We continue to cover the severe weather in progress across parts of the southeast with severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. This is the big picture to give you some context, but I'm going to zoom into a couple of areas. The first one right in there where that little red polygon indicates a tornado warned storm. Now, this storm earlier had a tornado with it, and it is still being warned for the possibility of containing a tornado. You can see that the tornado warning does include Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties in Alabama, moving very close to West Blockton and eventually probably close to Alabaster in the next half an hour or so. The earlier tornado warning was indeed confirmed with an observed tornado and we saw that very carefully on the radar. But thankfully, in the last few radar sweeps, the rotation has indeed weakened. That's good news. That doesn't mean it's not going to tighten up again, but it appears right now that the threat has lessened a little bit just in the last few minutes as the storm continues to move northeastward toward Woodstock, Alabama, and West Blockton, Alabama. But if you live in those locations, the tornado warning still is in place, meaning this storm could just be temporarily cycling through yet another spin up in the coming minutes. So take shelter regardless, lowest floor of a building if you can, with as many walls between you and the outside. Just to give you some larger context on where we're talking about, there's the storm. It's got a hook echo. It's a supercell. It's rotating. Thankfully, as I mentioned, the rotation has weakened a little bit for now, but areas south of Birmingham, all the way through Alabaster, heads up to your southwest. This storm will be moving through and will not fall apart and continue the danger with it. Julie.
Dr. Postel, our torcons are high today. In fact, about as high as you can get. We have a 9 for a place like Birmingham, which is where that storm he was talking about is headed for. But we've got a 7 for you in purple here. That does include Nashville. Memphis, you're in the thick of it, as well as Jackson and Montgomery, even Atlanta. So not out of the question we could get tornadoes, certainly northwestern Georgia, where we're already seeing a lot of activity. So we'll time this out for you here with our future radar. Again, we're looking at multiple rounds of storms coming in, and some of those cells are going to be meeting up with that daytime heating, which we were just talking about, so creating an even more unstable environment. The environment is just so prime for tornadoes with this particular setup. Watching it roll through, again, multiple rounds, not going to be over by the time it is dark once we get into a place like Atlanta, and then even farther north into the Ohio Valley, we'll be looking at that threat extending for you. Look at that, Louisville, you could get some pretty nasty storms, as well as Knoxville as well, really stretching all the way down to the Gulf Coast. So again, we are looking at an extremely dangerous situation. This is a look at the severe thunderstorm threat, certainly extreme for a place like Tupelo, where Tevin is, Birmingham, really anywhere in between. We've got Atlanta in the mix here, as well as Memphis and Nashville. Again, it's going to be a rough evening here, I'm afraid. We're looking at very strong winds, likely. Winds could reach hurricane force here in these areas, along with some very heavy downpours, so we're concerned about flash flooding, as well as hail, which we're already seeing some hail being reported this afternoon. Hail 1 inch or greater likely in purple here, any of the purple areas, which is really the entire area, but very likely in a place like Birmingham, Jackson, Memphis, Nashville. So again, if you have the vehicles out in the driveway, try to get those indoors right now, get everything out of harm's way so we don't have to be dealing with any damage here. But certainly through tonight, that danger does exist. A lot of Alabama here in the thick of it, as well as Mississippi, Georgia.
The hail and dime-sized hail in Woodstock, Georgia. This was that severe thunderstorm warning that just plowed through the northern metro of Atlanta and put down, that's some decent hail for the south, okay? So that can certainly cause dent, especially if you're caught on, an interstate corridor. This passed right over I-75, also I-575. It's now moving towards I-985. Fast-moving storm. And that forward speed, that momentum enhances the winds. So Roswell, you're in the thick of it right now. Johns Creek, this is getting in your neck of the woods, and then also getting into parts of Gwinnett County now, about to cross Interstate 985, kind of between Gainesville and they're near Lawrenceville. So a lot of activity here, especially over northern Georgia right now, and we've been monitoring everything happening here in Alabama. We showed you that hail, and you can see this whole path this storm across northern Georgia has made, crossing over I-75 near Ackworth and northern parts of Cobb County, southern Cherokee County, and now approaching northern Fulton County and Gwinnett County. So heads up here if you live in Lawrenceville or areas just north Gainesville, Georgia, and the southern end of Lake Lanier. Get inside. Certainly get off the water, get off your boat, and get off, the playground equipment, get inside to an interior room just so you can get out of the lightning and hail that's headed your way. We've also got a tornado warning. Now, this was confirmed earlier. Looks like as of the last few scans, doesn't look as impressive. So there's some encouraging news, but note this. We saw this last week with the same type of situation. These tornado warned storms, they'll spin up a tornado, they'll die up a little bit, and then they'll spin up more. And the concerning thing is there was that confirmed tornado near Phipps, south of Tuscaloosa. This dangerous storm is now moving in the general vicinity of Birmingham, likely within the next 20 to 35 minutes. So I would start planning now if you're in Birmingham while you are not under any warning. By 1:19 p.m. local time, we could have a dangerous storm overhead.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. Severe weather is in progress right now across parts of the South. Let's have a look at the overview to give you some context and perspective. For now, on the map, let's go down and zoom in on this tornado-warned storm with a characteristic hook echo. This is a long-lived supercell that had produced tornado about 20 minutes ago or a half an hour or so. Right now, there's tornado warning with the radar indicated rotation as of now. But again, earlier it had a tornado. It weakened a little bit. The rotation did. It very well may strengthen and tighten up once again in a few radar sweeps in just a few minutes' time. So if you live in, for example, Lakeview, Vance, or West Blockton, you might as well take shelter now. The storm is going to be moving through with that potential for tornadic development. And we'll be watching it very carefully. And even in the last few radar swipes here, we are seeing the rotation pick up again just to the west of West Blockton as this storm moves northeastward very quickly. And to give you some perspective on where it may be going, because it will not be falling apart, it's going to be moving likely south of Birmingham. So if you live in Alabaster or anywhere, say north or south by about 10 miles, take shelter now. This storm is moving your way and may indeed be carrying a tornado with it as it moves through. Something to watch very carefully. This storm is in an environment that is perfectly suited to produce tornadoes, and some of those could be quite strong. Let's have a look at areas now to the west over Mississippi. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now in place across Calhoun, Chickasaw, and Pontotoc counties in Mississippi. But this storm is all by itself and is moving northeastward toward Tupelo. So let's just say, Tupelo, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning now, but you probably will be in the next, say, 10 minutes to 20 minutes or so, as this storm also moves northeastward very quickly. So just because you're not in a warning now doesn't mean you're not going to be, and it is something worth considering. So the entire area of, let's say, northeastern Mississippi and parts of northern Alabama and Tennessee, we're going to be talking about that coming up at the top of the hour, the risk of tornadoes for areas farther to the north. Not just include areas in the south.
Yeah, it's eventually going to make its way into the Ohio Valley, too. So we take a look now at Birmingham, Alabama. You are in the path of that tornado-warned storm, so we're watching very carefully what's going to be taking place here for you in the city of Birmingham. Right now, dark skies there, but that storm is still off to your south and southwest, but headed your way. So we look at the timing here for you in Birmingham, and this is 1 o'clock local time, noticing several storm cells coming through the Birmingham area. Coleman, Gadsden, you're all going to be in it. I-20, that corridor is going to be really hard in terms of travel. And then look at 3 o'clock. Here comes the next round. And again, at any point, we could see tornadoes develop and drop out of these types of storm systems. Supercells developing here, moving through Birmingham, through maybe about 5 o'clock, and then another line. It's not over yet. This is 8 o'clock this evening coming in through. Look at this. Look at all the kinks in the line showing up here on our future radar, indicating very, very strong winds and the possibility of tornadoes, which could be long-lived and damaging and extremely dangerous, if not deadly. So moving through into the overnight hours, we finally get a break here in Birmingham and shut off the storm train for the evening, the rest of the night into the early morning. So again, a very high risk here for you in a place like Birmingham of a tornado. In fact, about as high as you can get, a 9 on our Torcon, 9 on a scale of 1 to 10. And even in and around Birmingham, we get a little bit farther here toward the Georgia border, we're still looking at a significant threat of a tornado developing in northwestern Georgia and even in some of the Atlanta suburbs.
All right, we're going to continue to follow the ongoing tornado warning in Alabama. We've only got one right now, but this is a very concerning and dangerous storm. So please take shelter immediately if you're in the warned areas. I want to give you a heads up in Birmingham, especially on the south side of the metro area. This dangerous storm is showing signs of intensifying, better rotation, and is moving in your vicinity. So while the warning hasn't yet been extended into Birmingham, I would start planning now to getting inside, getting off the roads, and getting into your safe place, getting the family cooped together. There we go. We just extended it. Birmingham, it looks like the south side of the metro area included. So the south side of Birmingham, you are now included in this tornado warning. This includes Jefferson and Shelby counties, Vestavia Hills, Hoover, Bessemer, areas there along Interstate 459. Please take shelter immediately. A dangerous storm with a tornado possible moving towards your location. We have continuing live coverage. Stay with the Weather Channel and download our app on your TV.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. A very volatile afternoon is in progress right now. We have a tornado watch out, a particularly dangerous situation, the kind in which that can produce violent tornadoes, long track tornadoes. And this tornado watch, where the conditions are favorable for exactly that, goes until 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. This is, again, one of those tornado watches that is on the higher end of the scale with a real concern for strong to violent tornadoes across a large portion of the Deep South. There's the sort of overall weather setup that we've got, and a strong area of low pressure is really organizing things in a hurry. And let's get right to it. We've got a tornado warning out now for a storm, a long-lived supercell now that we've been tracking for a while, that earlier, about an hour ago, produced a tornado. It does appear to be trying to do that yet again. So although it says, now it says observed. So we are dealing with a tornado warning for Bibb County, very close to West Brockton, characteristic hook echo, extremely strong rotation inside of that. And just to the north of West Brockton, I do believe there's either a tornado in progress or developing one. Take shelter immediately. If you live in Alabaster or Greenwood or anywhere in between, Calera, this storm is dangerous, very likely contains a tornado as it moves east-northeastward at about 50 miles per hour. So zooming in on some of those locations, heads up all along I-65 between Greenwood, Alabaster, and Calera. Take shelter now. This storm is going to continue on. It is not going to fall apart. It is in an environment that will support the tornadic development for a long time yet to come this afternoon. So right now, this warning includes Jefferson and Shelby, but heads up Talladega, heads up Anniston, because this storm is going to be moving in your direction. Even though there's no tornado warning yet, this storm will likely move on through those regions, carrying with it that exact risk. So let's now move a bit farther to the west in Mississippi. This storm is being warned possibly for 60-mile-per-hour winds and large hail. It is south of Tupelo, Mississippi, but it is moving in that direction. Do expect that warning to be extended to include Tupelo in the next 10 minutes or so, if not 20. And that will include the possibility of, again, damaging straight line winds and hail. And also watch out for the possibility of any one of these storms becoming tornadic, because exactly that, we are in that environment where the development of tornadoes is indeed possible all along this zone for at least the next several hours as the atmosphere continues to become even more suited for that kind of development. So showing you the future radar to give you an idea of essentially when, hour by hour, we might be dealing with these big storms. Watch out Mississippi, northern Alabama, southern Tennessee, and northern Georgia through the afternoon and evening hours. And again, everything continuing through the late evening hours and overnight, including parts of northwestern Georgia into the overnight time frame where tornadoes are indeed still a possibility. One last graphic I want to show you. We haven't gotten to this yet, but it's a threat for areas farther to the north in Tennessee and Kentucky, where I should say later on today, we'll see a substantial risk for severe weather, including all modes, damaging winds, hail, and even tornadoes. Tennessee, Kentucky, southern Ohio, and Indiana. With that, I'm going to check in with our meteorologist, Tevin Wooten, who is in Tupelo, Mississippi, where I do believe, Tevin, if you're not already, there will be a severe thunderstorm warning, I think, issued for you in the next 10 or 20 minutes.
Yeah, Dr. Postel, in due time. It was actually ironic, as you were mentioning that severe thunderstorm warning initially. I started to notice 2 hours south and west, the clouds did start to darken up, and that's quite the turn from where we were just about 30 minutes or so ago. We were seeing blue skies peek through here or there. That sunshine really came through, and that added a little bit more heat. So now we've got temperatures near 75 or 76 degrees. We started the day near 60 degrees. So as we start to see that heat ramp up, those dew points rise, that is that surge of the flow, that Gulf of Mexico moisture from the south. And that is one factor, one parameter in this very ginormous equation here as we track severe storms across portions of the south and east. What we're looking at now, that's the instability. And what is instability? That's a potential energy that once that cap starts to break, that is how much energy should be expunged. And notice how as that initial line of storms that moved through this morning, 6 o'clock to 7 a.m., that line pulled out and the instability built back in. So the atmosphere is starting to recover, and now we're getting ready for the second half, if you will, of this madness of March and this severe weather stint that we're likely to see today. So we do have a Torcon of a 9 across portions of northern Mississippi, and this is where we're forecasting dangerous, violent, long-lived tornadoes today. Violent being winds over EF4 strength, so 166 miles per hour or greater. In terms of long-lived, that being tornadoes on the ground for about 25 miles, if not greater than that. So these are all the sort of the benchmarks, if you will, or thresholds that we really use on a day like today. And this is not your run-of-the-mill severe weather threat. I don't want folks across the south that I know are tornado savvy to think, oh, I can go inside, it's just a brief spin up. There's nothing brief about this. There is nothing normal about this. This does not happen every day. So you not only need to be steps away from your shelter, you also need to have, if you got it, a helmet to put on once you get to that shelter. Chris, we are steps away from our shelter, and folks should be at home as well. Julie?
Yeah, it looks like Kevin, strong storms headed your way, too. So we'll keep tabs on what's going there in northeast Mississippi, and time it out, Julie, too. We want to start here, though, in Alabama. Again, a tornado warning for the Birmingham south side of the metro. That's something we're monitoring here very closely. So please take shelter immediately as you, are getting home, or maybe have round up the family and get them into your safe place, especially if you live in Vestavia Hills, areas around Hoover, Alabaster, the south side of the city. So 459 corridor, Bessemer, down to Alabaster, areas there along I-65. And heads up for travelers, too. Please be mindful. Let's talk about where we go from here. Remember, Birmingham, you're now included in that high risk. We've got a 9 on the Torcon. That's almost as high as it gets. This is extremely dangerous, and this is even more concerning than the outbreak that we had this time last week. So it just shows you the dangers that we have in place right now, and we've got a long road ahead. So bear with us. Stay safe and keep alert, and it may be numerous warnings issued for your same location, not just one. So be mindful of that. Let's walk you through. We know there's a tornado warned storm about to push into the south side of Birmingham. What happens after that as we get towards later this afternoon? Look at what the high resolution feature radar is showing us. Very heavy thunderstorms scattered about will continue to pummel many areas from central and northern Alabama up through Tennessee and Georgia. And then we get our line, and we're really concerned too as that front approaches what happens and sparks up along that line. That hasn't yet occurred. Done, and the severe potential really drops off completely, essentially, from that point forward. Northern Alabama, you're now under a 9. This includes southern Tennessee, really inching in close to Chattanooga. I think our severe weather risk and risk for tornadoes has gone up only today here for parts of Chattanooga and northern Georgia. So that's a concerning trend, and we're continuing to watch that out too. We've got breaking news right now. We want to get back to the radar and show you what's ongoing right now. There's a brand new tornado warning for Mississippi. All right, this is in addition to what we've been tracking there in central Alabama. This is for parts of Covington, Simpson, and Smith counties. If you live in Raleigh or Taylorsville, again, this is south of Interstate 20, please take shelter immediately. When we look at the velocities here, what you want to see are areas of very tight rotation. So we see that near Prentice, the community of Prentice. If there is a tornado, it's pretty much right on top of you right now. So please take shelter immediately here in Prentice, Mississippi, areas along the U.S. Highway 84 corridor. This is about to cross over the busy highway there and then move in the direction of U.S. Highway 49. So this is central Mississippi, east of Interstate 55 and south of Interstate 20. This is about southeast 50 miles or so southeast of Jackson, just to get your bearings straight. All right, let's put a track on this and time this out. Remember, this is a fast-moving tornado-warned storm. So even if you're not in the warning, expect that warning to be extended. Areas near Bay Springs, expected arrival around 1:54 p.m. Central Time. Montrose, a little after 2 o'clock Central Time. And by Newton, if the storm holds together, which I would expect these storms to hold together, Julie, especially given the nature and the characteristics and the high risk for torcon. So 2 tornado warnings right now, one including Birmingham, the other one there southeast of Jackson.
A lot of action already. All right, we take a live look now at Scottsville. That's in southern Kentucky, just about 50 miles or so northeast of Nashville. You are under a torcon of 7 today, expecting the heavy rain and winds gusting in excess of 30 miles an hour tonight. Look at that sky there. Boy, just really darkening up there in Kentucky. So the storm in general, the storm system is going to be moving to the northeast, and it's going to impact some people in the north as well, not just the south. While we have those high torcons in a place like Alabama, these are still significant torcons as we move in through Kentucky, even into Indiana and Ohio. We have a 3 on the torcon there in a place like Cincinnati. So again, that threat is going to be later, but it certainly exists. We're talking about damaging winds, hail, possibly even tornadoes coming into play in this part of the country. So we'll time this out for you with our future radar. A stormy afternoon setting up here. Indianapolis around 3 o'clock. You're getting some of it as well as Cincinnati, Louisville, Lexington. And you'll see the storms continue to just bubble up and move through as we get into the evening hours. This is 8 o'clock in the evening. Look at this line of storms here just approaching Louisville, Paducah. You'll get some of the storms rolling through St. Louis, Missouri, another place. So again, this is not just a southern storm system. It is going to impact many of you in not only the Mid-South, but the Ohio Valley into the Midwest as well. So by 5 a.m., we clear things out. The atmosphere settles down, and we're looking much better. But we take a look here at the high wind alerts, and they have high wind warnings issued here from Indianapolis to Columbus, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Akron. You're all under high wind warnings, or we could see winds in excess of 60 miles per hour coming in, and that's enough to cause damage even if we don't get a tornado, Chris.
Yeah, high winds alone, we see how destructive they can be, especially in areas that have been saturated. We know the Ohio River Valley, one of those spots. So high winds alone are a concern. Power outages expected, especially there from the Ohio River Valley south. All right, let's go back to the southeast where we are on guard for a very dangerous day ahead. We're already underway here in Birmingham, currently under a very serious tornado warning. We'll get to the details here shortly. I want to time out where we go from here. Of course, please take shelter if you're in the south side of Birmingham. We have an ongoing tornado warning there. No surprise, given our torcons up at a 9. You head south of Birmingham towards Montgomery, our torcons go down to about a 5, and then south from there, they really start to level off. So this is really a northern Alabama event, essentially, compared to what we saw last week. All right, so there's a look at the storms. Again, notice it's not perfect because that tornado warning storm is here. So essentially, the high-resolution future radar is showing you what may happen. It's not perfect, so don't think, okay, I live northeast of Birmingham along I-59, and at 2 o'clock I have a horrible storm. That's not exactly how it goes. It shows you what we're thinking as to what may happen. So this line may be here or it may be here at that time, but notice that this is all about to push through. We're going to have numerous rounds on top of what's already ongoing with that tornado warning right now in Birmingham, and then the line eventually coming through as we get into the late evening hours and before midnight tonight. After that pushes through, then our severe weather chances are done. Northern Alabama, Chattanooga, we're really concerned from Huntsville to Tullahoma, areas here around Rome, Georgia, Dalton, Georgia, I-75 in northwest Georgia. Heads up, please take these storms seriously and don't put yourself in a vulnerable situation. I know there's a lot of outdoor recreation and state parks. Remember, if you don't have service, you're not going to be able to get these warnings. You're also going to limit yourself from visibility. So please be mindful as to what's happening around you and keep tabs with these storms. It's one of those days, too, even though you may not be under a tornado warning, that will likely get extended very quickly. So I would just assume if you see a tornado warned storm moving in your general location, even if you're not included in that, I would start planning ahead and expecting that warning to be extended your way. And then Middle Tennessee, Nashville. This is a very significant threat for dangerous severe weather. Again, it hasn't yet occurred, but later this afternoon, storms are really going to get going here. We'll take you later on in time by about 4 or 5 local time. There's where storms start to roll in. There'll be numerous clusters rolling through Middle Tennessee and the Nashville metro, and then our storm front kind of working through from there. Several of these could spawn tornadoes, hail, large hail, and destructive damaging winds. I think especially Tennessee north, we could have a serious damaging wind threat with gusts potentially over 80 miles per hour. So let's head back into the lab now with storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel on the latest with the tornado warnings.
Yeah, we have a dangerous tornadic supercell rolling through parts of central Alabama, just south now of Birmingham. The tornado warning does include Bibb counties. The source is an observed tornado with a considerable amount of threat that does include areas in Alabaster or nearby Hoover as well. This tornadic storm is moving northeastward very quickly at about 50 miles per hour. So if you look downstream a little bit, if you're in Jefferson or Shelby counties, take shelter immediately, lowest floor of the building with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, this is an observed tornado just south of Birmingham, and you can see why this storm is a danger. We've got the circulation, a very strong circulation there west of Alabaster, continuing to move on toward the east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. If you live in Hoover, Leeds, Moody, or Pell City, take shelter immediately. This storm is moving through and will carry with it that risk of a tornado as well. So there it is, moving northeastward, that couplet between the reds and the greens, and it will be moving very likely, well, south of Hoover perhaps, but we'll be watching it very carefully as it moves through. If you live anywhere near Alabaster, you should enact your tornado plan immediately and seek shelter now. Overall, we're dealing with this storm that is not going to weaken or fall apart anytime soon. If you live in Talladega or Anniston, Georgia, or anywhere in between, this storm is likely to continue to move on. It is in an environment that is extremely favorable for tornadoes, of course, damaging straight line winds and large hail as well. There are lots of other storms to talk about. There's one just to the south of Tupelo. The severe thunderstorm warning continues for about another couple of minutes, but we'll be watching it to see if indeed it does get extended and include Tupelo, Mississippi in the coming minutes. This is going to be a very busy day with lots of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings yet to come. We'll be right back.
It was just living in the moment of disbelief.
Oh my God!
We really were caught off guard.
We couldn't leave. We were stuck stuck there.
There was going to be nothing we could do except try to make it through safely.
That is the most scared that I have felt in my life.
Oh my God! It's surreal. Holy!
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. Severe weather is in progress across parts of the South, including central Alabama, just south of Birmingham, where we have a tornado warning right now. Just to give you some context, there it is. There has been report of a tornado in progress, and we will zoom in and show you exactly what this looks like with the tornado warning on it. Jefferson and Shelby counties are being warned for a radar now indicated tornado, so it seems to be cycling through. We had confirmation of a tornado earlier, maybe a half hour ago, maybe 10 minutes ago, and then it sort of goes through these cycles where it weakens a little bit, then strengthens. Either way, this is a storm that is not going away and could produce a violent and long track tornado at any moment. So we'll be watching it very carefully just to the west of Alabaster. If you live in Alabaster, Hoover, or Vestavia Hills, take shelter immediately. This is a dangerous storm we've been tracking all along, and to me it looks like it's got a tornado with it, so we'll be watching it, of course, very carefully. There may indeed be a tornado in progress. If you live in Helena, Pelham, Deerhurst, or Indian Springs Village, again, this storm will be moving through. This is a very strong circulation, probable, if not certain, tornado with it, and we'll be watching it very carefully as it moves northeastward very quickly at about 50 miles per hour. Again, this storm is moving through Jefferson and Shelby counties, but I want to point out that it is not going to fall apart. This is a long-lived supercell in an environment that is going to support tornado development for many hours to come. So, for example, if you live in Talladega or Anniston or even Clay, anywhere in between, this storm is going to be moving through and may indeed have a tornado with it when it does. How about areas to the southwest and south central Mississippi? We have a tornado warning for Covington, Simpson, and Smith counties. This is a radar indicated tornado. No confirmation of one right now. But again, southern and central Mississippi are also places where the environment is highly suited for tornadoes. We've got those two tornado warnings. Others now, severe thunderstorm warnings showing up here in east central Mississippi. And some we may watch for more development in northwestern Georgia, near that warm front. A very dangerous place to watch with an environment like this. Overall, in the big view, we are dealing with a tornado watch that goes until 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern, and that does include much of Mississippi, Alabama, even southern Tennessee and northwestern Georgia. A particularly dangerous situation, one that can support significant tornadoes throughout the afternoon and overnight hours. I want to point out, Chris Brewer, before I send to you, there will be areas farther to the north this afternoon that will see that tornado threat increase in Tennessee, Kentucky, and areas in southern Ohio and Indiana. Be mindful of that. We'll cover that in just a little bit. Chris.
Thanks, Dr. Postel, for the update there. We got some brand new video into us here at the Weather Channel of nickel-sized hail hammering parts of Woodstock, Georgia. Kind of have to look closely. You see the mulch there just to the right of all of the concrete? You can see those little dots of white. That's the hail. All right, so a severe thunderstorm. This was about 35 minutes to an hour ago as that dangerous storm pushed through the north side of the Atlanta metro. Not just impacting us there in Woodstock, but also in Kennesaw, Georgia. Take a look at what drivers had to contend with. And again, you can hear it, right? And this doesn't even do it justice. If you've ever been in a hailstorm in your car, it is terrifying. This hail generally small enough, but again, you don't want to be driving, really don't want to be driving in this. I know it caught people by surprise, especially if you are on the interstate or maybe one of the busier highways and you can't really pull over. It's really tough to minimize that damage because as you're driving, the hail's impacting your windshield at an even higher rate than if it was just parked. All right, so let's get a look at that storm. That storm has weakened a little bit. However, it would not surprise me if this were to go severe again. Certainly some concerning signs now as it approaches that I-85 corridor. Again, this is likely more of a hail and damaging wind producer. We haven't seen any confirmation of any rotation, but we know the ingredients of the atmosphere here. We know what's at play. And we know what's at stake, but that storm has traveled across the north side of the metro and is approaching now Interstate 85 northeast of Atlanta. Also, some very intense thunderstorms right now. Nothing severe, but some of these could go severe very quickly and at any minute. So it wouldn't surprise me if we were to get some warnings out of here. This includes parts of Rabun County near Clayton in Georgia, moving into South Carolina now. Eventually, all of this is working into Greenville and that whole I-85 corridor. Let's talk about heavy rainfall because along with all of the extreme weather hazards that we've been contending with and will continue to see all day long, we've got flash flooding. And this is almost as high as it gets, almost as close as you can to guarantee flash flooding. That's what we're looking at here with these storms. Now, thankfully, we've had a little bit of a break, but look what's about to push back into Chattanooga. Remember, just because the rain's done, the flooding isn't going away immediately. So flash flood warnings are still up for Hamilton, Marion, and Sequatchie counties. That includes all of the Chattanooga metro area. You work your way into into Alabama, and here along I-59, numerous counties under flash flood warnings, including Cherokee and Etowah. And then we're watching several severe thunderstorms that have prompted warnings in Mississippi that could go tornadic.
Not everybody. Welcome back to Weather Center Live. A very active day. Tornado warnings in progress right now across parts of Alabama. Let's go to an area in central Alabama, just south of Birmingham. That red box tells us that there is indeed a tornadic storm in progress. And you can see that hook echo unmistakably showing that this storm has strong rotation. And in fact, we can tell you that it does have a tornado with it. That is indeed observed. This includes the counties of Jefferson and Shelby in central Alabama. If you live in Alabaster, take shelter immediately. Hoover, Vestavia Hills. In fact, it looks like it's moved a little bit north of Alabaster for now, but I'm going to zoom in and show you what this thing looks like because the very tight rotation here just to the north of Pelham is about ready to move through Indian Springs Village. If you can hear my voice, take shelter immediately. This is a likely tornado. We've seen this storm have a history of producing tornadoes. Indeed, if you go back and look at some of the reports, we've gotten reports of tornadoes confirmed by the debris signature on radar that is just south of and west of Alabaster, Alabama. Just for reference, there is Birmingham. So going back to that radar, let's say, for example, if you live in Indian Springs Village, do take shelter immediately. A tornado is moving your way. And if you live in these locations as far east as Inverness, also take shelter. This particular supercell thunderstorm is not going to fall apart anytime soon. It is in an environment that is highly suited to support tornadoes for many hours to come as it continues to move northeastward at about 40 to 50 miles per hour, which means if you live in Talladega or Anniston, or anywhere in between, think ahead a little bit. You may not be in a tornado warning now, but this storm, with its danger, will be moving eastward across east central Alabama in the coming hours. Also, we have a tornado warning out for parts of Mississippi. This includes Covington, Simpton, and Smith counties, southwest of Meridian. If you live in Meridian, this storm is probably coming your way and may include that severe weather threat as it does. I'm going to move this radar to show you that we just got in another tornado warning, which includes parts of extreme eastern Mississippi, just to the east of Macon, Mississippi, and into Alabama, including Pickens County, Alabama. So we are now in the part of the afternoon where tornado warnings are becoming more and more frequent. This is exactly where the Storm Prediction Center suggested this would happen. And let's go to a live look at Pelham, Alabama right now, where we are watching low clouds, and it's hard to detect what's going on, but this is very potentially what we are dealing with is a tornadic storm. So it's not clear what we're looking at right now, but definitely some heavy rain and some swiftly moving clouds through the region. And of course, we will get you lots of live coverage throughout the afternoon. But again, this is going to be a very, very busy day as exactly this location right in here, east central Mississippi, northern Alabama, and northern Georgia for the next few hours are at greatest risk for seeing the severe weather threat, including long track and violent tornadoes. With that, I'm going to send it over to Tevin in Tupelo, Mississippi, where the weather conditions, I think, over the next couple of hours will deteriorate. Tevin.
Yeah, Dr. Postel, we actually just got to the northern extent of a storm that's moving through right now. You were tracking this maybe 15 or 20 minutes or so ago. It was severely warned to our south and west. The National Weather Service offices out of Memphis have decided to, or has decided rather, to drop that severe thunderstorm warning. However, at any moment, I would watch out, especially if you're in Verona or Okolona, because there is some weak rotation embedded in this storm. So what we've got right now is just a plain old thunderstorm, not severely tagged yet, and certainly not tornado warned as well. But we know at any moment, a lot of these storms that come through, especially those lone storms or those renegade storms that get out ahead of the main line, can perhaps become tornado warned. And so we're watching that right now. I'm also seeing still some breaks in the clouds here or there despite the rain. So that lets me know we don't have the strongest of storms on the way, which earlier this morning, if you were up at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, or perhaps you were woken by some of the storms, those were certainly strong and not severely warned, but that was because we didn't have enough heat and instability. But because we've gone throughout the day and throughout the course of the day, we've seen the temperatures warm up to about 76 or 77 degrees here in northern Mississippi. That sort of created that environment, or at least recreated the environment that is prone to or conducive for tornadoes. We do have a Torcon of a 9. You can see that increasing instability as that first round of storms pulled out, but that first round is still causing some chaos right now, of course, in Alabaster, Hoover, and Pelham, Alabama as well. But it's that second round coming through. It's now moving through central portions of Mississippi. The National Weather Service Jackson just issued a tornado warning as well for portions of central Alabama. As we go throughout the course of the afternoon, now we're getting to the critical hours. You need to have a plan of action, a course of action ready to roll. It is too late to prepare. Now is the time where you need to be steps away from your shelter. And if you've got a helmet, use that. And we'll be right back here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. A very dangerous situation is unfolding right now in central Alabama, just south of Birmingham. Let's have a look at the picture and give you sort of context as to what's going on. We got a tornadic supercell, a big-time storm that is capable of producing a tornado, and in fact has confirmed as a tornado just to the south of Birmingham. This is a tornado warning with the observed large and extremely dangerous tornado with this catastrophic threat for the potential for widespread damage as this storm continues to race on off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. It's about 10 miles to the south of downtown Birmingham, moving east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. And if you look at the rotation inside of this, you can see why this storm indeed has a tornado on the ground, a large and violent tornado potentially in progress just to the east of Indian Springs Village, south of Lake Purdy. If you live there, or Chelsea, take shelter immediately. Lowest floor of a building, many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is a dangerous situation, and we're going to be watching it move east-northeastward over the next couple of hours, very likely. And that goes to the point that what we've got now is a tornado warning for Jefferson and Shelby counties. But what we may have in the next 20 minutes is new tornado warnings for areas to the east-northeast of that, which perhaps could include Talladega or Anniston, maybe even Clay, or areas anywhere in between. This is a tornado emergency with this particular tornado warning just south of Birmingham, with a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress. And we'll be following it and monitoring it very carefully over the next minutes to hours, because it will be with us for a while yet to come. West of there, in west central Alabama, in Pickens County, we've got another tornado warning. This is a radar-indicated tornado moving northeast once again at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. All of this is happening exactly where it was supposed to. In fact, right in here in east central Mississippi and central Alabama, this is the area that is right now most at risk for seeing severe weather, including tornadoes, and some of those could be particularly strong, if not indeed violent. All of this area is under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock Central Time tonight. And what I'm going to do is give you the forecast to show you that we will be dealing with that tornado threat in Mississippi and northern Alabama even, and perhaps North Georgia throughout the evening and overnight hours, and then also in Tennessee as well. This threat is not just going through the afternoon. It is also going to continue into the nighttime hours. And if it's not just the south, it is also areas farther to the north in Kentucky and parts of Tennessee, where lots of thunderstorm activity yet to develop will do so in the coming few hours, Julie, with a tornado threat here as well into the overnight time frame. Julie.
All right, and we want to talk more, Dr. Postel, about that tornado warning and now a tornado emergency just to the southeast of Birmingham. Again, a tornado emergency, tornado in progress here. We're talking Jefferson and Shelby counties. Does include you in Chelsea, Lake Purdy, and Leeds, and we're tracking this out for you here. This was an observed tornado here, likely still causing damage if we look at what is ongoing at the moment. If you live in any of these areas, now is the time. It's almost too late. You need to be to your safe place and away from any doors and windows. Lowest level of your home. Again, a tornado emergency there now to the southeast of Birmingham. Ongoing lines of storms, though, and we're going to see that continuing on, as Dr. Postel was mentioning, throughout the evening even. This is not going to die down really anytime soon. So taking you out here to our future radar, we'll time this out for you. And it does look like we'll get this particular round and then maybe some more storms starting to fire up around late afternoon, maybe 4 or 5 o'clock. And then the main line actually not coming through in your area here in Birmingham until later on tonight, maybe 8, 9, 10 o'clock. That's when a really strong line of storms is going to be blasting through the area once again. So just because you're getting the rough weather right now, perhaps the tornadoes right now, does not mean you will not be getting them later. And I'm just getting word now that we have a new tornado warning. This is in South Carolina, Greenville, Henderson, and Pickens counties. Radar indicated rotation here. It includes you in Grambling, Highland, and Tigerville. So this is just to the south of Hendersonville there and to the west of Spartanburg in north of Greenville. So this is a radar indicated rotation. As I mentioned, a tornado warning now in this particular area, which brings to mind that, this isn't just going to be, confined to places like Alabama or Mississippi. We're talking about a widespread area, not only in the south, Chris, but also in the north as well, where we're going to see some storms rolling through places like Ohio and Indiana.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Nashville, that includes you. You're under a flash flood advisory as well as severe storms here. Torcon is high for Middle Tennessee. That's something that we're watching here very closely. Nashville, a live look outside. Notice here, something that we as meteorologists look at is the sky. I see some blue sky, don't you? Don't you see some blue sky? And that's concerning, meaning that we are destabilizing the atmosphere. I know it's been pretty quiet. Let's go to graphics really quickly. I want to show you our torcons. There are 7 here across Middle Tennessee, and that is something that we're watching here very closely. Timing this out quickly as we go towards the latter half of your afternoon. Things quiet the next couple of hours, but by 4 or 5 p.m. local time, look at those supercells pushing across the I-24 and 65 corridors along Interstate 40, and its numerous threats continue overnight too.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. Breaking now. This is damage from a tornado in Indian Springs Village, Alabama, just south of Birmingham. Power poles are down. This is the legacy of a large and dangerous tornado that has moved through areas just south of Birmingham and continues to move northeastward from there. So we are dealing with an extremely dangerous situation where a tornado emergency is in effect for parts of central Alabama with this large and dangerous tornado in progress across the region. Let me show you exactly where that is. There's Birmingham. Now it has just moved to the southeast and indeed east of Birmingham, where we still are dealing with that tornado emergency for that significant catastrophic threat with the observed tornado. And we are dealing with this moving northeastward at about 40 miles per hour. It has cycled off and on, producing a big tornado, then weakening a little bit, then strengthening back up, off and on like that for basically the last hour and a half. There's no reason to think that this particular storm is going to weaken anytime soon. It is going to be moving northeastward and will be carrying with it that significant tornado danger. So there it is right now, the strongest of all the circulation right in there, southwest of Moody. But if you live in Moody or Pell City or Riverside or Ragland, take shelter now. It may be a long way from you, this particular storm, but it is moving quickly and is not going to fall apart or flat out disappear on the radar charts. This will carry with it that tornado risk for a long time yet to come, and we'll be tracking it as we move through the afternoon hours. Elsewhere in west central Alabama, we have another tornado warning. This is a radar indicated circulation. Pickens County, if you live in Carrollton or Pickensville, take shelter now. And in fact, it may be hard to see any one of these tornadoes given the low visibilities in place in some of these locations with lots of rain and very high relative humidities. So this is a very dangerous setup for central Alabama as we continue with this threat overall for quite a while yet to come. And it does indeed look like we've got that significant severe weather threat now, including parts of Georgia and west central South Carolina, right along that warm front. In fact, I'm going to have to move the radar over there to get over to those regions. And bear with me for a second as we're starting to get a lot of severe weather pop up from these storms that are rolling through parts of east central Georgia. There it is. This is a tornado warning for Banks, Jackson, and Madison County right here east of Gainesville, Georgia, for a storm that is potentially carrying with it a tornado. This is a radar indicated circulation moving east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. It will be moving into South Carolina soon, including areas not far from Anderson. And of course, not far from there, we have another tornado warning for areas just to the north of Greenville. We got to shift these radars over, guys, and make sure we have our high resolution data zoomed in on this region as well. Overall, we are dealing with a substantial tornado threat for many hours yet to come today. This is a tornado watch, a particularly dangerous tornado watch that goes until 8 Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern. This is not the only tornado watch that we're going to see today. I guarantee you that we will see more of them, including areas northward into parts of Tennessee, and I do believe northward from there even into Kentucky. Not yet. The atmosphere is not quite set up there, but it will be later on today. So with the forecast, we can see lots of thunderstorms in east central Mississippi and northern Alabama moving into Tennessee by 5 o'clock tonight. So in Nashville, be prepared. In Knoxville, in Chattanooga, heads up, severe weather is probably coming your way in a few hours as the atmosphere becomes very highly suited for all modes of severe weather, including damaging straight-line winds, large hail, and tornadoes. And that threat continues through the evening hours and into the overnight hours, including areas, once again, also North Georgia. We have to be concerned with the risk here as well. Areas in eastern Tennessee and even North Carolina through the late night hours. This is not going to go away with the setting of the sun. This is going to continue well after dark and then probably diminish in parts of the southeast by the early morning. Again, once again, here's a tornado emergency. Jefferson, Shelby counties in Alabama, just to the southeast of Birmingham. This is an observed, large, and extremely dangerous tornado with a catastrophic threat. We've been monitoring this tornadic storm now for 2 hours, over an hour. And you can see it does even appear to have a debris ball at the bottom southern edge of that hook echo, meaning it is likely in progress doing damage. Very strong rotation is observed south of Leeds, Alabama. It is moving northeastward at 40 miles per hour. If you live in Pell City or areas nearby, take shelter now. A large tornado is moving northeastward across central Alabama and will be with us for hours yet to come.
The southeast side of the Birmingham Birmingham metro area. Guys, this is a very dangerous situation. This is a confirmed violent tornado. I've seen images of what looks to be some sort of a wedge-like tornado. So please, if you are in advance of this storm is not weakening at all anytime soon. And I would expect it to perhaps even get more strong as it approaches I-20 and moves in towards Leeds, Alabama. That's just east of downtown Birmingham. So let's take a look here on the radar and talk about what's happening and who's next in line for this storm. Let's zoom in a little bit more so if we can and take you into the heart of this, a very dangerous situation here. When you look at the velocities, you see greens and reds, and maybe you're not familiar with this. Maybe you have family here in this part of the country and you guys are on the phone together. Hopefully, if you are anywhere east of Birmingham and along I-20 near Moody or Leeds, I hope you are in your safe place. This is one of those storms you do not want to mess with. Please, hopefully you are in your shelter. Maybe you're listening to us just over the radio. I want to talk about what's happening. This tornado is about to approach the I-20 corridor, and it looks like it's moving just east of Leeds, at least the Leeds City Center. So you've got the Grand River outlets that's just west of Leeds along I-20. About one exit over, and let me pop that back up. And so the tornado is about 5 miles, maybe a little bit less, just east of Leeds. So about to cross I-20. Hopefully you are not traveling here along the interstate corridor. This is, again, not one of those storms you're going to mess with. And there are so many pines in this area that it's going to be hard to see until it's too late, till it's on top of you. So let's track this out. This is where the tornado is, near Sequoia Road, and again, about approaching I-20, just east of Leeds. We'll track this farther out because the tornado warning now extends well into Talladega counties, St. Clair counties, and Shelby counties, Alabama. This is now east of Birmingham until 2:45. So Pell City, Alabama, you're next, likely seeing this within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Riverside, Alabama, a little bit longer, say about 20 minutes from now, and getting into Ragland, Southside, and eventually, it wouldn't surprise me if this made it all the way along I-59 towards Gadsden, Alabama, before the end of the hour. I want to bring in now our storm checker, Charles Peak. He's in Indian Springs Village. We're starting to get a lot of damage reports here on the south side of Birmingham. Charles, what are you seeing on the ground right now?
Right where I'm at on Highway 119, you've got multiple power lines broken, or the poles are broken. Power lines are completely covering the highway here. Trees down. There's sheet metal around. Some, from my vantage point, I can see some roof damage to some homes in the area, but not seeing it from at least my location any major damage to homes. The fire department and electric company were here within a matter of minutes and already out here checking on things to take care of the residents here.
Well, you've been out and about on the south side of Birmingham. Have you gotten any visual yourself of the tornado or any of these, twisters that may have spun up?
No, I've started out with down by Duncanville, and it crossed over. We couldn't see anything there, and then jumped around to get back in front of Alabaster, Pelham. We were watching at that point in time, put a drone up. We couldn't see anything on the ground at that point in time. And then as we moved forward a little more, we had it looked to be rain wrapped at that time if it was down on the ground and crossed the interstate there. And then I caught back up to some debris flying from the inflow winds, so you knew it was going when it was doing this damage, and then came upon this damage here.
So, Charles, how widespread would you say the damage is? Is it pretty small, path that we're looking at, or is it pretty extensive, at least from your vantage point where you are?
It's difficult to say right now. It looks like, it's not just a huge, large, half-mile wide tornado at this place right here. But again, because of all the trees, sometimes it's hard to see what might be just on the other side of that.
And so it looks like there are numerous roads closed or blocked. What's your plan next? Are you going to kind of assess the area you're in, assess more damage perhaps just up the road from you, or are you going to try and get ahead of the storm?
Well, because of the speed of the storm and with the damage in the area, there's no way I'll be able to catch back up to it. So I'll assess the damage here, and about to put my drone up here and see what else is around here. And then we'll evaluate that, keeping our eye on future storms that are still to come, unfortunately.
All right, thank you so much for your update, Charles. Please be safe. It looks like to your west, there's more dangerous storms about to cross into Alabama and then move back in to Birmingham. My mother-in-law actually lives in Vestavia Hills and had to rush out of the shower into the basement just because of the dangerous threat. And again, that's the seriousness that we're thinking, all right, just because of how high risk these torcons are. So Highland Lakes, numerous trees uprooted near the Highway 280, near Highway 280 and Doug Baker Boulevard. Numerous trees blocking parts of Highway 280. Highway 280 is a popular thoroughfare here in Birmingham near Cahaba River and areas on the south side of the city that works your way down towards Sylacauga. So I'm sure there are people out on the road as this cross. I've seen a lot of reports coming in through social media of tornadic-like situation and what appears to be a wedge-like tornado. So again, tornado warning now pushing into Shelby, St. Clair, and Talladega counties. Heads up here eventually in Gadsden. I know you're not under the tornado warning, but don't underestimate the fast-moving nature of the storm, and these warnings are getting extended constantly, so it may just be a few more minutes before that tornado warned storm pushes your way. The tornado right now, kind of right in between Pell City and Leeds. If you are on I-20, this tornado is essentially right overhead. A very violent and large tornado pushing now north of I-20, working north from there, and then pushing off towards the northeast at a very fast clip. If we look at the correlation coefficient, certainly looks like there's quite a large debris ball with this. And then we broaden out the spectrum a little bit, and you see all of this. I'm going to see if Brittany Hamilton, my weather producer, can kind of follow along with some of these other warnings that have popped up. Looks like we don't have any tornado warnings in Mississippi, but we do in Georgia and South Carolina. So if we're able to kind of zoom in towards these couple of warnings, we can kind of track what's about to come in towards, say, the northern border of South Carolina and North Carolina. So if my weather producer can kind of grab a hold of the radar and take us through that, we'll be able to do that really quickly. All right, there we go. So you can see that instability increasing. And notice what's happening here, too, as we go forward in time. These storms are quickly advancing. So tornado watch likely to be issued as we go forward in time. And those torcons are up now 7, 8s, and 9s. This is exactly where we have seen most of the tornado warnings so far. But that severe risk is increasing in northern Georgia. So let's zoom in really closely. We've talked on the Alabama stuff. Birmingham, now you are under a flash flood warning. So on top of all the extreme severe weather events, you've also got that flash flood potential, which can be extremely dangerous as you're trying to get out of harm's way. So please be mindful of that. That makes it even more difficult for emergency crews to get in and help when needed. All right, and a radar indicated tornado warning here in Georgia, not far from the South Carolina state line. This is for Hartwell, Reedy Creek, and Sandy Cross. Please take shelter immediately. This is the same storm that put down that hail on the north side of the Atlanta metro. It has now raced across the state and is approaching the border between South Carolina and Georgia. So tornado warning there. We've also got another tornado warning here in upstate South Carolina, very close to Spartanburg. So Greenville, Henderson, and Polk counties here in South Carolina, you are under a tornado warning. This includes cities like Grambling, Highland, and Tigerville. And just because you're in the higher elevation of the mountains, these storms mean business. And the problem here is you have terrain that can enhance the wind speed. So sometimes you'll get these large surges of wind. They'll be funneled down the hillsides in the mountains, and they'll increase in speed, meaning large destruction perhaps and a damaging wind threat, along with the risk of that radar indicated tornado. We've also got a tornado warning to the west of Birmingham. If we can zoom in on that one right there, this is north of Tuscaloosa, so north of I-20, very dangerous storm. And these are all kind of prompting severe thunderstorm warnings, if not tornado warnings. And again, this is a tornado warning approaching the U.S. Highway 82 corridor here in Pickens. This is a very dangerous situation. Dangerous radar indicated tornado storm pushing towards Reform, Alabama. So please take shelter there in Carrollton and Reform in the state of Alabama. There's the Mississippi state line. And again, these storms are to the northwest of Birmingham. They're moving very fast. And we've also got a severe thunderstorm warning here now into Mississippi. This is for Columbus, Mississippi. So here's Mississippi State and Starkville. This is the county east of you. For Lowndes County, Caledonia, Columbus, and Crawford. Severe thunderstorm warning with the potential of damaging winds in excess of, say, 60 to 70 miles per hour, perhaps, and also large hail on the order of at least a ½ inch to an inch in diameter or larger. We've seen a lot of hail with some of these storms, too, especially in Georgia, so we'll continue to watch that. The instability continuing to increase, and look at how fast that warm air is surging northward. So right now, all the activity, Julie, has kind of been isolated to Alabama, North Georgia, and Mississippi, but we expect this to extend northward here just in a few hours to Tennessee, Kentucky, and likely into the Ohio River Valley as we head towards this evening.
Yeah, we still have a really long way to go, Chris. We want to time out some of this for you here with our future radar. Right now, there it is, that solid line of storms, that tornado in progress there to the southeast of Birmingham, and then the tornado warnings as we get into Georgia and South Carolina as well. High-res future radar here. This gives you an idea of what we can expect throughout the afternoon. Again, this is local time, so central time around 7 o'clock. Another line of storms coming through for you here in Birmingham, also in through northwest Georgia and in through much of Tennessee, and even as far north as Kentucky. So we'll see all this push off to the northeast throughout the evening. Eventually, as Chris said, getting its way into the Ohio Valley as well, with some very high winds and that tornado threat still existing even as we get past dark tonight. So still a very long way to go. The threat for damaging winds is very likely we get to a place like Jackson, Nashville, Knoxville, of course, Birmingham, Alabama, where we're already seeing just to the south of you some very serious weather taking place there. The threat for an inch of hail or greater is also very likely. Hail that can cause some damage here. In deep purple, we're talking about, again, Memphis, Nashville, Jackson, Montgomery, but really that hail already been reported in Georgia just not too long ago in the northern suburbs of Atlanta. So it could be ongoing no matter where you are in this region. We have a high threat here. I mean, about as high as you can get. We have a 9 on our Torcon, 9 out of 10 here, and that is not something you see every day. So Tupelo, Birmingham, you're in the thick of it, but all of you all around it, even a 7 on the Torcon, it's extremely high, and that would go for you there in Nashville and Memphis, Knoxville. Any number on the Torcon means a tornado is possible. The higher you go, though, the greater the threat. So we are looking at certainly in through tonight, as I mentioned, this energy shifting up to the north and northeast, now into the Ohio Valley as well. So we have some Torcons here as well. Kentucky, you've got a 7 there in some of the southern parts of Kentucky, a 5 for Louisville, a 3 there in Cincinnati, and a 2 in even Pittsburgh. So, Chris, I mean, we still have so many more hours to go, and a lot of people might think, oh, well, it's come through, it's over. It's not the case in this situation.
Yeah, no, this is one of those days where you'll have one tornado warning and you're not going to get a break the rest of the day. You're going to likely have more to come, and that's what we don't want to let your guard down. Just because you've already been under a tornado warning or have had a tornado push through, it does not mean your threat is done, and that is what we want to urge people here in Indian Springs Village. These folks are just assessing the damage of what appears to be a very large and violent tornado that tore through here about 30 minutes ago, and we've got more dangerous storms that could easily put down more tornadoes about to push back into Birmingham within the next several hours. And then again, as we go towards this evening and overnight tonight. So a long night ahead, guys. There is a wide look at all the activity that we're seeing. I want to walk you through it. It can get overwhelming. So just bear with me here for a second. And maybe you're listening on the radio. There's a lot of rain through northern Arkansas, parts of Missouri and the Ohio River Valley. None of that is severe right now. Everything that's happening is here across Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and the Carolinas. So let's start with some of the warnings that we have going on. And I think my weather producer is going to kind of control everything. Let's start again with the most urgent situation. That is a confirmed tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation. I'm getting a ton of video just through social media of all of these viewer images and photos and videos of what's happening. And I can tell you, this is a storm you need to take seriously. Please get into your safe place in St. Clair and Talladega counties now. This is a fast-moving storm moving along now I-59 and about to approach areas, say, south of Gadsden, Alabama, and north of Pell City. That area of concern is right about there where you have that tight, bright green couplet. and that red really close together. Yeah, so still a confirmed tornado on the ground, paralleling Interstate 59 and moving up towards, say, Raglan, Alabama, just north of Odenville, and hopefully you're in a safe place. All right, so that's one of the tornado warnings that we're closely following. Let's get over to Georgia and talk about a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has just popped up here northwest of Atlanta. This is a concern because now the National Weather Service says this could have a tornado possible with it. So it wouldn't be very long, say, for this to get upgraded to a tornado warning. We want to keep you ahead of the game. So here near Cartersville, Ackworth, Interstate 575, southern Cherokee County, Woodstock, I would take shelter immediately. I would treat this like a tornado warning, especially given the environment this storm is in. This was also one of the areas that was hard hit by hail just about an hour ago with another severe thunderstorm warning. And we'll time this out, expecting an arrival here in Ackworth within the next 5 minutes. Canton, especially the south side towards Holly Springs and Woodstock, by about 3:20, 3:30. Alpharetta by about 35 minutes from now. And then getting over towards the Big Creek Greenway. If you're out biking, running, out for a walk, please note this is heading your way. And that's just one severe thunderstorm warning. We also got a tornado warning here on the eastern side of the state. We're tracking this storm very closely. This storm has had a history of producing severe weather. So Elbert County, Franklin County, and Hart counties, please take shelter as all of this now starts to work its way into South Carolina. We're going to go live right now to Birmingham, Alabama, where we were just under a tornado emergency. Things slowly improving in Birmingham, but not here. This is east of the city, approaching that tornado warned storm. Very dangerous and violent tornado on the ground just north of I-20.
South. There's the sort of overall weather.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong. The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it. It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
All right, breaking right now, we've got a very large and dangerous tornado still on the ground here east of Birmingham, Alabama, and along parts of Interstate 20 near Pell City. So let's show you the activity that we're tracking. We've got several tornado warnings right now, 2 in Georgia and then 1 here in Alabama. So we've got a lot to cover, and then several flash flood warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings to get to. This is the tornado warning, all right? So Birmingham, you're now out of the woods. However, significant damage being reported on the southeast side of town. One of the local meteorologists too saying his home was severely damaged by the tornado as it came through, as he was covering the storms for his local market. You can see the reports and you can see the track. So I wouldn't be surprised if this continued. We know we are in a favorable environment of long track tornadoes, and it's exactly what we're witnessing here firsthand. Highland Lakes, we know there were numerous structures reported damage to the Eagle Point and Greystone subdivisions. That's one of the reports. A lot of wind reports too on the south side of Birmingham, along I-459. That's really the area that was hardest hit. And Watson, large pine trees. Now, you know how big a pine tree can be. Large pine trees down on power lines, and there are a lot of roads that have been blocked. We know the Oak Mountain Chick-fil-A likely took a direct hit, has some serious damage with it. Areas there along Oak Mountain Road, West Blockton, that was where we had that radar-confirmed tornado, and that was where the observation had occurred. We know areas here in St. Helena, Alabama. Also, Beef O'Brady's taking on some significant damage. Caldwell Mill at Pahokee Trace is blocked by downed trees. So I think the majority of the issues here are so far downed trees, but this tornado is now pushing here. So let's go back to the radar if we can, Brittany. Brittany Hamilton, our weather producer, is kind of the hands behind the scenes working this all together. It's a team effort, and we're trying to keep you up to speed with everything we have going on. Let's go back to that tornado warning in Alabama and show you who's next in line. I'm very concerned here about Gadsden. You get into another large urban area, and you're dealing with a lot more debris potential. In between, you've got the Talladega National Forest. So I think where it's at right now, a very rural area, so you have a lot more trees, very dense tree canopy, and it's moving towards the vicinity there of Gadsden. So if you live around Gadsden, I-59, and then south of there, I would take shelter immediately. In parts of Talladega, St. Clair counties, expect this tornado warning to likely get extended. Areas here near Ragland around 2:25 p.m. Piedmont getting into your neighborhood by about 3:03 p.m. and Ellisville, if it holds together, by about 3:10 p.m. You saw how long tracked. I mean, this started well southwest of Birmingham, and it's now already to the northeast of Birmingham, and that will continue to likely head into perhaps northern Georgia, where we got several other warnings. All right, we want to go to our storm tracker, Brandon Kopic. I saw that, Brandon, I saw the video you had posted earlier of what that tornado looked like. You're now in Pell City. Talk with us what you're seeing and where you're at. Do we have you, Brandon?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Sorry, thought we lost you for a second. So where are you at exactly right now, and do you still see confirmation of a tornado on the ground?
I'm too far visually to see it. I'm east of Pell City on I-20 at mile marker 165, headed to Lincoln to go north. I can see a very large wall cloud, but I cannot confirm just due to the distance and the haze if there is a tornado on the ground right now.
Okay, let's talk about, I saw some of your video earlier that was shared on social media. Did you see this tornado when it was pushing through the southeast side of Birmingham?
I didn't catch it when it was going through the south side of Birmingham. I know a meteorologist down there was having issues with, apparently his home got destroyed. I was further east on in Lake Purdy, just to the south of that town. It just barely missed that town, but it was a violent tornado slinging debris everywhere, and it just barely missed that town by less than a mile. If it would have went through that town dead center, it would have been devastating.
Have you gotten a chance to come across any damage along your route as you're trying to get different vantage points of this tornado-warned storm?
What was that? Sorry, you cut out.
Oh, had you happened to see any reports of damage visually as you're driving around getting different angles on this storm?
I have not. The only thing I've seen is anything on radar with the CC index drop or anything like that. I have not seen the damage myself. I've seen a lot of the debris lofted, but I never found the damaged structures.
Brandon Kopic, thank you so much. So be safe out there, buddy, and we'll continue to follow your feed and see what else we can find as we track this tornado-warned storm near Pell City along I-20. Again, let's take you to the radar. We've got a couple of other tornado warnings I want to briefly mention. Let's talk about this one in Georgia. If we can go to the radar really quickly, we've got a tornado warning still ongoing here on the Georgia-South Carolina border. Please take shelter immediately there south of Interstate 85. And also here in Alabama. All right, welcome back into the Weather Channel. Continuing live coverage that extends through 1 a.m. local time tonight, so be sure to stay tuned. We've got numerous rounds of tornado warnings expected, not just right now, but through the rest of the afternoon and into tonight. So please stay vigilant and stay storm aware. We want to take you to Birmingham right now. Alabama, Birmingham, you're in the clear, although we're getting reports of some pretty significant damage right now on the south side of the city, especially around the Eagle Point subdivision, Indian Springs Village. That's what you're looking at just below me on the bottom right of your screen. We still have this ongoing tornado warning now that has been extended for Calhoun counties. This includes Jacksonville, Alabama, Piedmont, Alabama, and Sacs, Alabama until 3:30 p.m. local time. So it's just north of Anniston in Oxford, now north of Interstate 20. All right, so here's Riverside. Here's Interstate 20. There's the tornado. This, guys, is making a beeline for Ragland, Alabama. Please take take shelter immediately there. If you live in Ragland, hopefully you've been in your safe place. You've been under this tornado warning now for at least 20 minutes. We know it's been coming, and it shows no signs of weakening. And it's now tracking kind of in between Gadsden and Anniston. So heads up there along Highway 431 south of I-59. And hey, I wouldn't even rule this out if it were to get up towards the Georgia state line. If it continues on this path, that could bring places like Rome, Georgia in play, or areas, say, just south of Chattanooga. So we're going to continue to watch this. We know the potential is there for long track tornadoes. So Jacksonville expecting this arriving by about 2:54 local time. All right, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning here northwest of the city of Atlanta. The issue here is that we could have a tornado possible with this cell. This area had several trees that have been knocked over with the severe thunderstorm warning earlier, even some property damage near the city of Ackworth, and there may be some rotation. It's not clearly as defined as what we're seeing in Alabama, but remember, it doesn't take much to cause issues, and we know how these storms can strengthen given the environmental conditions that we're in. So very favorable conditions. Please take shelter immediately in southern Cherokee County. That includes you in Woodstock, downtown Woodstock, and then eventually getting to the north side of Roswell and pushing east from there. So we'll continue to monitor this situation. We've also got a couple of tornado warnings. This is a more concerning situation here as they've now extended the tornado warning now into South Carolina. This includes Elbert and Hart counties in Georgia, but the brand new tornado warning now just south of Greenville, South Carolina, includes Anderson, South Carolina. Take shelter immediately. Fountain Inn and Homeland Park. We've got a radar indicated tornado about to push into your community. So please take shelter as this storm now crossing into South Carolina, staying south of Interstate 85. We did have a tornado warning here to the north of Greenville and Spartanburg. That has since expired, but sometimes these storms like to spin up new twisters. That happens. They'll kind of strengthen, weaken a little bit, and then re-intensify. And so don't underestimate that. It looks like we've also got a brand new tornado warning now into Mississippi. Well, jump over there. This is the Alabama-Mississippi state line. Meridian, Mississippi. This includes you. So please take shelter immediately. This is a radar indicated tornado for Kemper, Lauderdale, and Newton counties in Mississippi. That includes the city of Meridian, Nellyburg, and Marion until 3:30 p.m. local time. Are we able to put a velocity on that, Brittany, just to see if we got the opportunity to see if there's anything concerning that we're seeing here from our vantage point? Again, this is near Interstate 20 and 59, so a popular thoroughfare. And yes, pretty much right along the interstate corridor there, just west of Meridian. Looks like we do have an apparent tornado. Again, this is radar indicated near the town of Hickory and pushing pretty much east-northeast from there. This would take it near this vicinity of Meridian, Mississippi. So please take shelter immediately. Damaging winds expected. And to time this out, Meridian expecting an arrival here by about 20 minutes from now. Julie?
Unbelievable. All right, we want to take you now live to Indian Springs Village, Alabama. Charles Peak bringing us these live images. Just take a look at some of the damage he has encountered there in Indian Springs Village. This is that same tornado that we know has caused so much damage already. And we take a look at it here. This is Lake Purdy, Alabama. Look at the size of this thing. A huge wedge tornado setting up there. We're talking about south of Birmingham, Alabama. These images being captured off in the distance. What a scary, scary sight that is to see. Lake Purdy, Alabama, that town we understand, according to the storm chaser, was spared in this case. But you can see in this picture some of that debris being strewn up in the air if you look closely. So we know this is a damaging, dangerous, violent tornado that could still be on the ground as we speak.
Psoriatic arthritis.
All right, we're continuing to follow a ongoing tornado warning. This is the same tornado that has caused quite a bit of catastrophic damage now, looks like, on the southeast side of Birmingham. We're looking at the Eagle Point subdivision, areas near Indian Springs Village, also not far from Leeds, Alabama. We know that just south of I-459, we've seen considerable damage, and the images are continuing to pour in, and unfortunately, some of these homes are just leveled. We're talking two-story, large, well-constructed brick homes completely gone. So that's what we're dealing with when we see this tornado warning. Note this storm hasn't really fallen apart. It's stayed strong, even though it's well east of Birmingham now, and it's very clearly is showing strong returns as it now approaches Ohatchee and areas near Alexandria, Alabama. So heads up here along State Route 77. Again, tornado warning as the storm continues to push off towards the east-northeast. It's moving rather quickly, too, so you're running out of time to prepare. So I would start getting into your safe place immediately if you haven't already done so. In Jacksonville, Alabama, areas around Southside, Ohatchee, this tornado is pretty much right overhead of you, and then continuing to push east-northeast from there, eventually getting to Piedmont and center Alabama. If it holds together, it's very likely this may cross into Georgia and continue that tornado threat even as it approaches, say, the US 27 and I-75 corridors not far from Dalton. So we'll continue to monitor this very closely. We want to take you now to Indian Springs Village. That's just southeast of Birmingham. We've been talking with our storm tracker, Charles Peak. And Charles, you've been helping out at least with some of the search and rescue operations going on from the neighboring homes and structures there. What's the latest update?
Yeah, Chris, I'm walking back to an area that we could see from my drone that at least one house had substantial damage with a state police officer to see and make sure everybody's okay back there right now. But I would say now that we got on the other side of those trees, the damage path is definitely more than a half a mile at this point in time.
And I to add along with that, because I know we're kind of piecing everything together as everything kind of comes in. I know the Eagle Point subdivision that's close to you. It's not exactly near you, but they have suffered
okay back there?
Substantial damage.
Okay.
Any update on injuries or deaths from your vantage point?
So far in this location, we've not found any injuries at all so far. Needless to say, it's very preliminary with there's literally in this one area, it's me and one state trooper is all that's here trying to check on people. So there's just so much damage. It's overwhelmed the first responders, and it's happened so quickly.
And, you know, what kind of damage are we looking at? I see a pine tree kind of in the foreground of your shot right here. It looks like it's just kind of cut, like completely like leveled off, say about 3 feet up from the ground.
Yes, I mean, there's just literally hundreds and hundreds of trees knocked over, at least over a half a mile long section of major power poles broken over and down, and on trees, cars crushed, partial roofs taken off, those types of situations. Here, unfortunately, I couldn't get any further because the road was completely blocked there. So we're on foot right now trying to check on things.
Would you say it's safe to say the damage has been widespread? It's not isolated, but it looks to be continuous?
Yes, it's a continuous, I would say at least a half a mile wide path that crossed Highway 119 here as we're walking down.
All right, Storm Tracker Charles Peak, we'll let you get back with the search and rescue operations as being as helpful as you can be there in Indian Springs Village. Again, that's on the southeast side of Birmingham. And we know that some of the other communities outside of Birmingham have been devastated and have been hard hit. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this all unfolds. Right now, we don't know of any injuries, but that's something that could certainly change. I want to show you where we have this ongoing tornado warning. Again, a brief update. This is the one that has continued to be observed. Calhoun County, you are under that tornado warning for Alexandria. This includes Jacksonville, Alabama. And again, timing this out, expecting it to arrive near Jacksonville in about 20 minutes, maybe a little bit less. I would get to your safe place now and just hunker down there. We've also got a severe thunderstorm warning here that does appear to be weakening, so that's encouraging news. There was a chance this could have spun down a tornado, but that's looking less and less likely. And also the National Weather Service office has not extended that warning. We've also got a tornado warning now crossing into South Carolina. So this area here in Georgia, Elbert and Hart counties, I think the worst of your weather is now done for right now. Anderson, though, man, We are kind of right overhead some of the worst of this storm. Now, this is a radar-indicated tornado warning. We don't know if there's observation, but it also could be rain wrap. So please get into your safe place, most interior room. This has continued to show signs of at least concerning damaging winds and some broader rotation there. So likely just south of Anderson, South Carolina, Fountain Inn, and Homeland Park. And really quickly, Brittany, I want to see if we can get over to Mississippi. We've got another tornado warning. This includes the town of Meridian. Very dangerous situation unfolding here, as this is a much larger city center and along a very busy interstate corridor. Take shelter immediately here if you live in Kemper and Lauderdale counties. That includes you in Meridian, Nellyburg, and Marion, Mississippi.
Hey, look at this. New Kit Kat thins. They taste like Kit Kats and they are thin.
All right, I want to take you live right now back to Indian Springs Village. This is on the southeast side of Birmingham. Notice the power lines kind of draped across the foreground of this picture. We know there's been some search and rescue operations going on, especially with that home in the back there. It's hard to tell what kind of damage has happened. But as of now, we still have no reports of any injuries or deaths. So we'll keep you up to date as we get word. But seeing some of the damage, it is very serious. This is a ongoing situation, and now a lot. I think the damage is kind of just overwhelming here on the southeast side, along parts of Highway 280, south of I-459, from Indian Springs Village to Eagle Point subdivision. I've seen some of the videos myself, and the damage is quite alarming. So please take this storm seriously, especially with the tornado warning that's pushing in now between Anniston and Gadsden. That includes you in Jacksonville, Alabama. Look at the tornado reports and notice it's created this clear-cut line across central and northern Alabama. Are we able to put a track on there? Yeah, so watch this. This tornado, if confirmed, and again, these analysis get done afterwards, but once the National Weather Service is able to go out there and survey, it wouldn't surprise me that this tornado-warned storm has traveled well over 100 miles, and perhaps at least most of this line has had a tornado on the ground almost that whole time. So it wouldn't surprise me for this to extend another 30 miles, right, and bring it into Georgia. Let's take you to the tornado warning right now. It's still ongoing here, just north of Anniston. So here's Interstate 20. There's Interstate 59. We're looking at areas here from Jacksonville to Alexandria. You've got an apparent tornado overhead and about to push in. This is that same storm that caused all that catastrophic devastation. And we're not seeing anything lightening up here with this situation. Still just as dire, just as urgent. And it's moving now towards U.S. Highway 431, about to cross Alabama Route 204, and eventually cross here between Gadsden and Piedmont along Alabama Highway 74. So please take shelter immediately as this tornado-warned storm pushes likely just northwest of Jacksonville, Alabama. And then if it holds together, getting into Piedmont, Alabama, and Forney as we get into the next 30 minutes. After that, it could cross into Georgia, and then we'll have to watch places like Floyd County there and Rome. Also to the south, say Summerville and Dalton, Georgia. We'll have to watch that. Brand new tornado warning now. Here's Birmingham. Just when you thought you were done, we're far from done. There will be more warnings likely, and some of these hard-hit locations, unfortunately, given the threat today, could be hit yet again over the next few hours. So we have to track these storms very ferociously, and we got to be on top of everything that's ongoing. There's where that apparent tornado would be. So here's Interstate 22, where to the west of Birmingham right now. So areas north of Wyndham Springs, south of Barry, about to approach Route 69 near Oakman. You need to take shelter immediately. This is a very dangerous storm. All of these severe thunderstorm warnings tend to want to produce tornadoes. And as they do, it seems like every one has had very clear identification that there could likely be a tornado on the ground. So a radar indicated tornado, very dangerous cell pushing towards Oakman, Alabama, in a general direction that could take it across I-22 and Jasper. And we know these storms have the potential to be long-lasting, so I would expect this to perhaps eventually get extended and even get up towards I-65, say around Bremen, and eventually Coleman before the next 35 to 45 minutes from now. So take shelter immediately there in Jasper, Parrish, and Bremen in Alabama. And last stop, I want to take you down to Mississippi. We've got an ongoing tornado warning that we know is radar indicated too. This includes you in Meridian, a concerning storm as this now approaching the I-59, I-20 corridor, likely just north of the interstate corridor and about to approach the north side of Meridian. It doesn't look as clear cut, so maybe this is weakening. Let's hope for the best, but we know these can spin up, Julie, really quickly, can die off, and then re-spin up again just a few miles down the road.
Yeah, there's really nothing stopping that. The environment just primed for it. We take a look at some new video now into the Weather Channel out of Pelham, Alabama. Take a look at this. Apparent tornado there off in the distance as this person is driving this Facebook post. We're looking off in the distance there at Pelham, Alabama. Again, just a really significant severe weather day already, and we still have a long way to go. All right, so we want to time out some of this for you. Again, a very high chance of more storms, more tornadoes coming in, even as we get past dark tonight. So we take a look here at what's happening currently. Obviously, that big line of storms Chris has been talking about with the tornado warnings dotting that line all along it. We'll watch this one push through off to the north and northeast in through Tennessee, eventually into the Ohio Valley. And then here comes another line. This is around 8, 9 o'clock this all along it. We'll watch this one push through off to the north and northeast in through Tennessee, eventually into the Ohio Valley. And then here comes another line. This is around 8, 9 o'clock this evening. So Birmingham about to get another round. You're going to get another one after that, at least one more coming in after dark tonight. So again, have your plan ready. Make sure your family knows where to go.
Lately.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel. Thanks for joining us here on this very dangerous and active day. I want to keep you up to speed with everything going on. There's a lot to get to, and we don't want it to be overwhelming. Maybe at times it can be. Do note that this is going to be a long-lasting event, and just because you've had a tornado or tornado warning, there certainly could be more for your same area in the next several hours. So the threat is far from over. Let's talk about this ongoing tornado. Looks like it now has been extended all the way to the Georgia line. So let's just listen to me here for a second. We've got this tornado warning here. This is the one that produced all that catastrophic damage in Alabama. I want to show you what's going on right now. Let's take this video live of Indian Springs Village. This is the same tornado that's causing tornado warnings now close to the Georgia state line in Alabama. This is the same tornado that caused this damage. So look at the tree damage. It's very indicative of what a tornado does. It doesn't just uproot trees. It literally almost like saws them at the base. And you see that here with several of these pine trees, large trees. Looks like that structure has just been completely covered with tree debris, and there's search and rescue efforts underway here. So far, we haven't had any word of any injuries or fatalities, but that certainly could change, and we'll try and update you as that gets underway. I think a lot of the law enforcement and search and rescue crews are just kind of overwhelmed by the extent of the damage and how widespread it is here on the southeast side of Birmingham. Let's go back to the radar and talk about our tornado warning. This is for Cherokee and Etowah counties. That's the same tornado that very dangerous storm. So let's try and get hyper local here. Here's Union. If there is still a tornado on the ground, it's likely just went over you, crossing U.S. Highway 431. Here's Route 204. You're looking at Nisbet Lake Road and New Liberty Road, if you're familiar with this. This is Piedmont, Alabama. It looks like this tornado likely going to stay just to your west by about a half mile or so. And this is a large tornado. From what we've seen in Birmingham, can kind of be indicative as to what we may see here, that we're looking at about a half mile wide tornado kind of just plowing its path. And these can also get stronger as they go forward in time. We know the area this is moving into is a very favorable environment. Please take shelter immediately there in Piedmont, Alabama. And I would start getting into your safe place now in Rome, Georgia, and especially if you live west of Rome, closer to the Alabama state line. Even though you're not technically under a tornado warning, it's very likely that warning will be extended your way. Tornado warning here now north of Birmingham. Here's Jasper. And again, we were hard hit by tornadoes last week. Some people still recovering. And here we go again. This is a radar confirmed tornado. On top of that tornado warning, we've got flash flood warnings on top of all of that. And we've got a brand new tornado warning now in far northern Alabama. So this is the beginning of our threat getting in now to Tennessee and eventually the Ohio River Valley. A lot of these storms are going to start moving northward here very quickly. So heads up here in Florence, Alabama, Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, and Tuscumbia. If you live in those locations, please take shelter immediately. This is a dangerous storm. Velocity doesn't show any clear signs of rotation. However, this also may be farther from the radar too. So it's hard to tell exactly by the radar, but a radar indicated tornado about to push towards Muscle Shoals and Florence, Alabama, about to cross here the highway leading over towards Decatur. And one last check here on that tornado warning. Look, if we track this, it's likely going to cross out of Alabama into Georgia. So heads up, I would start getting to your safe place now here around Rome and areas to the west side of Floyd County. We want to bring in our storm tracker, Charles Peak. He's been there in Indian Springs Village, Alabama, kind of helping out with search and rescue crews, kind of getting a lay of the land of what's happening. So, Charles, tell us what they're doing here with trying to remove debris. Are they trying to get to that home?
They've made it to this home, and as a matter of fact, I'm standing next to the home next to it, talking to the lady that was here about to talk to her about her experience. But they're trying to clear this road. The 119 is completely blocked for probably 3/4 of a mile, and so they're trying to clear to be able to get the fire trucks in to check on everything else.
And so far, from your understanding, still no reports of any injuries or fatalities?
Correct. I've walked this entire area all the way down the home, or actually it turned out to be an old home that was turned into a dentist office. It had some substantial damage, but nobody was there at the time, and so no injuries there. But at this location, everybody was okay, although there's cars just completely crushed here, and there's more trees than I can count, big pine trees down. But other than that, that's primarily the damage that's here right now.
Okay, so really, are there a lot of structures around you, or is it really just that one structure and mostly just a wooded area that we're looking at?
There's probably a home or a business building. There's 2 schools in here, a bunch of school buses, and they're about every 100 yards, so they're spread out a little. It's not like a regular neighborhood here, but back to the east, just a little where I saw the first of the damage was a subdivision, but it looks like they didn't get it that bad. A few homes with some roofs taken off there, and then I'm trying to work back to another subdivision if I can get there, that I'm hearing there's more substantial damage with major homes down.
Yeah, and that's what it looks towards. So I'll let you get back to kind of hearing what that woman has to say who maybe lives there. We've got some more breaking news of tornado warnings now starting to pop, this time in the Carolinas. So let's go over now to the radar. We'll show you where we have this tornado warning. This is near Kings Mountain, Mayo and Shelby for South Carolina and North Carolina, kind of right along the state line. Notice, Charlotte, you're not too far away from this, okay? So this was one of the storms that was tornado warned a little bit earlier and now has re-prompted prompted a new tornado warning. So this is for parts of Cherokee, Cleveland, and Rutherford counties. There is certainly some rotation clearly identifiable there near Fingerville, really close to Highway 221. This is very close to Gaffney, South Carolina. Here's Interstate 85. You've got Gastonia just off to the east, just outside of that tornado warning. So if you live in these locations, I would take shelter immediately, especially knowing the situation that's unfolding today. We've already seen the extensive amount of damage there on the southeast side of Birmingham, and we don't want anyone else to be in that position. So please, you had your plan. You know, this is not new information. We already had a test run of this with the severe weather we've had here in some of these same areas last week, and here we go yet again. And unfortunately, this outbreak may be more devastating and more destructive, just given how much moisture and instability that is being funneled in across the region. So we're starting to get a lot of counties now outlined in warnings. The majority of these are flash flood warnings, which is another whole aspect to the threat. On top of the severe weather extremes, we've got several flash flood warnings. Essentially, every one of these storms that is hitting land is turning into a flash flood warning. Chattanooga, that includes you, as well as Rome, Georgia, where we've got an apparent approaching tornado. The storm. Are we able to put lightning tracker on that, Brittany, just to see if the lightning seems to be increasing? And yeah, look at this. There's really no indications that this tornado is weakening at all. The storm has really intensified and has been able to hold its ground. It's not really moving into an environment that would weaken it. It's staying in a very favorable environment. And that's why we expect long track tornadoes. So even though the tornado warning only goes to the Georgia state line, it is very likely this may get extended to include Rome, Georgia. We know we get into a much more larger city in Rome, and that means a lot more opportunity for debris to be launched and a lot more people in harm's way. So here in Piedmont, Alabama, hopefully you're in your safe place. This is the same tornado that caused that catastrophic damage just south of Birmingham about an hour ago. Let's time this out and take it all the way into Georgia, because this is likely getting into Estes Crossroads by about 4 minutes from now. Ellisville, Alabama, getting in there by about 3:19. Forney, Alabama, by about 3:30, and then eventually crossing into Georgia. Cave Springs, I know you're not in the tornado warning. However, it could be a few minutes before one is issued, and you need to take these storms seriously. This is a very dangerous storm, and that would bring it into Rome within the next hour. So please take shelter immediately, even here into Georgia along U.S. Highway 27, and then eventually along the I-75 corridor. All right, we're going to jump on the other side of Alabama now into Mississippi. We know there has been a radar-indicated tornado here now north of Meridian. This still includes Kemper and Lauderdale counties south of Columbus. This is a tornado warning, and then a brand new warning likely to kind of overcome the current one. This is now for Kemper counties for 3:30 p.m. Local time. So this dangerous storm, very clear-cut rotation right here. You see that bright teal color and the greens? So those are winds moving towards the radar, and then where you have a little bit of red, that's wind moving away. But where you get a very tight couplet, that could be very strong winds in excess of perhaps 100 miles per hour or more. And this is right along U.S. Highway 45 south of Scuba. We know this area had several tornado warnings last week, so there could already be some damage as people are trying to recover. And maybe you, have lost some of your abilities to get, maybe you don't have power, maybe you lost your charger in some of these past storms. So make sure you have a way to get these warnings, especially in areas that have recently been hit by severe weather and tornadoes. So that tornado warning just south of there in Lauderdale and Clark counties, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning. And I would treat a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings almost as you would a tornado warning, just because a lot of these storms tend to want to go to tornadoes very quickly. So tornado possible in this cell just north of Quitman, and again, just south of Meridian. There we go. We got the greens and the reds with that part of the storm right there, kind of moving right in between Meridian and Quitman over the next 5 to 10 minutes. Heads up there along U.S. Highway 45. Not only do we have a tornado possible here, we have a tornado warning to the north of Meridian with that cell crossing U.S. Highway 45 as well. Julie?
We have some new video, Chris, coming into the Weather Channel of a possible tornado here in Pelham, Alabama. Take a look there. Off in the distance, a large wedge-shaped tornado. I just saw that piece of debris flying up there in the air as well. Again, this is not too long ago out of Pelham, Alabama, and certainly looks like a scary situation there if you were in and around that region. Look at that. That's the power lights going. That's the lights going out, actually. Yeah, we've gotten reports of a lot of damage. This would be that one that's pretty much holding together still now as it approaches the Georgia state line. So again, as Chris mentioned, nothing really stopping it at this point. It is continuing. It's already been on a path maybe 100 miles or so long. There's that debris you'll see it pick up. So we'll continue to follow this for you. Again, a dangerous situation, a dangerous event unfolding in Alabama, and certainly now is about to go into Georgia. So we'll time it out for you here, show you what we're going to be dealing with throughout the remainder of today and into tonight after dark as well. Right now, here's that long line of storms with those tornado warnings embedded within it. We're talking about Mississippi, Alabama, and South Carolina now, all under tornado warnings. Watching this line push off to the north-northeast, but they just keep on coming. More supercell development likely even as we get around the 7 o'clock hour here. Birmingham, you're not getting much of a break at all. Another round of very strong storms coming your way, certainly as we get into northwest Georgia, and then eventually here tonight, Nashville, Knoxville. We're looking at Tennessee and into the Carolinas as well. Really all the way into the Ohio Valley. We're looking at storms possible in Indiana and in Ohio as well. So damaging winds likely. Atlanta, you'll get another round maybe overnight coming in to the early morning hours in the Atlanta metro. So a lot to worry about here. Again, I mentioned the northern edge of this. As the system pushes to the north, we are looking at pretty high torcons for a place like Louisville. You're at a 5. Cincinnati, you have a torcon of a 3. Columbus, Charleston, Pittsburgh even on the torcon scale at a 2. So while those numbers aren't as high as what we're seeing in the south, they are still high enough. You have a possibility here of tornadic development. Again, the atmosphere, pretty primed for this, to say the least. So again, looking at Kentucky being another spot, we're really going to have to watch as we get later in the day. Future radar paints a pretty good picture of this. This just gives you an idea. It's not exact, but Louisville getting some of those storms later on. And then into the overnight hours, even into Indianapolis, we could still be dealing with the strong storms after you certainly go to bed. So have that plan in place now. Have a way to get your warnings. High wind warnings also all across this region. And we are concerned about flash flooding. This is going to be an ongoing situation as these storms are coming over the same exact areas. We're talking about flash flooding very likely in a place like Huntsville or in Birmingham, Chris.
All right, want to get a look at some more of the tornado warnings. Again, an active situation kind of unfolding here. We've got numerous tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings for parts of eastern Mississippi. Meridian, they're just south of you at this cell right here. Tornado possible for parts of Clark and Lauderdale counties. And then just north of there, we've got a tornado warning north of Meridian. This is a concerning storm crossing U.S. Highway 45, and now that has been extended to include parts of Alabama. So right on the Mississippi-Alabama line, approaching the Interstate 2059 corridor, Sumter County near Emell, Epps, and Gainesville, Alabama. You're under that tornado warning. Radar indicated, again, no confirmation at this time, but certainly some broad rotation. And either way, there could clearly be some very strong and destructive winds about to approach you. All right. Elsewhere, we've got flash flood warnings here for parts of Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. We did have a tornado warning northwest of Birmingham, but it looks like that has since expired. We do have a tornado warning, though, north of there that includes you in Florence, Alabama, Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, and Tuscumbia. Colbert and Lauderdale counties here in Alabama. This is just south of Tennessee, so we're in northern Alabama now, and we're starting to see these storms kind of firing up. We'll have to switch radars because we don't have a clear view of that just yet. And then we've got this ongoing tornado warning. It'll be any minute now before this gets extended into Georgia. So heads up here. I would get into your safe place now. If you live in Rome, north of Cedartown, towards Cave Spring, we'll track this out. This is the same tornado that has literally devastated parts of the southeast side of Birmingham, and it is on the move close to the Georgia state line. Expect an arrival by 4:39 in Cave Spring, and Rome by 4:55 local time.
was just living in the moment of disbelief.
We really were caught off guard.
We couldn't.
Try to make
We've got some new video in from Storm Tracker Charles Speakford. This is from Indian Springs Village. Take a look at some of these homes, completely devastated. I mean, some of the backs of the homes, I mean, just have been demolished, roofs partially ripped off. We know in neighboring communities and subdivisions not far from here, there's been reports of sheer 2- and 3-story brick homes leveled. That's the kind of destruction we're seeing. Look at how many trees have been taken out. This isn't far from Oak Mountain State Park, south of Birmingham, and you can get an idea of just how widespread the devastation is. And we've had numerous tornado reports, not just there, but this tornado started south of Tuscaloosa and was able to travel all that way. All right, take a look at this path. You know, if you put a line on it, now it's not to say it didn't weaken at times and maybe didn't touch down in that area. We'll get the full assessment from the National Weather Service, but we're looking at over 110 miles now of a damage path from this tornado that is about a half-mile wide, okay? And it's continuing to be on the move. This is a very dangerous situation now approaching the Georgia state line. That's how fast the storm has pushed, and it is showing no signs of weakening. So we're tracking that tornado warning, and it looks like Rome, we have just now gone under a tornado warning. No surprise, right? So hopefully you already are in your safe place because we've been warning you of this apparent tornado. This is the same one that caused that catastrophic devastation that we've been seeing now south of Birmingham. This is now approaching Rome, Georgia. All right, we're talking within the next 30 minutes, guys, of this tornado being overhead. You start getting into a larger metropolis, Rome, you're talking, over 20,000 residents or more, and you've got a very clear-cut tornado right here approaching U.S. Highway 278, just to the west of Piedmont, Alabama. So we're about 10 miles or so away from the state line. And this tornado is moving off towards the east, northeast, and even northeast. So Cedartown, you're under the tornado warning, but it's mostly going to be north of you. So Rome, Georgia, please take shelter immediately. We time this out, again, expecting an arrival here within the next 40 minutes or so. 30 to 40 minutes, expect that for Floyd and Polk counties now in Georgia. And eventually, if that continues, I mean, it's already managed to travel over 110 miles. Wouldn't surprise me to go another 50. We'll have to watch out here in I-75, say south of Dalton, and then getting up towards Chatsworth, Fort Mountain State Park, and areas near the Tennessee state line. So we'll continue to monitor this, but right now, Floyd and Polk counties, you are under a tornado warning. That includes you in Rome, Georgia. Please take shelter immediately. We also want to go to the other side of the state here in Alabama. Birmingham, we're quiet right now, except for some heavy rainfall leading to some flash flood warnings ongoing there. Sumter County, you are under a tornado warning. So here is Interstate 20, and this is for this storm coming out of Mississippi about to approach us there just to the west of Interstate 20. Zooming in, we've got this very discrete area of, return on the velocity. So this is very concerning, and this may be a rain-wrapped tornado, and it looks like the tornado warning includes you in Gainesville, Alabama, just north of Livingston. Heads up if you're traveling here along I-20 to the west of Tuscaloosa. This tornado warned storm is moving in that general vicinity, about to cross out of Mississippi. Concerning signature there, at least on the velocity returns. And are we able to put, I'm sorry, Brittany, if we can go back to that storm, do we have the ability to put a correlation coefficient? So what we would look at with both of these tornado warnings, including the one on the western side of Alabama, if we look at this one, are we able to see if there's any debris being lofted up in the air? That's something that we can kind of maybe make out. So we saw what the velocity looked like. It was very clear cut. Let's see what the correlation. There may be something there. So what this is measuring, you notice how it's mostly mostly red, that's mostly all raindrops, right? So I think raindrops are pretty similar in size, some a little bit larger, but it essentially distinguishes everything else from the raindrops that would be scanning through the atmosphere. And where you get those hints of return, we know the path of the tornado went just like that. So there could clearly be some debris, whether it be structural debris or maybe just, limbs and sticks from the forest and the woods that is passed through. It does look like there could be a debris signature there. We've also got a brand new tornado warning south of Meridian. That includes you there in Lauderdale counties about to approach the Alabama state line. And also in northern Mississippi, we got a tornado warning. This now just to the east of Tupelo, just north of Interstate 22. We got a brand new tornado warning. If you live in Belmont, Mississippi, if you live in Red Bay, Alabama, I would get into your safe place immediately. Take shelter here in Itawamba and Tishomingo counties, Belmont, Golden, even Red Bay, Alabama. I know you're not included, but you're so close. Very dangerous storm heading your way. Let's track this out because these are apparently long-lasting tornadoes. So even outside the warning areas, take shelter in Pleasant Sight, Red Rock, and Cedar Hills Estate. We'll be back with more continuous live updates here. Us here at the Weather Channel. This is from Helena and Pelham, Alabama. This on that building. You notice a lot of power line that just came crashing down on that building. You notice a lot of power line that just came. You notice a lot of power line that just came crash. The damage coming out of Birmingham. Catastrophic. And we've had, again, confirmed reports of a tornado all the way just south of Gadsden. So there's still very clear wording that there could likely still be a large destructive tornado on the ground or maybe intensifying to spin one up. This storm hasn't really weakened and is in a very favorable environment. And every time we pull up the velocity, it is very clearly indicated where that is. And there's never been, oh, maybe it's there, maybe it's not. This tells me, yeah, we still have a tornado on the ground. All right, very dangerous and damaging winds with this storm. It's about to cross out of Alabama into Georgia, and this warning now extends into Rome, expecting an arrival here within the next 30 minutes. South of Rome towards Cedartown, areas from Ellisville and also Cave Spring. Take shelter immediately. And then if this continues, it's likely going to cross the I-75 corridor. So if you have people traveling I-75, whether south from Chattanooga or north of Atlanta, I would let them know that we've got a very dangerous storm headed our way, and that if they can hold off until this storm passes, that might be the wise thing to do. That is not the only tornado warning we're tracking. Let's go back to the other side of the state here in Alabama. We got a dangerous tornado warning here now along I-20 in the western side of the state. This is for Sumter counties near Emell, Epps, and Gainesville. This is a radar-indicated tornado until about 4 p.m. local time. Again, where you have that notch, this has been, again, showing very clear rotation right there, very enhanced returns, telling us some very strong winds and perhaps rotation with a apparent tornado about to cross over U.S. Highway 11 and I-20 within the next 15 minutes. So take shelter immediately there. We've also got this tornado warning in Mississippi. This, I think, is more of a damaging wind threat, but it also depends on which radar we're taking, because, again, the farther we are from the radar, the harder we're able to see what's happening near the surface, near the ground, because as the radar extends 50 to 100 miles out, it's reaching much higher up in the sky rather than at the surface. So again, tornado warning here for Lauderdale counties. That's just south of Meridian. And we're tracking several other severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings, and one other tornado warning, I think, in the northern part of the state of Mississippi. That's something we've been tracking heading into Red Bay. This has now been extended or is about to be extended into Alabama. So let's track this one, Itawamba and Tishomingo counties. This is just north and east of Tupelo, Mississippi, north of I-22. If you live in Belmont, Golden, again, radar indicated tornado. I would treat this seriously as if it is on the ground. Again, sometimes these are rain wrapped and it's hard to get ground confirmation. We've just seen some of the destruction we've already seen so far these past few hours. I would treat every one of these storms seriously. Very heavy rainfall too in this same corridor. So Florence, that storm hasn't really moved a whole lot, and we've got another burst of some torrential downpours along with strong winds and, yeah, the potential for some of these to go severe warned and tornado warned. Really quickly, Brittany, if you're able to jump over to the Carolinas, I think we have a tornado warning there that we're following. Yeah, brand new tornado warning now for Lawrence and Union counties, and as well as Cherokee and Cleveland counties. So we'll touch on both of these. This one about to approach Charlotte, and then here along Interstate 26, this is a radar indicated storm for Clinton, Lawrence, and Princeton. Please take shelter immediately here south of Greenville and Spartanburg, Lawrence and Union counties in South Carolina. Tornado warning for you up until 5 p.m. We're with you round the clock through tonight. Extended live coverage of this ongoing severe weather outbreak unfolding across the Southeast and Midwest.
Needed.
We've got some more new video into us here of the tornado damage in Indian Springs Village, Alabama. This is near Birmingham. You can see numerous power lines down, lots of trees kind of just sheared apart. Some have fallen on structures. We've got now over 26,000 power outages in Alabama, and that's just one of the hard-hit communities. We're getting reports of significant and catastrophic damage nearby near the Eagle Point subdivision, where unfortunately we're getting word that there have been several people pulled from their homes and taken to area hospitals. We're also getting word that there are building collapses east of Birmingham, and the Oxford, Alabama Fire Department responding for storm damage and injuries there near Ohatchee, Alabama. That was that same tornado that kind of plowed through central Alabama, south of Birmingham, and now is crossing into Georgia. That brings us to where we're at right now. Let's talk about this still ongoing tornado warning. Long live. This has traveled now well over 130 miles and is about to cross into Georgia, still observed. And Rome, Georgia, very concerning situation for you, for Floyd and Polk counties. Cedartown, Rome, Shannon, you're all included in that until 5:15 p.m. local time. Expect this tornado to arrive within the next 20-ish minutes or so. I would say by the top of the hour. And there it is right at the state line right now. This has showed no signs of weakening. Now, again, it's hard to tell. This is a very rural area. We haven't gotten any clear-cut visuals on the floor right now. A lot of our storm trackers, they're still in Birmingham. They aren't able to keep up with the speed of these storms, so we're just kind of relying on ground truth. But I would still think that this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. We've seen the damage that this storm has caused, and now it is approaching Cave Spring within the next few minutes. Probably right about now, give it about 5 minutes or less. So if you are not in your safe spot, if you're in a mobile home, you need to get to a storm shelter, a sturdy building. This is not one of those storms you want to ride out in a mobile home. Rome, Georgia, take shelter immediately if you live there, if you're at your business, if you're at the store. A lot of times if you're in a public building, the bathrooms are oftentimes the best area to go. They're usually most interior room, most shelter. And if you don't know where to go, just ask somebody if you're in some sort of public building and be directed to the best safe place to go. All right, 2 new tornado warnings here that we're following now in western Alabama. So here's Tuscaloosa. We got to watch a couple of these storms. Sumter County, we're still tracking this storm near Belmont, Livingston, and now getting close to Demopolis. And then just north from there, Interstate 20, yet again, we're under a tornado warning. This now includes Greene County near the community of Utah. All right, that's until 4:30 p.m. local time. And again, these storms, we're going to have to watch these. Unfortunately, they're moving back into the Birmingham area over the next couple of hours. So it's not to say several of these areas that have already seen tornado warnings today, maybe have already even had a tornado. We can't rule it off the table that there could be more damaging winds and tornadoes to move through. We know Moundville was hard hit last week. Moundville, this includes you, this tornado warning. Expected arrival at about a little after 4 o'clock local time, so it's about 25 minutes from now. That's what's going on here. And again, there are some clear returns on the velocities. A lot of bright teals and greens that you see. That's where we expect that apparent tornado to be. So approaching storms in several of those communities. Then we want to go over into the Carolinas, where we've got 2 ongoing tornado warnings. This one here for Lawrence and Union counties, including you in Clinton, Lawrence and Princeton. That's along Interstate 26 south of Greenville. That's a radar indicated tornado. And then we're also watching this tornado warned storm approaching Gastonia, North Carolina. If you live near Blacksburg, Kings Mountain and Shelby in North Carolina, right near the South Carolina state line, also here along Interstate 85. Please take shelter immediately. That includes you in Cherokee and Cleveland counties. We'll have to watch that storm as it approaches the west side of the Charlotte metro area. Julie?
Chris, we have more new video coming into the Weather Channel as storms shake up trees in Indian Springs Village, Alabama. This is that one near Birmingham. Check out the sky there. A lot of trees down from what we understand in this area. That tornado causing considerable damage there in and around Indian Springs Village, which again will be just on the south side of Birmingham. So getting these images coming in, still not, getting the full picture yet of the destruction, although we have had reports of some certainly injuries and a lot of damage in some neighborhoods there. So here's a look at the timing. Look at all the lightning, by the way, just showing how dynamic it is out there right now. No sign of weakening here with this particular line of storms. We'll see it push through and then more to come behind that. So we're not done here in a place like Birmingham, unfortunately, as we move throughout the evening. This is 7 o'clock. We've got the possibility for more strong to severe storms coming through your area, perhaps tornadoes as well, as this continues to push off to the north and northeast, eventually reaching the Atlanta metro area maybe after midnight. So this is midnight Eastern time, and there it comes in through the northern suburbs of Atlanta and eventually Atlanta metro. That's before things start to settle down a bit, at least in this part of the country. As we head farther north, that threat's going to continue. So the storms in general moving off in that northeasterly direction. We've got a 5 on the Torcon for you in a city like Bowling Green, London, Louisville, all in line for perhaps tornadoes and damaging winds coming your way with large hail. High winds, though, a very strong possibility. We're following breaking news as a severe weather outbreak rips across the southeast. Here's what we know right now. Alabama Governor Kay Ivey issued a state of emergency for 46 counties earlier this afternoon. Power outages are increasing. At this point, more than 24,000 customers in Alabama are without power. There are smaller outages also being reported in Mississippi and Georgia. COVID vaccination sites have been closed for the day in places like Nashville, Tennessee, and Vicksburg, Mississippi. And school systems are struggling with how to get students home safely in Greenville County, South Carolina. Some students were sent home on time, but students on the south side of Interstate 85 were ordered to stay in place. So a lot going on, to say the least, Chris Broom.
Yeah, there's just a lot going on. It can be overwhelming, so that's what we're here to help you kind of digest all the information we know right now. Let's start with the most concerning tornado right now that we have, and this is the one that produced all that extreme damage south of Birmingham near the Eagle Point subdivision in Indian Springs Village. Still same storm. And it is producing still a tornado, and this is now getting into the Rome area of Georgia, has crossed out of Alabama. And here, if we can zoom in a little bit more, Brittany, we can kind of go hyper local now that we're starting to get into a lot of nearby streets. So here's Cave Springs. If there is still a tornado on the ground, that just went through you. I know there are a lot of homesteads and just larger estate homes out here in this part of the state. So areas along 411, any of these ranch homes, homes. Hopefully you've taken shelter immediately. Note that this same storm is now pushing on towards Rome. So we zoom up just to the north a little bit. You can see what we're dealing with, this tornado-warned storm about to approach us here in Rome, Georgia. So expecting this to happen within the next 10 minutes. So please take shelter immediately if you live in Rome, Georgia, anywhere in western Floyd counties, western Polk counties. And I wouldn't even be surprised if this gets extended eastward. So areas along I-75, Adairsville. I would start getting into your safe place now. You want to be one county ahead of the tornado warnings. Even though you're not necessarily under these warnings, note that they're likely going to be issued, especially given the nature of these long-lasting tornadoes. Now, it could be interrupted by some of the terrain here. That's what we see in northern Georgia. You start getting to a little bit more of the mountain locations. So we'll have to see what happens. But still a very dangerous storm. And we've seen the history of what this has done. We know there's been a lot of damage near Ohatchee, Alabama. That's just north of Oxford. And you can see all of these damage reports here just over the last 3 hours as it started to the south of Tuscaloosa and then reignited several more tornado warnings on the south side of Birmingham near Oak Mountain State Park, and then now working into Georgia. That's well over 100 to 130 miles at the moment. And that brings us to where we are right now. Cave Springs, Rome, Georgia, you are under that tornado warning. Otherwise, numerous flash flood warnings there in the northern part of Alabama and also northern Georgia. That's another threat that we're watching here very closely. Let's take you to Alabama, Demopolis, or just west of you. You are under a tornado warning. That includes you in Belmont, Livingston, and York. This is for Sumter County. And then just north of there, we got this tornado warning along I-20 and U.S. Highway 11. This is for Greene County in Alabama. Utah, looks like I just heard an alert, so it'll be interesting to see what the brand new tornado warning is. Let's jump up north of Birmingham now and see if we can, oh, look at this. Yeah, this is a very dangerous storm, guys, and that is about to approach us here east of Gainesville, Alabama, and getting in along the I-20 corridor, not far from Utah. Please take shelter immediately here. This is not what you want to see on a day like today. Very dangerous tornado-warned storm, perhaps, on the ground, moving towards Utah, Alabama. We've also got this large area of return. Hard to tell if it's just a broad area of rotation, strong winds, or pushing off towards the east, but I would get into your safe place now in Demopolis. And north of Birmingham, if we can go north of Birmingham really quick, we've got a couple of other tornado warnings to touch on. We've got those two in South Carolina. And this brand new tornado warning here for Blount County. This is north of Birmingham now, along I-65 to the east of Coleman, Blountsville, Brooksville, and Oneonta. Please take shelter immediately. An approaching tornado, perhaps radar indicated, moving into your region. We've got brand new video. I want to show you some of the damage here from the Eagle Point subdivision. This is near the Lake Purdy area of Birmingham. Guys, this is the extent of the damage. My mother-in-law even had friends who lived here and said that her husband, or their husband and wife, jumped on top of the family as they were feeling the force of the tornado almost sucking them away. They had to hold on to a joist board of the home just so that they could stay safe. This is the community that there have been apparent help with pulling people from their homes and getting them to area hospitals. It's unknown the extent of the injuries at this time, but you can see the extent, widespread devastation. In some cases, some of these homes completely leveled. We'll have more continuing live coverage as Weather Underground continues and extended live coverage late into the overnight hours on this developing threat.
A tornado outbreak in progress as twisters tear across the southeast. It's a high-risk event that threatens numerous states. Communities, they've been ravaged. Residents left in shock in Pelham, Alabama here. And the risk only becomes more perilous as the sun sets, setting the stage for a dangerous nighttime onslaught. Thanks for being with us tonight here on Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis, joined by Dr. Rick Knapp, Jackie Jarris, as well as our teams on the ground in Alabama, particularly hard hit today, and that's an area we're very focused on right now. You can see the storms lighting us up in Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and now South Carolina. This area in particular, a high-risk event as deemed by the Storm Prediction Center. Want to get to some of these warnings and show you what's happening for us this evening, because some of these warnings are very, very dangerous. This tornado that we have right now around Rome, Georgia, has been on the ground since past Birmingham, Alabama. So Floyd and Polk County in Georgia right now under a tornado warning surf here in Cave Spring, Lindale, Rome. We urge you to get to your safest location as quickly as you can here. Radar indicated tornado, but coming right over Rome, maybe just slightly south of Rome at this point. Eventually could threaten I-75. A very good tornado signature on this right now with those greens and oranges right next to each other right there. This has been a supercell storm that has cycled multiple times, potentially produced numerous tornadoes from Alabama into Georgia, and could potentially threaten us here along I-75. But right near Rome or just south of Rome, you're going to be hit here. Lindale, once you get to shelter right now, the tornado is basically on you. South side of Rome over towards Shannon. If you have anyone that's going to be traveling on I-75, or you're going to be traveling on I-75, maybe between Cartersville or Calhoun, Georgia, please do not do that. You're going to have a tornado that comes right over I-75. Doesn't really show up here, but I think we could actually have a little bit of debris here that's being lofted into the air, as shown here by the correlation coefficient that shows you that on the radar here. In Blount County, over in Alabama now, Bluentsville, Brookville, Oneonta. These are all places where we want you to get to shelter quickly with a tornado warning for you until 4:45 local time. Tornado sitting right in here, headed near Oneonta here, or maybe just north of there. So get to your lowest level of your home. If you've got a basement, great place to be. Storm shelter, get there. If you don't, then get to the lowest level that you can get to, ground floor. Get to an interior room that's away from windows and exterior walls. Going to time this out for you here and show you exactly where this could be headed toward. You're going to move that just a little bit as these storms are racing at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So in Cleveland, 4:06, you got about 6 minutes to get to your safe spot. In Susan Moore, you're going to be hit by about 4:20. So you've got less than 20 minutes, I would say, before the tornado is on top of you. Let's follow the line farther back south there. Outside of Gainesville, Alabama, Greene County under a tornado warning. That storm also racing northeast here, 45 to 50 miles per hour. Clear couplet right in there, but we've got a tornado sitting, and that may come right over I-20 as well, very near Utah here. So again, avoid I-20 between Foster's and Bolaji. These are places where a tornado could threaten. The last place you want to be is in your car as these tornadoes threaten for you here. I'm going to move this to tracker for you as well so you get a good idea of what the timing is on this. In Knoxville, probably around 4:14. In Foster's, around 4:26 for you this evening. Then farther south, a couple of tornado warnings here as well. Near Livingston in Sumter County, Alabama, we've got a tornado warning. That goes until 4:30 this evening. Belmont, Livingston, please take shelter. Right there is where the tornado sits, headed toward the Forkland area. So same thing. Please get to a safe spot as quickly as you can here with a tornado that's bearing down on you at this point. Want to jump over into South Carolina, by the way. We've got tornadoes that are south of Spartanburg, South Carolina at this point, with new tornado warnings that have been issued. That new tornado warning, I'm going to just expand it out to the east a little bit here. New tornado warning has been issued for Chester, Lawrence, and Union County. That storm moving almost due east here tonight, and that may come very close to Chester and across I-77. So if you're in Chester, Eureka Mill, over toward Joanna, those are also places where you're going to want to get to shelter as quickly as you can. We got a new warning that was expanded with that one near Rome, and I want to get to that one real quick for you so you can see that it does actually take it over I-75. So that warning's been extended from Floyd County eastbound over into Bartow and Floyd County. So again, I-75, Highway 41, those are highways you're going to want to avoid tonight, and make sure that you're getting to your safe spot as quickly as you can. I want to also give you the kind of the bigger picture so you see what's going on here, folks, because this threat to go on not only for the next couple hours, but likely through the night. A very unstable atmosphere right here. We can map that. The yellows and the reds you see on the screen, instability in the atmosphere, and it is outstanding tonight. There is so much instability, especially right in here. But along this front is where we're going to have a lot of focus of storms and also some serious flooding. Dr. Knapp's going to talk about that in just a second. But just look at the flow that comes out of the south here. And all these areas here are just going to continue to see more and more storms. So the threat is going to go on beyond dark tonight. We expect numerous tornado warnings. We, of course, are going to keep you abreast of all those warnings throughout the evening, Jackie.
It's already been a devastating day and evening ahead, and we have some video that we want to share with you showing you the tornado. And look at that. You can see the debris being lofted into the air. This is in Pelham, Alabama. This is to the south of Birmingham, not too far away. This was that long track tornado that was on the ground for a very long period of time and caused damage all along the way. You can see the power flashes that are occurring here. Thousands of people still without power with all of of this damage across the area. Now, we also have some video of this same tornado, very likely, we think, in Lake Purdy, Alabama. So there you can clearly see that funnel. Look very closely. You can see little pieces of debris that are getting lofted, especially if you look kind of in that area between the base of the cloud and into the tree canopy there, right in between in that bright spot. Every now and then you can see some of that debris getting lofted and lifted with that. That's how we know that this is a tornado, because we can't see it touching the ground, can we? And that's part of what makes it so dangerous here across parts of the southeast, that you can't always see it with the hilly terrain and all of the trees. This is Birmingham, Alabama right now, and there you can see, wow, definitely a clear funnel in the middle of your screen right there. And also it looks like we've got some debris that's getting lofted with this as well. So that is a fairly strong tornado that lasted for quite some time, causing some extensive damage. Now in Birmingham right now, we find our meteorologist Paul Goodlow. He's joining us live right now. And Paul, you know, this is a very fluid situation. We're still assessing the damage and injuries. What do you know out of Birmingham at this hour?
Well, right now, I know that we're seeing other tornadoes southwest of Tuscaloosa on the way here. Fortunately, University of Alabama, which is located there in Tuscaloosa, they canceled their classes starting at noon today. That's good news, because those tornado-warned storms are moving in that direction again as we head on through this evening. And that's to the south and west of Birmingham, where I am. Looking behind me, that's looking towards the north. So our surface winds are screaming in from the south. But also aloft, we're seeing winds moving that direction. That's that shear, giving us that spin, giving us that risk for tornadoes. We're starting to see our rain pick up, the southerly winds pick up. We already picked up over an inch of rain here. Flash flooding is also another concern. But here's the thing about the rain. When I was driving in from Atlanta, that tornado that you saw the video of from Lake Purdy, even around the Pelham area, I was around Pell City, Alabama, and heavy rain was coming through. I got through that heavy rain. I look off to the north, and it looked like there was perhaps a wedge tornado or a large wide funnel on the ground, but it's rolling hills in this part of northern Alabama. Difficult to see. I was traveling on the highway, did not want to, cause more problems. So, it looked like it could have still been a wedge. That's that same cell that has been hopscotching, and now it's crossed I-20, and that's the one now threatening to move into portions of northwestern Georgia. So we're not done. This has a history of producing damage, and now there are other tornadoes going to travel that same southwest to a northeast direction, and that does put Birmingham kind of right in that bullseye for more severe weather as we head through the evening. Again, we're up here. We do have plenty of shelter for the crew. We're really concerned about lightning right now. As these storms get closer, we are seeing more frequent lightning approach this area. So we do have a fallback indoor safety area. Again, there's no safe place outdoors when you have lightning. And here's the other thing. When I got through that rain and looked to my north and saw what looked like could have been a wedge tornado on the ground, that was right after coming through some very intense rain. I think a lot of these tornadoes we could see throughout the night might be what are called HP, or a heavy rain or high precipitation type situations where it's not like you're on the high plains and you can see these coming for tens of miles. These will be wrapped in rain for a while. And we have rolling terrain in this part of not only Alabama, but pushing into Georgia, even Tennessee, even South Carolina. Again, these are not going to stop at state lines here. So if you're watching this, have multiple ways to be warned, because this will be an overnight and nighttime threat as well. I guess the good news is we still have the sun up a little bit later this evening, Jackie. But as we head towards the 8 o'clock hour, even here, the sun is setting and our threat will not be down until perhaps well after midnight. So, Jackie, it's going to be another long night here across the southeast because of severe weather.
Absolutely. And because of all of those points that you mentioned, just trust the warnings today, right? Don't go look and see if something's headed your way. Just get to that safe place right away. We want to show some video from Woodstock, Georgia from earlier this afternoon. It does not seem like much. And then all of a sudden, look at this. It hits like a wave of some wind and some water. This is actually, there we go. This is actually the Pelham video as opposed to the Woodstock, Georgia video where you can see that funnel cloud and some of that debris. We do have hours and hours ahead of us of more severe weather. And if you haven't seen it yet and you're in the risk area, do not let your guard down. It's still coming. We have more of that continuing through the night here across the deep south, through the Tennessee Valley, but also into the Ohio River Valley. So I want to focus in on this area right now. And I know your numbers are lower here, but if there's a number, there's a risk. So you need to take this seriously today from Indianapolis to Columbus, Cincinnati, Louisville, over towards Evansville, into Paducah, Bowling Green, London, even into the Nashville area. We've got a brand new tornado watch that was just issued at the top of the hour that includes all of these areas. So this is southwestern Indiana, the whole tri-state area here, stretching down through Nashville, and that goes until 11 o'clock Central Time tonight. We haven't had a lot of activity here just yet, but take a look at the radar. There are a couple of different things that I'm watching. First of all, we have a couple of thunderstorms that are trying to get going here in the Boot Heel of Missouri. Those bear watching, especially as they continue to track up towards the north and to the east. And then we head down here towards the Nashville area, and that's where we're watching some showers and thunderstorms. Sarah, if you could move the radar over a little bit, yep, and we'll hit that warning. Wow, you can really see a big uptick in the lightning strikes here. That includes you into Columbia, so Davidson, Maury, as well as Williamson counties, all under that severe thunderstorm warning. If that holds together, Nashville, where do you think that's going? That's right pushing in on the south side of town. Bright reflectivity with this too, so we're likely seeing some hail with that and winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. This is a very fast moving storm. That warning will stay in effect until 4:30 local time. Here you can see Interstate 65. Here's 840. So this is right where the two of them come together, and that's going to be crossing that intersection here very, very shortly. There's a broader view kind of showing you that whole area that we really need to keep an eye out. Murfreesboro, a lot of lightning is headed your way here as well. We want to put a tracker on it so you know what time it's going to be reaching you in downtown Nashville. That would be at 4:29 this afternoon. So you've got another maybe 20 minutes before that's on top of you. So no warning yet, Nashville, but we anticipate that assuming this is going to hold together and stay strong, that's what's going to be headed your way. So you don't want to head out if you're at work or the kids are trying to get home from school, get to that safe place. So this is just the beginning of what's going to be a tough night here across the Ohio Valley, and timing this out for you can see all those thunderstorms lifting on through. They will continue after dark and into the wee early morning hours before things begin to settle down Friday morning into Friday afternoon. Mike?
All right, Jackie, thank you for that. I want to show you what we've got going on, folks, because we've got a lot of folks out there with cameras that are taking a look at the atmosphere, including here in Utah, Alabama, where the skies are threatening. We had a tornado warning very close to us here, and you can see it's a very, I'd say, kind of milky atmosphere. There's no really distinction with some of these tornadoes. They could be rain-wrapped. You may not necessarily notice a funnel. A lot of trees that are in the way where you couldn't necessarily see a tornado that's in contact with the ground. So as Jackie had mentioned, a lot of these will be radar indicated, but the radar's really good these days, folks. We've been a lot of advancements in radar anymore, and so you can really count on what the radar tells you these days. I'm going to get into these storms that are in Georgia right now. Really intense supercell here. This one's been on the ground and tracked with tornadoes for about 125 miles now. Floyd County under a tornado warning. Look at where this thing sits, right in here, right along Highway 411, about to come over I-75 near Cartersville, Georgia tonight. We timed this out for you in Kingston around 5:15, Cassville around 5:22, and then in Pine Log around 5:34 for you this evening. Back into Alabama. Good news is we had a tornado right here near Oneonta. That has since expired. Little rotation right in there that has pretty much fallen apart, but we do have flash flood warnings that do continue for us tonight. Again, tracking that storm over toward Douglas and maybe toward Sneed. It's no longer rotating, but I would still be inside tonight and away from exterior walls. Greene County, tornado warning for us. That goes until 4:30 this evening. A little bit of rotation right in there, headed off to the northeast. These things are racing too at about 45 miles per hour. And I'm going to move this over just a little bit to get the new warning that was just issued. We'll include the Tuscaloosa area, and I'll put the tracker on that so you can understand which. So it's Hale and Tuscaloosa County. That one goes until 5:15. So we've got about another hour on that warning. Then we go farther south. So we were just showing you some of the live tracker cams there. Well, this one coming past Forkland is a really intense storm that storm trackers are on right now. Greene and Hale County are the counties that are warned by this one. Look at the intense rotation here, about to come over Forkland, moving off to the northeast again, as I mentioned, very quickly at about 45 miles an hour. Over to South Carolina, we have tornado warnings in the upstate here, south and east of Spartanburg, around Whitmire here. Big hail core with this one as well. Fairfield and Newberry counties are the brand new counties that are issued with tornado warnings. Then back over toward Middle Tennessee, really intense storm moving north at about 80 miles an hour, folks. Coming across 431, about to slam me in Franklin and Nashville. This one could have damaging straight line winds and hail. Be ready for power outages and trees that go down Davidson County under that severe thunderstorm warning. More coverage of this outbreak when we return.